Chapter 1: Awakening of a Daiyukai. In Kanahagake no Sato. Deep inside a forest that has a bloody history for the shinobi of Konoha, of being a place where abnormal animals, insects, and possibly even minor demons make their residence. Genin hopefuls from all across the elemental nations were being pitted against each other in a competition of cunning, skill, and survival for a chance or being promoted through the ranks. Not to mention bring honor and prestige to their home village in the biannual Chunin exams. All of the other villages, including a reluctant Kumo, had sent Genin teams to compete. There were even smaller shinobi villages such as Kusa, Hoshi, Aim, Yuki, and a new village by the name of Oto that sent the best of their Genin to bring honor to their villages as well. Because Konoha was playing host to the exams this year, they too had Genin teams eagerly trying to prove their mettle and hopefully get a promotion to Chunin rank. One such team was the Genin cell of Squad 7. Haruno Sakura, who was named Kunoichi of the Year at the Academy. Uchiha Sasuke, the Rookie of the Year in this year's graduating class, and one of 2 survivors of the grisly fabled Uchiha Massacre, and Uzumaki Naruto, the known dead last at the Academy, and the Jinchuriki of the famed Kitsune Kyuubi no Yoko found themselves facing an opponent that was their toughest to date following their disastrous C-rank mission to Nami no Kuni. So the Kyubigaki has learned to access his tenant's chakra. Well, I can't have that. He could become detrimental to my plans if left alone. Well, I'll fix that this moment. A female Kusanine mused as she held Naruto airborne with her extremely long tongue and made hand signs as her target struggled. "Let me go, team, or I'll rip your tongue from your skull," the 12-year blonde threatened as he thrashed to get free while the Kyuubi's chakra flooded his system right this moment. "Don't worry, I'll release you soon enough, after I've made sure you're out of the picture. Gogyu Fuin, 5-element seal." The woman chuckled as her fingers lit up with a bluish flame before she thrust them into the seal on Naruto's stomach. "Ah!" Naruto gasped as he felt his chakra begin to fade away as pain like he never felt before racked every inch of his body with unrelenting force. Soon enough he couldn't hold out and gave way to the sweet embrace of darkness. Within Naruto's seal just moments before. The Kyuubi sat behind its cage with murderous rage at being stuck within such a weak jailer and the Yondaime Hokage for being the one to put it here. As she huffed in annoyance at watching those same bars again, everything went completely black. "Well, this is a surprise. I can't feed the pitiful Ningen any more chakra," the Kyuubi mumbled as it shifted to lay better, as suddenly it was becoming very sleepy very fast. "That Gaki better live. I enjoy living too much even if it's inside this damned seal." Those were the last thoughts as Kyuubi gave into the exhaustion. Back outside the seal. "Now then we can move on to the festivities, Sasuke?" The Kusanine smirked as she tossed Naruto off into the trees, while Sasuke and Sakura watched without doing a thing. "Sasuke, you just gonna stand there? At least Naruto did something to fight that woman. Sure, he's annoying, but he tried to get our scroll back." Sakura yelled to her raven-haired teammate and Crush as he stood trembling so much it was visible on his whole body. "Sakura doesn't know what she's talking about. This woman is in another league. It's obvious that we won't live. We can't get away. We can't." Sasuke thought with a mind filled with absolute terror at his death, just seconds away, while Sakura continued trying to reach him with her voice as his opponent stalked closer with the grace of a predator. "Foolish Otuto, run. Cling to life. Continue living in shame for my sake." Sasuke's thoughts soon turned to the man he swore to kill, his clan slayer, Uchiha Itachi, and his Aniki. His eyes snapped open with a fire for survival as his clan's Kekkai Genkai was displayed for all to see as his Sharingan gained another Tomi to bring the number to an even 2 in each eye. "That's right. I have no intention of dying, not while that man still breathes. For the honor of my clan. I swore to kill Itachi, but that won't happen if I lose here," Sasuke proclaimed to himself as he turned his battle-ready gaze at the Kusanine and rushed forward. "Good, his clan blood has ignited. Let's put him to the test." The Kusa Kunoichi mused with a lopsided smile that seemed amused as she slid into a simple defensive stance as Sasuke rocketed at her. Kusanine just smirked with glee as Sasuke rushed to greet her in combat. Sasuke threw a leading jab that was easily sidestepped before a rising knee had him jumping back to create some distance, only to find the Kusanine already in his face, attacking with a flurry of attacks which he countered or outright dodged before launching attacks of his own. My Sharingan has improved dramatically. I can see all your movements. Sasuke thought with confidence as he tracked his opponent through the area as she moved with enhanced speed, before Sasuke spewed a brief stream of fire in her path. Soon they were engaged in taijutsu again, and Sasuke's movements became more precise as he wasted no energy on attacks that wouldn't work as he read his opponent with his clan Dojutsu. The Kusa Kunoichi then jumped back, raised her hands to her mouth and blew Keaton. Senpu no Kokuyo, grass release. Whirlwind of cutting leaves. As the jutsu took effect, a swarm of wind-infused leaves flew at the Uchiha air. Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu, fire release, mythical phoenix fire technique. Sasuke called as he countered the move by shooting small fireballs at the leaves which reduced them to ash. The fireballs continued on towards the kunoichi, but she dodged them only to have the fireballs swerve to keep following her. What are you planning, Sasuke-kun? The woman thought as she decided to see where Sasuke would take this lead in the battle of theirs. Sasuke didn't disappoint as he led the woman to a rather large tree. The kunoichi prepared to dodge, but the fireballs changed direction at the last minute to fly past her position. This is the Sharingan Sufusha Sanitachi, Sharingan Windmill Triple Blade. The kunoichi barely managed to get out as Sasuke began to launch an insane number of shuriken attached to wire at her which wrapped around the tree. Sasuke continued to toss weapons until he was sure his opponent wasn't escaping as he pulled his end of the wires towards his mouth. Now to finish this. Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu, fire release, dragon flame. Sasuke said as he gathered as much chakra as he could and unleashed a powerful torrent of flame that traveled along all the wires towards the bound kunoichi, who struggled to get loose to no avail. All she could do was scream in agony as the flame jutsu consumed her body completely. Sasuke bent over to clutch his knees as he caught his breath from using so much chakra for his last attack. It's over now, and I'm one step closer to beating you, Itachi. Sasuke though as he looked over at his work to see the fire still burning strong. Way to go, Sasuke-kun. I knew you could beat her. There was no doubt about it. Sakura cheered from her perch in the tree line as she decided that her input would be appreciated to score points with Sasuke. Perhaps I was wrong, Sasuke, you don't have the same talent as Itachi. He would have at least made me feel the heat from the flames. A sickly sweet voice called out from behind Sasuke, which had his eyes widening in disbelief and fear. How? You were trapped against the tree. There was too much wire for you to escape. Sasuke managed to get out as he spun around and jumped away to give himself some distance as he stared at a completely unharmed Kusanine. Maybe you should take a look at that tree again where I supposedly couldn't escape. I'll wait while you look. The Kusanine replied with a chuckle and a smile that just screamed utter terror to Sasuke. Up in the tree line, Sakura was having a full-blown panic attack at what she was seeing with her eyes. How is she alive? Sasuke's jutsu was dead on. There's no way she could survive that attack. She was close to breaking down with what she was witnessing with her crush on the edge of defeat. Sasuke did as the Kusanine suggested, although hesitantly as he was afraid of being attacked. He turned to the tree he attacked just moments ago and see the last of his flames die away to reveal a charred corpse. His eyes narrowed a bit as he focused on the body fully, only for the corpse to twitch slightly before collapsing in on itself to reveal a heap of mud. Since you're having trouble understanding, I will explain it to you. From the moment you countered my Keaton, Senpu no Kokuyo, grass release, whirlwind of cutting leaves, up until you pulled those wires taut, I was really there, but then I decided to Kawarami, substitute myself with a Tsuchi Bunshin, earth clone. The rest I'm sure I don't need to say. The Kusanine explained with a snug look as Sasuke brought his gaze back to her. Sasuke just listened the entire time with a look of desperation on his face as she explained how she got out of his attack. So Sasuke-kun, shall we resume our little game? I'm gonna step it up a notch. Try not to die too quickly, okay? The kunoichi said as she cocked her head slightly to the side while pulling our kunai. Sasuke just grabbed a kunai from his own holster while trying to catch his second wind to continue fighting. He didn't get much time as he watched the Kusanine eat up the distance with his Sharingan. Punches, kicks, and slashes from the kunai in each shinobi's hand was either blocked or dodged by the other. Sasuke held his own barely as he managed to block and counter whatever attacks came his way. However, his opponent was too skilled for him to land any attacks as he was slowly being pushed back by his opponent. "Come on, Sasuke, don't tell me that's all you've got left." The Kusanine taunted as she strung together combinations that Sasuke was barely able to dodge thanks to his Kekii Genkai. Sasuke silently prayed for an opening to strike when he spotted one. Quickly he wove inside an off-thrown slash and gave his opponent a vicious back fist to the stomach followed by an uppercut that had her falling back, until she went with the hit and rolled low into a sweep kick that knocked Sasuke off balance as she then finished up with a rising cartwheel kick that sent him flying into a nearby tree. Sasuke slammed into the tree with enough force to rattle his entire body as he then hit the ground. He struggled to compose himself as he slowly got to his feet, while looking at his opponent through a fatigued red and black gaze. "Well, that was entertaining. Maybe you truly are worthy of your clan's name, Sasuke. Allow me to give you a token of my appreciation," the Kusanine said with a smile as her neck stretched before Sasuke could react and sank her fangs into his collarbone, causing him to scream out in pain as a tattoo began to form where he was bitten. "Ah, Gurgurk, what have you done?" Sasuke groaned out as his neck began to flare out of intense pain, and he felt his energy completely leave him in a flash, meaning that Sasuke was weak as a newborn child. "Sasuke, what did you do to him?" Sakura cried out as she leapt to his side after seeing her crushed down by whatever the woman did to him. "Kukukuku, I've just given Sasuke a gift to help him achieve his goals if he survives the rest of these exams. Sasuke-kun, I look forward to monitoring your progress, and just so you don't forget, my name is Orochimaru. Farewell for now," the Kusanine replied as she slowly seemed to sink into the earth itself, leaving the area quiet save for Sasuke's groans of pain before he passed out as well. "Sasuke-kun, don't worry, I'll get you somewhere safe," Sakura gasped as Sasuke fell into her lap, and she looked around for what felt like an eternity before getting up and half-dragging Sasuke's unconscious form with her. For a moment she stopped when she remembered her other teammate and the fact that he was tossed somewhere into the forest. "Naruto, what can I do? I can't leave him behind or we can't pass the second exam, but Sasuke-kun needs me," Sakura thought as she gripped Sasuke tighter. Then another voice in her head popped in with its own opinion. Just leave that dead last. It was his own fault for getting in the way of Sasuke-kun and me. He's better off where he is. All that matters in Sasuke-kun and getting him somewhere safe." Inner Sakura shouted in a love-struck rant, to which Sakura wholeheartedly agreed. "You're right, that baka can fend for himself. I know Sasuke-kun can find us 2 scrolls and a way to pass without the dobe," Sakura said, agreeing with her inner self as she dragged the Uchiha heir along to find shelter. Little did she know that Naruto wouldn't be the same after today. Hours later, as the sun was giving way to the night, Sakura managed to find a large tree with a hollow base to lay Sasuke in and set up traps around the area before tending to the young Uchiha boy with utmost care. "Sasuke-kun's fever is going down, that's good. I'll have to keep watch and keep an eye on him, hopefully we aren't attacked. Sasuke-kun and I will have to look for Naruto when he's better, then somehow get a scroll. We've only got 2 more days to complete this portion of the exam," Sakura thought tiredly as she changed the cool cloth on Sasuke's forehead. But her though of not being attacked will go unanswered, as the genin team from Odo was not that far away watching the tree with hawk-like focus. "When do we attack Uchiha Sasuke?" asked one fidgety and excited male. He had on a brown shirt with black pants, camo arm warmers, and black sandals. This boy wore a head wrap that doubled as his hiyate. "Calm down, Zaku. We'll strike when the girl drops her guard to sleep. Until then we will have to be patient," replied the second male on the team. This one had on a gray yakuta that was large in the sleeves as it covered his arms. His head was covered in bandages, his hiyate was slanted but left one eye uncovered so he could see. On his back was a large fur-like covering. "Humph, she don't look like much. Probably spends more time primping herself than training." "I agree with Zaku. The female of the watching team says in barely hidden disgust at Sakura tend to Sasuke faithfully. She wore a black shirt with camo pants and arm warmers. She wore a normal Hyate unlike the other two. I don't want to wait, Dosu. We can take care of them right now. Zaku all but shouted as he watched the tree with an insane glee in his eyes. Geez, Zaku, why not alert everyone to our position? The girl replied, looking over to her brash teammate Zaku. Shut it, kin, or I'll make you next on my shit list. Zaku growled as he turned to look at his female teammate and waved his hand in a threatening manner. Zaku, kin, that's enough. Be prepared, cause we attack at first light. Dosu butted in, ending the argument. They both mumble out agreements as they went back to watching Sakura and Sasuke, waiting for the moment to make their move as they wait for the morning to come so they can complete their objective. Just outside the Forest of Death. A lone Kunoichi sat on top of the small examiner's booth while enjoying dango and red bean soup. She wore a tan mini skirt with a fishnet body shirt with nothing else but a tan trench coat over her torso. Her purple hair was done up in a small pineapple-shaped ponytail, and her lightly purple to amber eyes were closed in delight as she enjoyed her meal. This Kunoichi was none other than Mitarashi Anko, a Tokubetsu jounin for Konoha and the ex-apprentice of Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. His crimes against the Leaf have put her career and reputation in an unfavorable light with Konoha's citizens and her fellow shinobi. This is of course for another time as a Chunin examiner landed nearby in a crouch. Proctor Mitarashi, we have a situation, the Chunin said with slight hesitation at being the one to deliver bad news to Anko given her temperament. What is it? I'm having my lunch, as you can see. Anko asked as her demeanor changed to one of annoyance at having her meal disrupted. It has to do with one of the genin teams here for the exam. All right, lead the way, Anko replied as she tossed the empty dango skewer at a tree where the rest were completing the symbol of the Leaf Village, then jumped down. With a burst of chakra, both shinobi disappeared from the area via the Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique. A couple of miles away, they materialized in front of a waiting group with a burst of smoke to cover their position. All right, where's the team? Anko asked, getting the attention of the group of Chunin as she approached where they stood. Over here, Anko-san, we have determined that it's one of the 3 Kusagakure teams. The weird thing is that a lead Chunin started while looking towards the bodies. Their faces are missing completely. Can you tell me how long they've been like this before you discovered them? Anko finished as she crouched to get a better look at the victims after looking over the clipboard with the IDs of the deceased shinobi. From what we estimate, this team has been like this from when you started the second part of the exam 6 hours. Another Chunin replied as he looked over Anko's shoulder at the bodies before pulling back from the site. There's no doubt about it, this is his work, Orochimaru. So he's returned to the Leaf after 17 long years of hiding, but what would he be doing that he would risk capture to get back in? Doesn't matter, I can finally kill that traitorous bastard and hopefully put my dark past to rest. Anko thought to herself as her old mentor sprung to mind, causing her to clench her hands so hard they began to bleed from the pressure. What should we do, Anko-san? I want you to alert the Umbu and inform the Hokage of this situation. I'm going into the forest to try and find whoever did this. Perhaps some of us should come with you as backup, a rookie Chunin suggested as Anko started for the forest. There isn't time to debate this, you all have your orders. Now get to it, Anko all but shouted as she looked back at the group with her hardened gaze. Yes, ma'am, the entire group shouted as they took off to complete their objective, leaving Anko alone. Orochimaru, your last day on this earth has come at last, Anko, though, as she took off in a shunshin that put her inside the forest as she began to track her old mentor. Another section of the Forest of Death during the night. Naruto lay unconscious on the forest floor thanks to the attack on his squad not too long ago. It's strange though, in a forest just brimming with all sorts of predator-like creatures, one would think that this blonde 12-year-old could become the target of some creature's empty belly. However, the reason that they didn't make a move against him was because of the overwhelming energy filling the air around him. Yet none of it was coming from Naruto's navel, as his tenant's chakra was just sealed off not long ago. No. The source of the powerful force was radiating from the boy himself, with the only physical indication of anything happening was the energy jumping off his skin in the form of little forks of purple to black lightning. Deep inside of Naruto's subconscious. Naruto opened his eyes with a groan as he awoke to the feeling of grass on his back and the sounds of a peaceful waterfall. He sat up with little trouble and looked around. What he saw put him on edge. There was no way he was in the forest of death anymore. This place, wherever he was, had too much light, plus there wasn't the overwhelming sensation of being watched like some beast's meal. To top it all off, it was nighttime. "Hello! Is there anyone there?" Naruto called out with an echo greeting him back as he got to his feet and looked around as he didn't want to move from the spot and get lost, then encounter who knows what in here. As Naruto looked around the trees for some way out, the sound of footsteps on the soft ground caught his heightened hearing and putting him on alert. Naruto reached for his kunai holster only to find it and his clothes missing and himself completely naked. What is going on? I'm sure I had my weapons and clothes before I fought that crazy Kusanine. More importantly, why am I not freaked out by my lack of clothes? I can't think of that right now. I've got to remain alert to whatever is coming towards me. Naruto thought in his head as he slipped into a ready stance and waited for the unknown presence to emerge as the footsteps became even louder. He didn't have long to wait before a figure strolled into the clearing with a regal air about them. Clearly the person before Naruto was a man wearing the clothing of a noble. A white kimono with a red honeycomb pattern on the edges, with a large black breastplate connected to a spike pauldron on the left, and what looked to be white fur on the right. Matching white Sashonuki hakama were on his legs, and his feet covered with pointed black boots. On the man's waist rested 3 different swords, which Naruto had no doubt were capable of being used against him. What really had Naruto on edge was the somehow familiar aura coming from this man before him. It was the face of the male. Markings on his face in the form of 2 purple streaks on each cheek reminded him of the Inuzuka clan, and a matching purple crescent moon atop his forehead, all framed by silver hair that fell towards his waist. The thing that sent shivers of unease up Naruto's spine were the golden orbs that stared at him too deeply, as if looking directly into his soul. If you can't guess who this is, you get to be taken out and beaten to an inch of your fanfiction life. For those that knew right away, you get 15 style points and an author cookie. Enjoy. After what seemed like an eternity of just staring at one another, the man vanishes from Naruto's sight. He looks about frantically for the figure, only to feel a vice-like grip around his neck as he was lifted from the ground and found himself looking into sharp golden orbs with his deep blue ones. "So you are my newest descendant. What is your name, boy?" The calm voice demanded with authority as he simply awaited Naruto's answer after staring at the boy again. "You're looking at the next Hokage of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto Databeo," Naruto answered with that huge grin of his as best he could, with the man's hand around his throat, until he saw there was no humor in the man's composure at all. Then his smile gradually faded into nothing. "I am Inu Teisho Sesshōmaru, and Demon Lord of the Western Lands, and as my descendant you will cease that foolish and detestable act now," the now self-proclaimed Sesshōmaru commanded as he set Naruto down as his blue pools lost their warmth and became jagged as ice. "How did you guess I was faking? I've had everyone fooled for years now," a now calmer Naruto asked in a voice not unlike Sesshomaru's own. "Your eyes told me all I needed to know. That, and I have viewed your life as I held you by your neck. You have stayed strong, struggled, and survived despite what those pitiful Ningen threw at you. Listen up, as I will only instruct you once, and I will not tolerate repeating myself. Normally I would appear in front of a descendant when the maturity of their yukai ripens at age 15. Unfortunately for you, the stress plus damage of the years growing up and that one Ningen's attack against you has jump-started your yukai power to correct what has been done. So the change is happening even as we speak. I give you free rein to wield 2 of my swords that you see here. Their names are Tenseiga and Tokujin. The first blade, Tenseiga, was an heirloom from my father and your ancestor. This sword has the ability to resurrect 100 souls with a single swing. However, your intended target can only be revived once by the sword's power, so use it sparingly. Also, there is a small time frame of a few hours in which your target can be revived by the sword until their soul passes from this plane of existence. And finally, this blade cannot bring someone back who has died naturally, and when used against you, enemies can open a path straight to the afterlife. The second sword Tokujin is a sword crafted from the fangs of a powerful demon that I had forged for my own use. It can conduct lightning attacks as well as respond to the yukai and chakra within your body. You will use these two blades until your yukai body matures and you manifest your own weapon. Sesshōmaru explained to Naruto, who listened as he pulled out Tokujin and Tenseiga respectively. What of the third sword on your waist, Sesshōmaru-sama? Naruto asked as he eyed the last blade still resting against Sesshomaru's hip. You are a perceptive child. This is Bakasega, and it is the testament of my power as a Daiyukai. You will not receive this sword, as there will be no need, as Tenseiga and Tokujin will be enough. Seek out my resting place to the west, where the sands of time shift endlessly. It is there you will find the weapons I offer you and whatever else can be of use in the tomb. As for anything else, I have passed along the knowledge of my abilities and strengths to you. I have two stipulations before I depart and you awake. First, you will add Inu Teisho to your name in honor of our family stead, and second, you are to never be defeated by any of your enemies as you now reflect my line. Do you agree to this? Sesshomaru continued explaining to Naruto as he replaced his swords to his hips. I agree to both terms, Naruto said with a nod of his head as he watched his ancestor turn to leave the clearing. Very well, child, but do not make me rethink my judgment of you, Sesshomaru replied after a period of silence in true Sesshomaru fashion as his way of saying goodbye while walking into the forest. I will raise our family's legacy once more. From this moment forth I will be known as Naruto Uzumaki, Inu Teisho. Naruto declared on the sudden night winds as a bright light filled the area until all that could be seen was whiteness before everything went black. In the unknown clearing with Naruto's body, Naruto awoke to find his every sense heightened beyond belief. He could hear, smell, and see like never before. After quickly getting used to his new senses, Naruto decided to find a body of water to wash in. Using his nose only, he was able to pick out a body of water not too far from where he sat. He got up and walked in the direction of his objective. As he moved out towards the water, 3 small patches of ground rippled like liquid as it gave way to one of the genin teams from IWA. We should capture this guy and have him lead us back to his team, in case he doesn't have the scroll, one of the 2 males on the squad whispered as they looked in the direction Naruto walked off in. Why not? If he doesn't have the scroll and refuses to cooperate, we can always leave a fresh corpse behind. The lone female chuckled with obvious control of the team as they leapt into the trees after their target. Oh man, I can't wait to stick it to this Kano Hanin, the last member of the team mumbled as they all picked up speed while suppressing their chakra. After walking for a bit, Naruto found the body of water, a stream that ran naturally through the forest. He bent down to the water's edge to look at his changes, and he wasn't disappointed. Naruto looked like his ancestor for the most part at age 12, but kept his own blue eyes instead of having gold ones, where his 3 whisker marks usually rested. 3 purple stripes took their place, and a matched purple crescent moon sat on his forehead. As he lifted his shirt to examine where that Kusanin attacked him, he found the same stripes flowing down and stopping around his waist. Just as Naruto let the now barely fitting orange jacket drop back around his waist, he tilted his head a few centimeters to the right to avoid the kunai that made contact with the stream as a loud splash. Why don't you fools reveal yourselves? I've known you were following me from the beginning, Naruto warned from his position as he demanded his attackers show themselves. The team from IWA had no problem rising up from the ground in a stance a few feet away from their target. Look, clearly you're at a disadvantage here, so why don't you hand over your team's scroll? If you don't have it, then we will make you show us where your team is positioned and we can take it from them. The female of the group demanded as Naruto turned his head to the side to glance at the fools daring to challenge him. Why would I do that, foolish ninjen? I don't have a scroll for you to take. Not that you could even if I had one. Begone, pests, Naruto replied as he turned back to the stream to cleanse his body of dirt. Bastard! Take this, Doton, Doryuden, Earth Release, Mud Dragon. One of the 2 boys growled as he blurred through hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. Naruto watched impassively as the mud dragon rose from the earth and shot mud projectiles at him. The attack closed the distance quickly and slammed into the ground, creating a lot of dust as it broke up more rock and dirt in an effort to crush Naruto into nothing. After about a minute, the genin rose up from the ground with a huge grin. "Nice going, Kazuhiko. You just cost us a free scroll with your bullshit," the other boy complained as he slapped his teammate upside the head. "Fuck you, Teiko, there are other teams. Besides, the fool was all talk, but when it came down to it, he was obliterated by me." Kazuhiko scowled before boasting with a smile as they waited for the dust to settle so they could see the body. When the dust did settle, all that was left was the deep gouge that let water from the stream to pool in it. However, their opponent stood a few feet to the right, looking completely unharmed. "The hell? There's no way you were able to dodge my attack, it was dead on," Kazuhiko exclaimed while shifting his gaze to his two teammates who just nodded in agreement. "Or maybe your aim was so pathetic you believed that you hit me. Leave, fool, and take your team with you before I remove you all from this world," Naruto replied while dismissing the entire IWA team in one breath. "What? How dare you? Let's kill this genin all together, Teiko, Mamariai," Kazuhiko all but shouted in rage as he nearly foamed at the fact of being ignored by the orange-wearing nin. His teammates gave their okays as they all flew through hand signs at the same time. "Doton Doryuden," Kazuhiko yelled as another dragon erupted in front of him with its mouth open wide. "Doton, Mako Danshaku, Earth Relace, Shark Impact," Teiko called out as a shark made of earth and mud leapt from the ground as well and swam through the air at Sesshōmaru. "Doton, Nadar no Jutsu, Earth Release, Avalanche," Mamariai called as she slammed her hands on the ground and a huge chunk of earth popped up. Then she swung her arms forward and the chunk of rock moved towards their opponent. "Try dodging our strongest attacks combined, tough guy," Kazuhiko challenged as all three jutsu crashed into the ground where Naruto was standing with such force that the areas itself shook with ferocity as the three jutsu exploded on contact with one another. When the dust settled from that attack, the IWA team stopped to admire their handiwork at dispatching a Konoha genin. "Damn, that felt good," Teiko said as he exchanged a high five with Mamariai. "Yeah, I bet that Konoha team is wishing he hadn't fucked with us now that he's dead. Ha, there isn't even a body, we creamed him so good," Kazuhiko cackled with a lopsided grin. "Who says I'm dead?" came a voice from right behind the three IWA genin. They tried to turn and react, but all any of them saw was a flash of light and knew no more. Naruto just watched impassively as his whip of light took the heads of all three IWA nin's heads from their shoulders with ease. Slowly, one by one, the bodies slumped to the floor with the heads of the horror-stricken faces laying nearby. "Pitiful Ningen, the Shinigami holds your souls now," Sesshōmaru muttered with a small sneer as he began to travel downstream a bit after looting the bodies and finding an earth scroll. Of course, the forest's natural inhabitants would soon be all over the fresh kills he just made when he left the area. Stripping down, Naruto cleansed his body of dirt from the two battles he just had as well as any blood. Not that it would matter, seeing as the QB in his navel would take care of any injury that his demonic regeneration didn't catch. After ensuring he was thoroughly clean, Sesshōmaru got dressed and decided that he'd rather wait to reveal his change for the time being and used his chakra to perform a Shinbunshin, true clone, which he found he could do when he performed his Oiroku no Jutsu, sexy jutsu, when he was younger, and created the look that he had before his transformation. "Now to find those two I'm forced to call teammates," Naruto said as he let his new sense of smell lead him towards his team's position. Anko stumbled through the forest even as her body still shook with small tremors of pain from having her curse mark activated by her one-time teacher. She was mentally kicking herself for getting so wrapped up in trying to kill Orochimaru that she forgot one of the most important lessons of combat. Never let your emotions get the best of you, for your enemy will turn them to their advantage. Anko was more concerned than anything with what Orochimaru revealed to her in the Forest of Death. Flashback, Fuin. Anko had caught up to Orochimaru and after exchanging a few words attempted to take the man down in a suicide maneuver, only to be overpowered and systematically tortured. Now she gritted her teeth in pain at the kunai that was lodged in her hand and pinning her to the tree behind her as Orochimaru stood a few feet away with that snake-like smile on his face. What are you doing back here, Orochimaru? Anko demanded with barely contained rage while Orochimaru just grinned even wider, kicking her anger higher. Why I'm here doing a little scouting is all. There is so much potential that surfaces during these exams. So many promising genin, like Uchiha Sasuke. What are you planning to do with him? Answer me, damn it! Anko yelled when he said nothing. Poor Anko. Jealous that another will take your special place in my heart? Orochimaru asked as he closed the gap between them and began to caress her cheek with his hand. I don't want a special place in your oily black heart. You can keep it, Anko replied as she tried to keep her shudder of disgust off her face at having the snake Sannin touch her. If you must know, it's not what I'm planning to do to him, it's what I've already done. Young Sasuke now bears my Juin Fuin curse seal. And if he survives the taste of power the mark will grant him, Sasuke will seek me in the future to obtain what he truly desires. Orochimaru whispered in Anko's ear with glee as he leaned next to her. Anko could only let her eyes widen in horror. At the memory of when he applied the cursed seal to her all those years ago, she remembered the pain, the fear, and total helplessness as the seal burrowed into her chakra coils and left an undeniable presence within her. Now you understand, but I have to leave now, Anko, as I can feel the Umbu moving towards the forest. Do tell the Hokage that if the exams are stopped for any reason, I will crush Konoha and all who live within its walls. Orochimaru warned as he stepped back and began to sink into the ground using his Hiru Bansho. Boka no Jutsu, leech all creation. Attack prevention technique, leaving Anko alone and still pinned to the tree. Flashback. Kai. Anko was brought out of her thought by the sound of growling. She looked around only to spot 3 huge tigers of the forest moving in, having picked her for their next meal. I don't have time for this, but I can take my pent-up aggressions out on you 3 before meeting with the Hokage, Anko said as she steadied herself and pulled out a kunai just as the 3 tigers charged. Next morning in Sakura and Sasuke's position in the forest. Sakura's head jerked up for the umpteenth time in exhaustion, as she struggled to stay awake to watch for enemies and tend to Sasuke. It's morning now, hopefully Sasuke will wake up soon. I don't know how much longer I can keep my eyes open like this, Sakura thought as she turned to look at Sasuke, who was sleeping more soundly now that he no longer had a fever. Sakura tried valiantly to keep herself alert for danger, but was nodding off again when a noise startled her. A squirrel came darting out of some nearby bushes heading straight for her. She didn't want the critter to trigger her traps, so Sakura threw a kunai ahead of the squirrel. The knife stopped the animal short in fear before it turned in a new direction and took off into the foliage. That was close. I've got to stay alert, Sakura mentally said to herself as she just went back to watching the area. Nearby, however, the Odo team sat in the bushes watching Sakura as she fought to stay awake for any trouble. I was sure the squirrel could have made it. Do you think she suspected the paper bomb on its back? Zaku asked Dosu with agitation. I don't think so. Look, she can barely keep her eyes open, much less detect a real threat at the moment. Doesn't matter for now. Uchiha Sasuke will fall at our hands. Come on, Dosu replied as he stepped out the bushes towards where Sakura was. Hey girl, wake up Sasuke. We want to fight him, Zaku called out as they stopped in the clearing and made themselves known. Sasuke isn't in any condition to fight, so just get out of here, Sakura warned with a bravado she didn't feel at the moment. Look, princess, you can either wake up Sasuke or we do it for you, Kin threatened as she held a kunai towards Rosette Kunoichi. Sakura shakingly brandished her own kunai as she prepared to defend herself and her teammate from the Odo genin. Yeah. For the sake of moving the story along, we are skipping this entire fight sequence. Reasons. It's cliché and it always ends the same. So just imagine that I wrote that really one-sided fight and get on with your lives. Thank you. With Naruto a few yards away. Naruto could smell that he was getting close to where Sasuke and Sakura were. However, he also smelled at least 9 other people where they were and couldn't tell who they were. He could make out that everyone in the clearing was human but nothing else, as the very air was thick with chakra, both normal and tainted. The info of the tainted chakra had Naruto preparing for the worst as he moved closer to the clearing. Back with the scrapping genin teams in the clearing. Orochimaru-sama didn't inform us that he gave Sasuke the curse seal. This definitely calls for a tactical retreat. Look, you win, we can't beat you. Let me gather my teammates and we won't try attacking you again. Dosu thought to himself before speaking up, trying to convince Sasuke to let his team get away without further injuries. Drop your scroll, get your comrades, and leave my sight. Sasuke huffed with a jerk of his thumb to the catatonic Zaku, was on his knees in utter pain about his broken arms and the unconscious Kin who was slumped at her knees. Dosu quietly dropped his team's heaven scroll and grabbed Kin and Zaku before taking off into the forest out of sight of the three Konoha teams. You all right, Sakura? Asked a platinum blonde blue-eyed kunoichi by the name of Yamanaka Ino, who used to be friends with Sakura until their love of Uchiha Sasuke drove a rift in their friendship. Yeah. Thanks for the help, Ino. Sakura replied with a tired smile as she looked up at the Yamanaka heiress. I'll even do your hair for you right quick. But don't think that this is to make you look better than me for Sasuke-kun. Ino said as she moved behind Sakura with a kunai to use as a makeshift pair of scissors and began to even out her hastily cut pink locks. Sigh, Mendux. That fight was a waste. Shikamaru groaned as he sat next to Chuji, who opened a bag of chips and began to inhale them. Don't be like that, Shikamaru. We won. Chuji offered positively between bites. Yeah, you're right, Chuji. Besides, it's too troublesome to think about. Shikamaru replied as he leaned back to look at the clouds. Niji still stood up to the side as he watched Tenten wake their teammate Lee up while keeping a discreet watch on Uchiha Sasuke as well. Sasuke sat under a nearby tree by himself, just reflecting on this latest development. That power was intoxicating. I felt that nothing could beat me so long as I had that power. But Sasuke thought as he remembered what happened not too long ago. However, he was brought out of his musing by the general conversation between his fellow genin. So what do we do now? There are still plenty of teams out there who could easily beat us separately. Ino pointed out as she looked at everyone else in the clearing. Yash, that's an excellent idea. We can all make it through with the combined might of our youth. Lee all but shouted as he gave his nice guy pose before Tenten clocked him with a fist to the back of the head and pulled him down to sit and be quiet. Technically, our teams are still enemies for the remainder of this part of the exam, so teaming up wouldn't be wise. Niji warned as he stood up to the side but still listening. Ah, come on, Niji, it makes sense considering that all the teams are heading for the tower anyway. Besides, I'm sure all our teams have 2 scrolls by now, right? Tenten replied, trying to sway her pupil-less teammate as she looked to teams 7 and 10. Troublesome, but yeah, we have both our scrolls. Shikamaru breathed out as he tried to focus on the clouds in the sky. What about you guys? Tenten asked, looking towards Sakura and Sasuke. Well, you see, Naruto-Sakura began after finding her voice only to be cut off by Ino, who decided to ask the question that no one else seemed to catch. Hey, yeah, come to think of it, where is Naruto? I didn't see him at all. Ino pointed out as she looked around briefly before rounding on her ex-friend with a questioning gaze along with everyone else minus Sasuke. Before Sakura could even give an answer, rustling of bushes on the opposite end of the clearing put all the Konoha genin on edge at the noise. Everyone scrambled to prepare a defense, as they held kunai ready to fight whatever was about to emerge from the forest. The moment you see whatever comes out, hit it with everything you all got, Sasuke directed as he jumped in front of everyone to face whoever was showing up first. They didn't have long to wait as Naruto's familiar orange form emerged from the treeline with an even walk and a scowl on his face. This caused all the genin to breathe a sigh of relief as they lowered their guards. In Sakura's case, that relief turned to anger as she stormed towards her blonde-haired teammate. Naruto, you baka, where have you been? Sasuke-kun and I had to battle another team without you and nearly lost because you weren't here to help. Sakura screeched as she stopped a few feet in front of Naruto, who, after getting close to her, continued right past her without a passing glance. Of course, this didn't sit with the girl, who still considered her teammate as her punching bag. Did you hear? Don't ignore me, you baka. Sakura yelled as she went to punch Naruto in the back of the head, only to find a vice-like grip around her neck, cutting off circulation. Everyone else in the clearing had to blink to make sure they weren't seeing things. 1 minute Sakura was about to clobber her teammate on the head. The next thing they knew, he was holding her completely off the ground as she struggled to get free. It was the most uncanny thing they all witnessed today, aside from Sasuke using a foreign chakra to decimate the Oto team. Let's get a couple of things straight right now. My name is Naruto, baka, or Dobe for that matter. Also, I won't tolerate you trying to take shots at me anymore. If you do try, I can promise Haruno you will lose a hand. Am I clear? Naruto said in a completely emotionless tone that had all the other genin shivering at the truth of his words. Even Sasuke mentally shivered at his teammate's tone of voice. Also, they were in shock at the fact he didn't have a huge smile on his face while shouting Sakura-chan. As for Sakura, she could only nod as much as the hand around her neck would allow as she stared at her blonde teammate with a newly found sense of fear. Naruto simply set Sakura on her feet only for her legs to give out, causing her fall to the ground in shock. Now then, let's head for the tower. We've wasted enough time as it is, Naruto said as he began walking past his fellow genin in the direction of the tower at the same pace he entered the clearing. Hang on, Dobe. Why should we listen to you? In case you forgot already, we don't have 2 scrolls. We barely managed to get one just earlier, and that was without your help. Sasuke challenged with his usual demeanor as he pulled of the 10 heaven scroll for his blonde teammate to see. I wouldn't be wasting my breath by needlessly saying let's head to the tower if I didn't have the necessary number of scrolls to pass. Now let's go, Naruto replied as he pulled out the 2 needed scrolls, which shocked everyone at the fact that he actually had 2 scrolls in his possession. Wait a moment, how did you of all people get the scrolls from 2 other teams without getting into a fight and getting injured in some way? I demand that you answer me, Dobe, Sasuke shouted at Naruto's back as he kept walking. Hey Naruto, you baka. You answer Sasuke-kun right now. He asked you a question. Sakura screamed from her spot on the ground, having quickly forgotten what just transpired 20 seconds ago as her fangirl attitude surged to the front in an effort to impress her crush, only to have Naruto stop a moment later and glance icily over his shoulder. I have already warned you once, Haruno. Strange how quickly you forget. As for you, Uchiha, you have no right to demand anything from me, and besides, what does it matter how I got the scrolls? I stand before you and those 2 teams do not. It's as simple as that. Get yourselves in gear. If you have enough energy to question and argue with your mouths, you can use it to move your legs towards the tower. And believe me when I say that I will leave you in this forest with no hope of passing these exams this year. It's your choice either way, the blonde replied as he resumed walking regardless of his 2 teammates still standing in the clearing looking at his retreating form. Whoa, that was harsh, Chuji said while still eating away at the chips. Something tells me that he's going to be incredibly troublesome from now on, Sesshōmaru muttered as he watched where Squad 7 took off. Wordlessly, while trying to look like Naruto didn't just totally own them in one shot, Sasuke began following behind his teammate, who by now had exited the clearing completely. Sasuke-kun, Matt? Wait! Sakura cried out as she scrambled to her feet and followed after Sasuke like a lost puppy. So troublesome. Ino. What are you doing? Sesshōmaru breathed as he looked at where Squad 7 took off at until he felt a tugging on his jacket and looked up to see his own blonde-haired teammate as she dragged him and Chuji along. If you think I'm letting Sakura get anywhere with Sasuke-kun, you gotta be dreaming. Also, we have both scrolls, so let's get to the tower already. Ino growled as she dragged the rest of her team into the forest behind Team 7. Team 9 just quietly brought up the rear as they also began the trip to the tower in the center of the forest. Over the next few hours, Naruto was surprisingly still leading the group as they made their way towards the tower. While everyone else moved through the trees, he was walking at the same pace that somehow kept him ahead of everyone else regardless of how fast they were going. They faced off against a team from AIM but quickly overwhelmed them and continued towards the tower in peace. Soon the 3 teams found themselves outside the tower and decided to get this part of the exam over with, as they were all tired and ready to rest. When the group got inside the doors, they came face to face with a large board that held a riddle on it. While everyone else struggled to figure it out, Naruto had already solved the puzzle at first glance and tossed the 2 scrolls to the floor as thin smoke started to waft from them. Seeing this, teams 9 and 10 followed suit until all 3 scrolls exploded to reveal 3 people. First, there was a man wearing a green spandex suit with a jounin vest over it. He had a bowl haircut similar to Rock Lee and looked eerily like his adult carbon copy. This man was known as Mato Guy, a jounin taijutsu master in Konoha. The second man also wore a jounin uniform and vest. He had a beard that covered the entire length of his chin as he smoked a cigarette that hung loosely between his lips. This man was Sarutobi Asuma, son to the current Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The final person wore the uniform of a Chunin rather than a jounin. His hair was done in a high ponytail, and he had a scar that ran along the bridge of his tan nose. This was Umino Irika, who was normally an academy instructor. "Well, this is a surprise. You all made it together," Asuma said after exhaling a puff of smoke into the air. "What are you all doing here, Asuma-sensei?" Ino asked with confusion on her face. "Allow me, Mato Guy, to explain it to you, youthful genin. You see, when you obtained 2 scrolls and made it to the tower where you could finally open them, your jounin-sensei would appear to meet you and get you prepared for the next step." Guy explained with a smile without surprisingly yelling. That is until Rock Lee spoke up with high praise, which launched the taijutsu duo into a loud rant that was soon broken up by Tenten before the sunset genjutsu set in. "But that doesn't explain why you're here, Irika-sensei," Sakura pointed out the Chunin. "Well, this portion of the exam started. I volunteered to be the one to appear for Team 7 when you guys arrived. I wanted to see how well you all did," Irika replied as he looked over his students, looking no worse for wear after spending time in the forest of death. Soon there was discussion of what the board behind the adults meant and how it related to the exams, before they were allowed to rest up and recover before the end of the second exam the following day. The 3 Konoha teams went their separate ways as they each went to an assigned room for the rest of today. As they reached the tower on the 4th day and had a chance to get cleaned up and rested before tomorrow, Sakura and Sasuke walked in silence behind their blonde-haired teammate, who somehow changed over the last 24 hours but wrote it off as him trying to be better than he was. When they reached the room, Naruto walked right past it as if it didn't exist. "Hey Dobe, where are you going? Our room is right here," Sasuke called out as Naruto kept walking as if he didn't hear the Uchiha air at all. "Don't waste your time with that, Sasuke-kun. Let's just get inside so I can get a shower and wash my hair." Sakura swooned with syrupy enthusiasm as she opened the door for her crush, and they went inside to do whatever they wanted. Naruto wandered around until he found a bathroom and walked in. Knowing that he was alone, he lifted his shirt and jacket to reveal his stomach. By channeling some chakra through his body caused the seal to show itself. Naruto had to silently both praise and curse the yondaime. He praised the man's skill for seals as the one on his body was truly a work of marvel, and yet in the same breath, he cursed the man for saddling him with a life of blatant hardship and isolation as the jailer for the Kyuubi. Naruto stared at the simple design, which he knew was completely complex, as there was seal writing both above and below the large spiral in the middle. Looking closer, he could see the handiwork of the Kusanin, who slammed a seal on top of his own. "When I meet that woman, again she will perish at my hands. Perhaps the Hokage can provide a solution. I'll make a visit when this exam is over." Naruto mused as he fixed his clothes and decided that he would rather sleep elsewhere than share a room with his teammates, so he went in search of a place to call his own until tomorrow. The following day found all the genin teams that managed to get 2 scrolls lined up in a large arena floor in front of a pair of large stone hands in the hand sign for Ohitsuji, Ram. Anko stood at the front of these teams, looking them over with a critical eye. "What do you know, we've got too many teams to move right along to the finals. Perfect. Let's see, we've got 5 teams from Konoha, 2 from Kiri, 1 from Suna, 1 from Kumo, 1 from IWA. Oh man, is there going to be huge publicity from this year's exams." Anko thought with a smile that just crept up on her face, which put off more than a few genin that were intimidated. "All right, you maggots. To those of you that made it this far, congrats. However, from here on in is where things get really interesting. There are too many of you to skip straight to the finals, so we're going to have ourselves a little preliminary matchup to cull the weak and keep those that will put on a great show. Before we start, the Hokage is going to give a few words first. The floor is all yours, Hokage-sama." Anko said with suspense and energy as she stepped aside for her leader to step up. The Hokage stepped forward and many looked upon him and saw an old man, but if their senses were sharp enough they would feel the raw power and intensity of Hiruzen's power and title as Kami no Shinobi, God of Ninja, as he gazed at all the Chunin hopefuls with an appraising eye. With a brief pull of his pipe, Sarutobi went on to explain the true purpose of the exams as an alternative to all-out war between the many shinobi villages which would cause more unneeded bloodshed. Now to explain how these preliminaries are going to proceed. Sarutobi started only to be cut off by another voice. Forgive me, Hokage-sama, but perhaps I should explain this, seeing as I am the praetor for this portion of the exams. A sick-like voice called out as a body landed near the venerable Hokage. All the genin turned to see a man dressed in the Jounin attire walk over. He wore his hiyate as a bandana and had large bags under his eyes indicating lack of sleep. He coughed a few times into his hand indicating that he was very much sick, but that didn't stop Gekko Heiate from performing his duties as a shinobi as he took the spot where the Hokage was just standing. All right, I'm Gekko Heiate and I'll be the proctor of third portion of the exams. You will all take turns battle in one-on-one matches until some is defeated, is unable to continue, or I stop the match if I think it's being prolonged. Any questions? K8 explained, all the while coughing. Just go with it, he's sick, damn it. Will we be allowed to kill our opponents? Gaara asked with his dead-like tone, which caused many of those near him to silently pray that they didn't have to be the one to lose their lives at his hands. Death of a combatant will only rarely occur if the circumstance can't be avoided. Outside of that, there will not be any outright killing of the other genin. Heiate replied, watching subtly as relief sagged on many of the genin's shoulders. You mean that we have to fight right now? Come on, many of us just got here and we are worn out. A genin from Kiri yelled, believing that the decision was unfair. Another attribute of the exam is to test a shinobi's ability to adapt and work under pressure and through fatigue. If you can do neither, then you don't deserve to become a Chunin. Heiate replied while leaving a small look at the genin. Are there any more questions? Then let's get this preliminary tournament underway, Heiate asked before oxifully declaring the start of the third exam. Chapter 2: Preliminary Faces Off. In the center of the Forest of Death. So now that the rules have been explained, let's get underway. First, is there anyone who doesn't think they can continue on with the exams? At this point, dropping out won't hurt any of your teammates' chances to pass. Heiate pointed out while looking over all the genin. I quit, Proctor. I can't continue on. A voice rang out which caused people to look and see Yakushi Kabuto with his hand raised as he stepped out of the lines and began heading for the doors without sparing a glance. Is there anyone else that wishes to quit? Now is the moment to say so. All right, now, because there are so many of you, someone is going to have to fight twice. We will decide with this, bring it out, Heiate said as he looked over the genin once more before motioning for something to be brought out. Whirring sound caught everyone's attention as they looked up where the stone hands were to see a large stadium screen reveal itself on both sides as they slid into position while lighting up at the same time. The genin that is battling twice is Uzumaki Naruto. Do you have a problem with that arrangement? Heiate revealed as the board stopped on a name, causing many to look at him for his reply. I will have to also rectify that notion as well when I speak with Hokage-sama. No, I'm fine with it, Sesshōmaru replied while looking disinterested with the entire affair. Let's find out who the first two combatants are. Heiate and everyone else looked to the screens, some with eager, some in dread, and some with aloofness. Time seemed to slow down the longer the randomizer took to select two names, but soon it rang out that it had made its decision. Everyone looked to see Uchiha Sasuke versus Akato Yoroi was displayed on the screen. They looked down to see a smile slide onto Sasuke's face at fighting first. The first match is Uchiha Sasuke versus Akato Yoroi. Everyone else, please vacate the arena floor by using the stairs to the balcony so we can begin, Heiate said as his voice rang out as best it could before walking down a ways to wait as referee. People started clearing out to make way for the two fighters. As Sasuke went to step forward, he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to glance a man that wore the normal attire for a jounin. However, he had a few oddities about him, such as the navy blue face mask he wore in conjunction with his hiyate that was slanted over his left eye. Another thing was his gravity-defying silver hair that was unique amongst the ranks of Koona. In his free hand was a small orange book entitled Ika Ika Makeout Tactics. This man was the world-renowned Hatake Kakashi, an S-rank shinobi of Konoha and the Jounin sensei to Team 7. Sasuke, I heard about what happened in the forest. Try not to rely on your Sharingan during this fight, Kakashi said with a bored tone as he looked at his student with a lazy eye. What? Then how am I supposed to fight if I can't use my Sharingan? Sasuke replied as he looked at his teacher with a scowl on his face. Sasuke, don't pout. Just think of it as a small handicap to prepare you for the future. Good luck, Kakashi replied with an eye smile as only he could before walking off with his nose buried in his book. Sasuke just walked forward with a scowl on his face as he tried to size up his opponent, whom he recognized as one of Kabuto's stoic teammates. Yuri wore simple clothing for a genin along with dark shades and a hanging bandana around his mouth. Sasuke versus Yoroi. Okay, the first match of the Chunin exams. Uchiha Sasuke versus Akato Yoroi. Ready? Hajime, fight! Hayate called once everyone was clear of the floor and he saw both combatants were ready. He signaled the fight, then jumped back a bit to give them space. Sasuke and Yoroi just stared each other down while people in the balconies just watched on how this match would go. They each pulled out a kunai and rushed forward head-on. They met in a clang of steel as they fought a stalemate with their strength. Yoroi lashed out with a punch which Sasuke ducked under, then returned a punch of his own that Yoroi dodged by jumping back while tossing his kunai at Sasuke, who knocked it away with a timed swing. Too slow, Uchiha, Yoroi said as he closed the gap quickly and was throwing a punch at Sasuke with a visible blue flame around it. Sasuke managed to sidestep the punch barely and watched as his shirt ripped slightly from the missed attack. Then he tried hitting Yoroi with a snap kick which he caught, and Sasuke felt a pulling sensation through his body. He quickly hit Yoroi in the stomach with his other foot, causing him to stumble back as Sasuke rolled away to assess the situation. What in the world was that? It felt as if my chakra was being sucked out, Sasuke questioned to himself, but he didn't have long to think about it as he was instantly on the defensive from Yoroi's overwhelming attack that he dodged with hairline precision. Up in the stands, everyone was watching as Sasuke continued to dance around his opponent's strikes in an effort to not get hit. Come on, Sasuke, fight back! Sakura cheered as she watched him dance around Yoroi's attacks. Kakashi, to the untrained, I may have looked like he was reading his book, but he was watching the match along with everyone else. What will you do now that you're on defense, Sasuke? Kakashi thought as he looked on. His musings were broken by a feminine voice. Kakashi, looks like your genin is having a tough time down there. And do you have to read that smut now? The voice said with a hint of anger and disgust about at the end when speaking about the book as the person got close enough. Kakashi glanced over at his fellow jounin. She was a kunoichi of extreme beauty with perfectly unblemished skin that was accentuated by her raven black locks that hung to the small of her back and the unique white and red dress that seemed to be made of bandages. Another unique feature about her were her wine-colored crimson orbs that could be mistaken for the Uchiha Kekkai Genkai at first glance. This was Yuhi Kurenai, a renowned genjutsu specialist and the Jounin sensei for Team 8. I wouldn't count Sasuke out just yet, Kurenai. As for my choice of book, if I don't read it, how will I find out what happens at the end? Kakashi replied in the same bored tone as he turned a page in his book. Kurenai could offer nothing but a small glare at the silver-haired Nin as she turned her attention back to the match. Back on the arena floor, Sasuke was still on the run as he couldn't get an opening to attack from as he ducked another haymaker punch and tried a back fist to Yoroi's gut, which was dodged by a sidestep before Yoroi continued his assault. What's the matter, Uchiha? Scared to fight? Well, hold still and I promise the match will be over in a flash. The mask-wearing genin taunted as he attacked in a frenzy, while still trying to land a hit on the bouncing Uchiha. Sasuke kept up the dodging as he looked for an opening. Come on, Sasuke. You've been on defense for too long. It's time to hit back, he said as he managed to hit Yoroi in the head with a right hook. Then he flashed through seals and put his hand to his mouth. Katan? Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Sasuke went to launch his jutsu when his body suddenly seized with pain like he never felt before. He fell to a knee in pain, which gave Yoroi the opening he was looking for as he ran over and hit Sasuke in the jaw with a shattering right knee. Sasuke's whole world blossomed into pain as he sailed briefly through the air and landed roughly as he skid for a few more feet before coming to a stop. Yoroi didn't waste his advantage as he rushed over and kicked Sasuke back to the ground as he was just getting up. Sasuke then felt a sensation that overrode the pain, his chakra leaving him. He looked up to see Yoroi's hand clenched on his head. He raised his arms to try throwing him off, only to find himself growing weaker by the minute. "You like? This is my Chakra Kyushu no Jutsu, Chakra Absorption Technique. And guess what, I'm not gonna let you go until I've drained every last drop of your chakra from your body." Yoroi laughed as he watched Sasuke struggle and scream to get free. Back to the sidelines, people were drawing their own conclusion to the match. "Hell, looks like Sasuke's done for now," Inuzuka Kiba said with a chuckle as he watched Sasuke's predicament. "Take that back, dog breath. There's no way that Sasuke-kun could lose to a guy like that," Ino cried as she watched her crush get his chakra sucked out. At Ino's jab about his breath, Kiba tried to launch himself at her, only to be held back by his stoic teammate Aburame Shino. The Jounins just looked on with an observing eye as the match went on. "Still think your kid has a shot, Kakashi? From here it looks as if he's reached his limit," Kurenai asked without taking her eyes from the arena. "I'm not ready to give my opinion just yet. Is this really all that you have, Sasuke? Maybe it was a mistake to enter you guys in this year's exams," Kakashi replied as he looked at his student down below. Down in the arena, Sasuke struggled as much as he could with his strength waning, as Yoroi continued to absorb his chakra. "I can't let it end like this. Not after I survived that fight with that woman." Sasuke used to motivate himself as he urged his body to move as he gripped Yoroi's hand on his head and threw him off with a burst of strength, then rolled over to his knees while looking at his opponent. "Humph, so you managed to get free. Well, I'll correct my mistake and take the rest of your chakra," Yoroi said as he sprinted forward with chakra covering his hands again. Sasuke managed to get to his feet at the last minute and resumed his dodge, although he knew that in the back of his mind he couldn't last much longer and needed to end the fight now. Not wanting to end up in pain again, Sasuke forsook using his Sharingan as he seemed to vanish from Yoroi's line of sight in a flash. Where did he dash was all Yoroi could form with his mind before pain blossomed in his jaw. Glancing down at the last moment, he saw Sasuke's foot outstretched to the sky here. He kicked Yoroi and the rest of him in a half-crouch against the area floor, only to jump and appear underneath the airborne Yoroi. Guy and Lee were beside themselves at Sasuke using partial moves of the Goken style. "Simply amazing, Uchiha Sasuke. You continue to prove yourself of the title genius and being worthy to be my eternal rival," Lee screamed as he watched Sasuke fight. "That's the way, my student." Not only was Sasuke able to perform the Konoha Senpu, Konoha Hurricane, but now he's set up for an attack by using the Kage Bio, Shadow of the Dancing Leaf, Guy said as he joined his student in a joyous cry and hug as a sunset appeared in the background behind them, causing many to wonder if they were trapped in a genjutsu. Ji-sensei. Lee. Ji-sensei. Lee. Of course, this would have went on forever and scarred many a person not used to their antics. Had Tenten not put an end to the shouting by using a mallet that she pulled from seemingly nowhere and bashed them both once on the head. "That's enough of you two. Can't you both act normal for once?" Tenten asked the spandex-wearing duo as they cowered under her fury, as long as she wielded the powerful hammer. "Jigomen Tenten-chan, we are truly sorry." "That's right, we will behave in the future," Guy and Lee offered to their weapon-wielding teammate as they hugged each other for dear life until she stepped away and left them to their own devices. "Guy-sensei, that was amazing. How did she instill such fear as well as pull that mallet from nowhere?" Lee asked 2 seconds later, having seemingly forgotten his moment of terror. "Lee, my most youthful student, it's a most important lesson of life that I will pass on to you, so you may be better prepared for the future. Now, Guy replied as he too stood not a second later with his nice guy pose going full blast as Rock Lee looked on with an expression of awe as he wrote down what his sensei was saying with rapt attention. Back in the battle with Sasuke, he appeared under Yoroi with a scowl on his face. I'll admit that the kick was taken, but from here on in, it's all original, Sasuke said as he put 2 fingers to Yoroi's back only for his body to spasm in pain again as the seal on his shoulder tried to active, causing the flame-like markings to spread across his body slowly, which provoked different actions out of certain individuals. Kukuku, that's it, Sasuke. Show me you have what it takes to handle the overwhelming power I've given you. A certain Snake Sanin disguised as the Jounin sensei for the Odo team thought with a smile as he watched his seal in progress spread across the young boy. Sarutobi silently watched as the curse mark activated on Sasuke. He didn't signal his Umbu to move in just yet, because he wanted to see how this situation would develop first. Anko, on the other hand, was gripping the railing so tight. Her knuckles popped from the pressure she was putting on them as her eyes confirmed what Orochimaru told her in the Forest of Death. She wanted to stop the match and get Sasuke to a secure location to try and remove the damn thing, but knew that the Hibi team was somewhere close by watching for any signs of his plans going awry. Why does this hurt? It didn't do anything like this when I woke up, Sasuke mused as his body continued to be racked with pain, until he heard a dark whisper in the recess of his mind. You will belong to me. Now use the power that I give freely. The voice whispered with an oily undertone as the curse markings flared and pulsed red as its influence began to spread across Sasuke's psyche. No, I will not let this thing control me. I have a goal to fulfill and I will achieve it no matter what, Sasuke mentally shouted with determination as he exerted control over the curse mark and suppressed its influence, which caused the curse mark to recede. Amazing. He's actually fighting of the curse mark through sheer will alone, Anko thought as she watched this spectacle with unbelieving eyes. Sorry about that. Let's finish up this match of ours, Sasuke said after regaining control of his body and putting his hands back in place on his opponent's back. Yoroi tried to punch Sasuke, who avoided the blow by rolling the opposite way and hitting the boy in the chest with a back fist. Then Sasuke rolled again and struck with a kick followed by a kick to the other side. As the ground got completely close, Sasuke rolled until he brought himself around and hit Yoroi dead in the chest with an axe kick while calling out the name of his new taijutsu move as his opponent's back slammed into the ground and knocking him unconscious. Shurshur Rendan, Lion's Combo. Sasuke rolled backwards off his opponent as Yoroi was sent packing. He overshot and would have kept rolling were it not for the timely arrival of Kakashi to halt him further. Shousha winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Heiei called while checking for Yoroi's pulse and signaling for medics as he pointed to Sasuke, who was breathing shallow from the fight. Well, now you managed to pull of the win. Now let's take care of that curse mark, Kakashi said with an eye smile before he put a hand on Sasuke's shoulder and used a Shunshin no Jutsu to whisk him away to a secure location. With the spectators on the balcony, people were talking about the match. That Kakashi. Well, it seems that Sasuke has set the standard by going first. You think you kids have a chance of stacking up Kurenai? Asuma observed as he stood looking at how many cigarettes he had left. I think so. They've been training for this non-stop. I believe they will do well. What do you think, Guy? Kurenai replied while narrowing her eyes at what she knew that Asuma wanted at the moment to soothe the nicotine urge in his bloodstream. Looks like Konoha's genin might have talent after all, Sabaku no Kankuro commented with a brief chuckle while watching as Yoroi is carted off by the team of medic. I'll believe it when I see it, Kankuro. To me, it seemed like they were just trying to show off their prized Sharingan user more than the real skill of their shinobi. Came from Suna's Jounin sensei Baki as he scoped out the rest of the competition. Let's see who the next 2 contestants are for the second match, Heiei said as he got everyone's attention glued to the randomizer after Yoroi was moved from the arena floor. Once again, certain people were hoping to be next so they could show off their power, while others wished that they were pushed back on the call list. Finally, the screen slowed down before coming to a stop. The next pair of combatants are in the basement of the forest tower. Sasuke found himself situated in the middle of a circle made entirely of seals with candles all around. He briefly glanced at the room, while Kakashi was preparing for whatever he had planned. The room was large and spacious with pillars as far as the eye could see, as well in the dark anyway. Sasuke soon felt a sensation on his skin and looked up to see Kakashi with a calligraphy brush drawing something on his neck where the seal was. "What exactly are you doing?" Sasuke asked while trying to get as good a look as he could. "Hold still and I'll tell you when I'm done." "They're all finished. Now then, to answer your question, this seal on your neck will help keep the curse mark in check. However, you should know that the seal I just put on you will be powered directly by your will to resist the curse mark's influence. So you need to take caution that you don't give in to that seal on your neck," Kakashi said as he pulled the brush from Sasuke's neck and began to put his tools away. "So this will help stop it?" Sasuke asked while looking over his shoulder at his sensei. "More or less with your direction, of course. Now then, turn back around so we can finish this and be done," Kakashi replied as he began to blur through hand signs with practiced ease. Once he was done, he put his hand over the curse mark on Sasuke's collar and completed his seal. Fuja Howen, Evil Sealing Method. As soon as the words left Kakashi's lips, the flames of the candles in the room all flickered towards the middle of the circle where power was beginning to build. Sasuke started to scream in pain as the seals on the floor began to race up his body and form around the curse mark in the correct pattern to form the seal that Kakashi intended to use. The moment the seal was done etching itself to Sasuke's neck, he passed out from the exhaustion. My, your skills have certainly improved, Kakashi-kun," came a voice from within the room which had Kakashi spinning around with his Sharingan exposed and a kunai in hand. "Who's there? Come out right now," Kakashi ordered as he prepared for a fight if need be to protect his student. Orochimaru stepped into the dim light that the wall torches provided for the room, which put Kakashi completely on high alert to the Sanin's presence here. "Orochimaru, I should have known. What are you doing here? And I have to warn you, the wrong answer could cost you," Kakashi warned as he gripped his right arm with his left and charged a huge amount of lightning chakra into his hand to create his Raikiri, lightning blade. "I'm merely checking on my future investment, but believe me when I say that if I wanted to take Sasuke from here, you wouldn't be able to stop me," Orochimaru replied as he looked at Kakashi with an amused expression on his face. "Just go ahead and try it," Kakashi fired back as he pumped even more chakra into his jutsu, which caused cracks in the ground where the lightning gathered and sparked. "You certainly make me laugh. Relax, though I'm merely a shadow clone. Although if you still want to try your hand at beating me, you're more than welcome to try. Just kidding, you be sure to keep my investment there safe and sound or I'll be back to destroy you outright," Orochimaru challenged with a smile as he pulled out a kunai, only to turn around and leave the area via fading from existence, while his voice projected the last thing he wanted to say. Kakashi waited until he was sure that Orochimaru was gone before he slowly released his hold on the lightning chakra building in his hand. After recovering his single Sharingan, Kakashi turned around to pick up Sasuke. "What in Kami's name was I when I thought I could go toe-to-toe with a Sannin and win?" Kakashi asked as he slung Sasuke's unconscious form over his shoulder and started for the hospital. Sometime later in the arena for the prelims, Naruto was being increasingly annoyed with the amount of time it was taking for all these matches to start and finish. The fights he witnessed so far were one-sided and unimpressive. And it was taking a long time for him to battle despite being the one person to fight more than once today. Second match. During Shino's match, his opponent Zaku was outmatched by the young Aburame and didn't realize that the holes in the palms of his hand were being blocked with Kikeichu from Shino's Muchi Bunshin, bug clone. So when he went to use his Zankakyakua, ultimate air slicing blast, to try destroying Shino, who had the fight in the bag, he blew his arms completely off at the elbows instead. Third match. Sabaku no Kankuro and Tsurugi faced off against each other. Yet it was no surprise that Kankuro came out on top using Suna legendary Kagutsu no Jutsu, Art of Puppetry. Especially when Tsurugi's only real jutsu was one called Nan no Kaizo, soft physique modification, that allowed the user's limbs to become willow-like, which didn't help any when his neck was snapped by Kankuro's puppet named Karasu, Crow. After using Korami no Jutsu, replacement technique, to switch places with it to catch Tsurugi. Fourth fight. Kakashi had reappeared by this time to witness Sakura face off against her rival Ino. Words and weak attacks were exchanged between the girls as they battled with Academy-style Bunshin, clone, until Ino managed to catch Sakura with her clan's Jutsu Shintenshin no Jutsu, mind transfer technique. Ino was going to force Sakura to say that she forfeited until Naruto called out to his pink-haired teammate and told her to prove that she wasn't here just for show. Suffice to say that his words sparked interest in certain people, including his sensei, who just filed it away until he could talk about it in private. After that statement, Sakura somehow kicked Ino's spirit out of her body, and they resumed their fight, which ended in a double knockout from the equal haymakers the girls gave each other. When it was all said and done and both girls came to a bit later, they made up and their friendship was mended somewhat. Fifth match. Naruto could honestly say he was looking forward to the fight between Sabaku no Temari and Higurashi Tenten, a match between two long-ranged specialists. Unfortunately, this match proved to be a mismatch as everyone found out that Temari's being a wind user trumped Tenten's ability to hit her target with pinpoint accuracy. So when Tenten attempted to turn Temari into a pincushion with her Sesshomaru, twin rising dragons, ace in the hole, and it failed, the wind user retaliated with an attack of her own after opening her battle fan all the way to reveal 3 purple moons on it. Tenten was unprepared as she was hit directly with Temari's Kemaitashi no Jutsu, great cutting whirlwind technique, and she found herself receiving cuts all over her body as she was trapped in a whirlwind pillar. After that, she ended up landing on the end of Temari's fan before being tossed off. Needless to say, this caused a heated argument between Temari, who was pleased with her win, and Rock Lee with how she treated his teammate. Sixth match and seventh match. As these 2 matches took place, Naruto couldn't help but analyze the foreign teams, as Kiri faced off with IWA in the 6th match and then Kumo faced off against Koona. As Kiri and IWA battled it out, that became the first interesting match of the day, as both genin exploded out the gate from the start and entered a very decent taijutsu exchange that broke apart into a ninjutsu battle. Basically, it came down to who wanted the win more, as both fighters were evenly matched in just about every area. So everyone was impressed when the genin named Ryuga of IWA came out on top despite have the elemental disadvantage during the fight. Match 7 was all right. Omoi from Kumo faced off against Inuzuka Kiba. Naruto couldn't doubt that both were good fighters in their chosen area of combat. Omoi demonstrated his skill in Kenjutsu and lightning attacks while Kiba showed of his clan's techniques. Omoi tried to catch Kiba early with a Kumo favorite known as Raitun. Raikyu, lightning release. Lightning ball? But Kiba proved his decent speed as he outran the jutsu and hit Omoi dead on, only to find out that Omoi switched with a Raitun Bunshin, lightning clone, and was jolted badly with electricity. He would have lost to Omoi were it not for the assist from his Ninken ninja dog, Akamaru, who distracted Omoi long enough for Kiba to shake off the lightning. Then Kiba used Kombi Henge on Akamaru to make a clone of himself. Next, they both used the Inuzuka clan technique called Shikyaku no Jutsu for legs technique, which allowed them increased speed and endurance as well as an increased level of feralness while fighting. Omoi was able to hold them both off with well-timed blocks and evasions, but ultimately lost due to Kiba and Akamaru using another clan jutsu called Getsuga, double drill fong, which was proved too fast and overwhelmed him, giving Kiba the win. 8th match. This match really had everyone tense and on edge as Hyuga's Hinata and Niji faced off against each other. And before the fight even begun, Niji tried to psychologically tear Hinata down due to some old hatred that grew within the famous clan. She took his words to heart and almost quit before looking up at Naruto. As Violet met Blue, an entire conversation passed between them. When Hinata refocused her gaze on her opponent, many people were surprised to see a burning fire of determination in her eyes. The moment the fight began, both Hyugas activated their Byakugans and fell into the clan's Juken Ryu, gentle fist style, and attacked with a graceful fury that left many breathless. Back and forth, the 2 Byakugan users battled in an effort to overwhelm the other with lethal strikes to the body. After a very heated fight in which Hinata pushed her cousin back, he revealed that the tenketsu in her arm were closed since the beginning of the match. More words were exchanged between the 2 Hyuga, resulting in Niji trying once more to dissuade her from continuing against destiny. When she refused to back down, the match resumed with the same intensity as before, only now Hinata's strikes lost most of their effectiveness, but Still, she battled to prove her cousin's words false. What happened next not only annoyed Naruto but downright pissed him off, although he hid it well. Flashback, Fuin. Humph, Proctor, she's finished, you can call the match now. Neji sneered at his cousin's prone form as he turned his back and began to walk away. Shōsha Hyuga Nadesh, Hayate began until he saw what was thought to be sure. Hinata was putting all her effort into getting to her feet again despite the pain she was in. Neji turned back when he realized that his win wasn't being announced, only to see his cousin standing wearily on her feet with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. However, the fire in her eyes wasn't diminished in the slightest. If anything, it was burning even brighter. Why do you continue to fight against your destiny, Hinata-sama? You are powerless, scared and confused, so why not just give up? You don't belong here and you'll just end up dead if you remain. My eyes can see that, Neji said as he looked at his cousin with disdain. You're wrong, Neji and I-san. I can see the truth. You're more broken and confused than I about the dissection of the main and branch house. Hinata replied through shallow breaths as she grasped her side in pain but still unwilling to give up the match. This of course sent Neji into a rage as he charged full tilt at the Hyuga heiress, intending to end her life. Hayate and many of the Konoha Jounins were about to move, however Sesshōmaru proved faster than any of them. Just an inch away from striking Hinata, Sesshōmaru put his body square between her and the enraged Neji, who found himself hoisted off the ground and gasping for air as he looked directly into unmerciful, yet dead eyes. When the Jounin came over to run damage control, try as they might, they couldn't make Sesshōmaru drop Neji. That's enough, Naruto. Don't do anything you'll regret, Kakashi said as he tried to intimidate his student into letting the Hyuga boy go, although he was ignored. Your sensei is right, Uzumaki. If you continue like you'll be disqualified before you even had a chance to fight. Hayate also tried as they continued to try with no luck to get Neji free from Sesshōmaru, who let up the pressure just enough that the Hyuga could breath properly but couldn't get free. After what seemed like a lifetime, Naruto spoke up, and what he said made everyone feel as though pure ice was dropped in their stomachs. If you take another step towards her, I can assure you that I will pluck those eyes of yours from your head. That way you can watch as the ravens feast on your flesh, after I'm through doing to you what you just did to Hinata, Naruto said with such a deadpan expression that Mei flinched at the vision at what the blonde said. Even Orochimaru, who was in a disguise, flinched at the ruthlessness that the Jinchuriki just displayed. Without sparing another glance at the boy, Naruto threw him to Guy's feet, causing him to hit the ground in a heap. Neji sat up and tried to burn a hole in the back of the blonde Nin, who paid no mind as he walked over and picked up a coughing Hinata bridal style and began heading for the infirmary, leaving behind a stunned Arena at his actions just now. Flashback, Kai. 9th match. When the board showed that Sabaku no Gaara and Rock Lee would be facing off, many thought that it would end rather quickly in Gaara's favor. They were all completely surprised by the amount of skill and power Rock Lee possessed, none more so than Kanekuro, who decided to move over to where Sesshomaru was, as he watched as Lee removed his leg weights and actually powered through Gaara's Suna no Tate, Shield of Sand, and gave him an up-close look at the Omote Renge, Secondary Lotus, after opening the Kaimon, Initial Gate, of the Hashimantanku, 8 Celestial Gates. Gaara proved his skill at using the sand in his gourd when he performed Kawarami with a Sunabunshin, Sand Clone, to avoid most of the damage. However, many weren't prepared for the bloodlust that seemed to radiate off of Gaara in waves, as it was revealed that he was also using a technique called Suna no Yoroi, Armor of Sand, when the match really heated up. As the fight went on, Rock Lee proved his mettle and skill as a taijutsu specialist. Ash forged ahead with the battle despite the damage he was receiving himself from Gaara as sand. Sesshomaru had arrived back by this point in the match to see Rock Lee go on the offensive. Gaara directed his sand to attack Rock Lee, who recovered some energy and movement to dodge all the attacks, having decided to end the match while on his last legs, set himself up for a trump card. Rock Lee showed the true extent of his power when he opened the Simon, Life Gate, and chakra began to pour off him in waves as his body in waves while his skin became red. Just before setting up for his attack, Lee's chakra spiked even further as he opened Shumen, Harm Gate, Everyone was in for a major shock, Gaara included, when Lee moved in a burst of speed that tore up the entire arena up, and dust flew everywhere as Gaara was hit with a rising kick with so much power behind it that Gaara's sand armor was cracked everywhere, and his shield couldn't keep up with the speed Lee was moving at to protect its user. Lee then began a juggernaut run that would never be forgotten by anyone watching, as he pinballed Gaara all over the place with powerful hits that left the sand-wielding Nin in pain. With the last of his waning strength, Rock Lee knocked Gaara into the air with a jaw-shattering kick and appeared above him with a punch that attached a bandage to Gaara's sash, which Lee pulled back towards him as he pulled off the Ura-Renge, primary lotus, that sent Gaara crashing to the floor in an impressive wave of power. When the huge cloud of dust settled, many were surprised by the fact that Gaara's gourd could become pure sand, which acted as a cushion to help avoid a fatal blow. Rock Lee, on his very knees, tried to crawl away, only Gaara wasn't satisfied as he used his Sabaku Q, Desert Coffin. However, because Gaara's power was running low as well, he only managed to catch Lee's left leg and arm, which he crushed under the power of Sabaku Soso, Desert Graveyard, causing the taijutsu using Lee to pass out from the overload of pain. Gaara directed his sand to move in and finish the job, only to be completely stopped by Guy, who stepped in to protect his student. Heiei was about to call the match in Gaara's favor when he, along with everyone else, was shocked at what they were witnessing. Lee, even in his broken, unconscious state, was still willing to battle until the end. Medics were called and Lee was rushed off to the hospital as Gaara was declared the overall winner. That is where everyone found themselves as they were looking at the match-picking screen for the next fight, when it should the next two combatants. 10th match. Would Karui of Kumo and Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha please come to the arena floor? Heiei said after a short coughing fit. Naruto calmly walked down to the arena floor and stood before Heiei when his opponent jumped down and made herself known. He quickly assessed her. Karui had unblemished dark skin much like her male teammate Omoi, and she had her brilliantly red hair covered by her bandana hiyate. Her eyes were interestingly a golden amber that were hardened with determination. All right, the 10th match. Karui of Kimogakure and Uzumaki Naruto of Kanahagake, Hajime, Heiei said as he brought his hand down and jumped back to give them space to fight. I'm curious, what kind of shinobi wears bright orange like that? You're either really skilled or foolish for doing so, Karui asked as she unsheated the ninjato from the back of her waist and pointed it at Sesshōmaru, who just stared back with indifference. Karui decided to make the first move as she threw a handful of shuriken at him, which he dodged by jumping to the side. However, that was a ploy by Karui, who rushed in and attacked with a flurry of strikes that were very skilled for a genin. Naruto showed his speed though by evading each strike as if it was nothing before catching her sword arm and giving her a snap kick to the torso that sent her sprawling across the floor. Karui got to her feet and saw that her opponent didn't press his advantage. Thinking of course he didn't out of some feminist ideal, she became very vocal about it. Hey, why didn't you take advantage of the opening you had? Karui all but growled at Naruto, who didn't reply as he moved forward at an incredible speed and punched at Karui, who dodged but still ended up flying backwards and hit the wall with a loud crash. What the hell? But I dodged his punch? Doesn't matter, it's time I brought out the big guns. Karui asked herself, but was brought out of her thoughts when several kunai were coming right at her. Karui quickly rolled to the side and looked to see that Naruto hadn't moved once again, only to hear a hissing noise near her ear. Karui only had half a second to jump again before the explosive tags attached to the kunai went off and threw her further than she wanted, but she escaped the blast unharmed other than being shook up as she landed in a crouch. After taking a moment to sheath her sword, Karui started hand signs for a jutsu. When more projectiles came at her, however, she dodged them effortlessly by ducking, then moving to the left as she finished her hand signs. Raitun, Raiga Yari, Lightning Release, Lightning Fong Spears. 10 large spears appeared in front of Karui, looking very wicked and sharp. With a wave of her hand, the spears launched themselves at Naruto, who then proceeded to move about the ring. Many were amazed at how he managed to always stay 2 moves ahead on the Kumo Kunoichi's jutsu when lightning was one of the most deadly attack elements in their world. Naturally, Karui was getting upset at how his opponent seemed to dance around the spears. Let's see how you deal with this one then, Chiresu, Karui said as she parted her hands and the spears scattered into 20 that were constantly trying to skewer Naruto, who had enough with dodging and decided to block. Futon. Kami Daiko Kubashira. Wind Release. Divine Central Pillar. The moment he finished the jutsu, a large greenish pillar made entirely of wind erupted from around Naruto's feet and rose all the way to the ceiling to protect him as the 20 spears slammed into its side and were destroyed instantly. Karui was in shock that her jutsu was destroyed that easily by a genin she knew to be younger than her by 3 years. Everyone else from Konoha was also surprised at what they were seeing. Kakashi, just what have you been teaching your genin? Naruto is showing advanced techniques of a high chunin to low jounin level right now. Asuma asked the question everyone else wanted to know as his cigarette hung loosely in his lips due in part to what he was seeing. I haven't taught my genin anything like that, Kakashi replied as he revealed his Sharingan to better observe the fight below. Good thing he didn't pull up his headband before they launched those 2 jutsu. While everyone else was wondering about the blonde enigma known as Naruto, Hiruzen had a small smile at seeing his surrogate grandson doing so well despite all that he's experienced in life due to his semi-known status among the village. Seems as though you still haven't figured out your own motto, Kakashi. Oh well, it will be a good lesson for them all. Sarutobi chuckled as he watched the match with an appraising eye. Back in the arena, Karui found herself in close quarters against Naruto, who was giving her a run for her money by fending off her attacks with a kunai against her sword. She threw a punch which he caught before applying pressure and bending the arm slowly in the intended direction. Thinking quickly, Karui tried driving a knee into his stomach only for Sesshōmaru to jump back and throw more shuriken which she batted away with her sword. Why don't you take this seriously? Karui growled as she pointed her sword at the orange-wearing Nin. I am taking this seriously, but if you don't believe me, that's your problem. Now fight or give up. Naruto replied in an even voice as he rushed her and threw a solid punch-kick combo that she blocked before pushing him back with a roundhouse kick, then went through hand signs at a brisk pace. Katon, Karyu Enden, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Missile. Aiming her mouth at Naruto, Karui let the flame burst from her mouth in a concentrated stream that could rival an Uchiha. Everyone watched with morbid fascination as the flames engulfed the area in front of the Kumanin, including the blonde himself. Naruto! Sakura cried, thinking her teammate wasn't fast enough to escape the blazing inferno she was witnessing. Kakashi wasn't too far behind her, thinking that no matter how good his student performed, that he couldn't have survived those flames. Karui kept up the fire jutsu for a solid minute before letting off. When she did and the flames began to die down, Karui saw something that made her blood run cold. Omoi was laid against the wall with burns all over his body and a shocked expression on his face. Other people watching witnessed something to a similar effect. Sakura saw Sasuke in place of Naruto, while Kakashi saw Obito with his crushed right side and all. For Niji, it was his father, and somehow, despite knowing that all these people were dead, everyone was freaking out. Omoi, what in the hell were you doing, you fool? Karui cried out as she rushed to his side and attempted to put out the small fires still burning on his body. As she was tending to his injuries, Omoi's hand lashed out and wrapped around Karui's neck and began to squeeze. Karui instantly fought the hold, only to now catch on that she was caught in the snare of a genjutsu. Bringing her hands up into the Seal o Hisuji, Ram. She tried to dispel the genjutsu. When it didn't work, she tried again and again, each time flaring her chakra in an effort to break its hold. Realizing that she needed to get free, Karui pulled out a kunai and stabbed herself in the hand to induce pain. She felt the shattering sensation of a genjutsu being broken, but when seeing Omoi's hand still clutching her throat, Karui knew that she was in too deep to break free. Outside the genjutsu, the only ones not affected by it was Naruto himself, who just stood there watched Karui, Hayate, who wasn't be caught for the simple fact that he was the referee, and Hiruzen himself only because Sesshōmaru wanted another set of eyes and his were the most experienced in the room. What type of genjutsu did you catch her in? Hayate asked as he was curious on how she didn't break its hold already when stabbing her hand should have freed her from its hold. If I told, then it wouldn't be a secret anymore, but I will say that it was one of my own design. And it wasn't just Karui, everyone else was caught in its effect as well. The blonde said, indicating everyone on the balconies with a distant expression on their faces. Hayate could only look at the genin in front of him with wide eyes, Here was the academy's label dead last, showing true prowess in combat that he not only put a genjutsu on his opponent but the watching audience as well, with none of them realizing this. This fight has lasted long enough. Kai, Sesshōmaru said as he walked over and placed Karui's own sword against her neck before dispelling his jutsu. In a flash, Karui and everyone else found the image of a burning comrade or loved one burning before their eyes gone. Instead, there was a clean arena with the fire from Karui's attack still burning slightly. In Karui's case, it was with the feeling of cold steel pressed directly on her jugular. "Surrender. It's all you can do now," Naruto said with a soft tone that sent small shivers up Karui's spine as his warm breath tickled the nape of her neck and brought a very faint blush to her cheeks that thankfully couldn't be seen by anyone. Knowing that she was outmoved, Karui did the only smart move left. She yielded. "Proctor, I forfeit." "Shousha, Uzumaki Naruto," Hayate called, letting everyone know the match was over as Sesshōmaru stepped away from Karui and tossed her the sword when she turned around. "Good fight, hopefully we can fight again. I gotta know though, what was that genjutsu?" Karui said before asking the question on everyone's mind. "I will say what I told the proctor already. If I told, then it wouldn't be a secret anymore. However, I will leave you all with its name, Megan. Odori no Heike Suki, demonic illusion. Dance of the setting moon," Naruto replied as he turned and walked away. Many were expecting him to come up to the balcony so they could question him further, but he just went and stood on the arena floor to wait. "Hey, you're supposed to clear the arena floor, kid," Hayate said as the screen started up again. "What's the point when my name is going to come up again? I'm saving myself the trip," Naruto replied as he closed his eyes and waited with patience as the screen continued to spin through names before landing on Dosu of Odo, and lo and behold, Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha. 11th match. Time for the 11th match. Kinta Dosu of Odogakure versus Uzumaki Naruto of Kanhagake. Would Kinta Dosu come down to the arena? Hayate said with practiced ease, even as he looked at the orange-clad Sesshōmaru as if he was some kind of psychic. Dosu shuffled down in his weird and hunched fashion until he was standing opposite his opponent, the final member of Team 7. As Hayate began the match, Dosu was watching for a way to analyze Naruto for a weak point. Not seeing a physical one, he tried for a mental one instead. "So I get the chance to finish what I started in the forest with your teammates, by crushing you here," Dosu said with a gruff tone to his voice as he looked for a reaction. Naruto gave one. It just wasn't what Dosu was looking for. "And just how do you plan to accomplish this, while looking like a third-degree burn victim?" Naruto replied without looking at his opponent. "What did you just say?" Dosu said with a growl before calming down by remembering that it's psychological warfare. "You heard me, and besides, I wouldn't have repeated myself regardless. If you aren't a burn victim, then you must be ashamed of your face. I would be too if I hailed from a village with a pathetic name like Odo." The blonde threw back while still keeping his eyes closed while being aware at how angry Dosu was getting. "How dare you insult my home?" Dosu roared as he charged Naruto and begun to swing his melody arm with wild abandon in rider to injure his opponent for the jib at his village, although Naruto wasn't afraid to dodge the attacks with ease. Meanwhile, in the balcony, people were having different reactions to that short battle of words. "You'll pay for your insolence, you Kubigaki. I will make you regret your slight against my beautiful village of Oto," Orochimaru in his Jounin disguise thought as he kept his chakra from spiking in anger, which would get him discovered before his plan was complete. "Did you see that? Naruto got that guy pissed in 2 seconds flat of starting the match." Chuji asked his two teammates as he was so entranced by the fights that he wasn't even munching on potato chips. "Yeah," was the only answer Ino could offer weakly as she watched her fellow blonde dance around his opponent's strikes. "Troublesome. I don't know why you two are so surprised," Shikamaru replied with a groan as he rubbed his neck. "What do you mean, Shikamaru?" Asuma asked while lighting another cigarette and taking a pull before looking at his student. "Back in the academy, Naruto always had a way off getting under your skin, even without you knowing half the time," Shikamaru replied as he glanced at his sensei from the corner of his eyes. "Back in the arena, Dosu, Attacks so far haven't had the desired effect of pummeling his enemy in front of him to mush. So calming down a bit, he jumped back a ways while still looking at Sesshōmaru with pure hate in his eyes. "I'm going to turn your brain to mush," Dosu said with conviction as he held up his melody arm and aimed it at his orange-wearing opponent. "Is that so? All your attacks have worked so far," Naruto replied while looking at this mummified genin who was having delusions of grandeur. "Yes, now bow to my might. Kayamaizen, vibrating sound drill," Dosu said with his chakra swirling as what appeared to be sound waves seemed to flow from the bracer and race towards Naruto, who just dodged the attack entirely by throwing out a smoke pellet in front of him. "Trying to hide won't work, I know you're in front of me, so take this. Kayamaizen, vibrating sound drill," Dosu said as he fired another burst of sound into the smoke cloud, thinking that his opponent already succumbed to his initial attack. When the smoke cleared, there wasn't the body of Naruto on the ground with his brain liquefied. Yet another one-trick pony. Now join the rest of the weak fools in the hell. "Dakaso, toxic flower claw?" Naruto's voice said from behind Dosu. As the words left his mouth, Naruto's hand took on a purple glow which he thrust into Dosu's head, killing him instantly. Many of the shinobi present expected the blonde to freeze up at the fact that he just took his first life. However, he just pulled his bloodied hand from Dosu's skull with a sickening squelch and wiped it clean on the dead genin's sleeve. "Kakashi, I can't believe your kid just killed his opponent with such efficiency and without remorse," Kurenai said as she couldn't believe what she just witnessed. "I know, and I'll have to speak with him as soon as possible," Kakashi replied as he pulled his Hyuta down to conserve chakra while Hayate called Naruto for the win. Sakura couldn't believe what she just seen with her own eyes. Her teammate just killed his opponent in cold blood without batting an eye. In the back of her mind, she knew that even Sasuke couldn't have managed such a thing in one go despite his goal of killing his brother to avenge his fallen clan. After seeing that, Sakura realized there will come a point when she will be forced to start taking lives and that she would have to work hard to survive her career as a shinobi. Epic revelation, of course, scenic death will do that to people. Others just watched with detached fascination towards the cooling body of Dosu as his corpse was being carried from the ring. In Anko's case, she had a gleam of interest in her eyes while gazing at the young Yukai, which prompted a shudder to go through many Konohanins, more specifically Kurenai. She knew that when her friend caught an interest in something or someone, it usually spelled trouble for everyone, and right now Kurenai could see her focused on Naruto, who was aching his way up the stairs. "Oh, Kami. What is going through her head and how it involves Naruto?" Kurenai mused as she got a look of worry for the boy at what might Anko may try. "Chikigaki's gotten stronger since I seen him 4 days ago. I want to see if this new change is up to snuff or not." Anko, though, with an increasingly frightening grin that somehow no one managed to catch yet. When Naruto got back up to the balcony, he stood apart from everyone else, not because of what he did but because he didn't want to deal with questions at the moment. After the excitement of Naruto's kill, the matches seemed to fly by after that, with Ni Yujito and Samui from Kumo winning against Iwa and Kiri respectively. A kunoichi named Fudo Akane from Kiri won against her opponent from Iwa, and there was another double KO, this time from Chuji and the last genin from Kiri facing each other. So now lined up in front of the Sandame, with exception of Sasuke, stood 12 of the 13 contenders for the actual finals. Now with the ranks thinned a bit, it's time to draw lots for the actual finals of the Chunin exams. Whatever number you get is how we determine who will be fighting who. Anko is going to walk down the line, pull out a ball, and call out your number. Hiruzen explained as Anko walked up to Shino, who was at the beginning of the line with the book. 5 Shino. 3 Temari. 7 Gara. 10 Akane. 11 Samui. 13 Yujito. Troublesome for Shikamaru. 6 Kankuro. 2 Ryuga. 9 Niji. 12 Kiba. 1 Naruto. And Sasuke makes 8. These are the matchups for the finals unless something happens within the time frame that is cause for us to alter the roster. See you all in a month's time, Sarutobi said and turned to walk off when a few of the genin voiced their complaints. Mainly Kankuro. Hold on, what do you mean a month? I thought we would be fighting now. Kankuro asked, causing the old Hokage to turn back around to answer his question. Ah, I almost forgot. The point of the month is to use this time to improve your skills and reflect on the skills that your future opponents displayed here today. In addition, we hold the finals in a month's time because the daimyos of each country and important dignitaries are coming to view the skill and might of your village's shinobi. It's a chance to scout for which hidden villages will be suited to the missions they are called on to perform. Lastly, it's to see who among you have the best chance to survive the challenges of being a Chunin. Now rest up and prepare to give us all a show to look forward to. Sarutobi signaled that they were finished here and people began to slowly file out of the tower. As Naruto stepped out of the tower and looked into the sun's dying rays, he knew that many challenges would lay ahead that will test his prowess and skill in combat. He looked forward to it all. Chapter 3: Weapons, Training, and Emerging Romance? Part 1. One day later at Konoha's main street just inside the village gate. Naruto was heading for home to sleep in his bed after a long day of training for the finals, when the memory of his conversation with Sakura sprang up in his head not too long ago. Flashback, Fuin. Naruto had just gotten inside the village gate when he heard a female's voice as they were running to catch up with him. Glancing back, he saw Sakura as she ran up and hunched over to get her breath back. "What, Haruno?" he asked while turning to give her his full attention, even though he'd rather had keep going. "Listen, I've been doing some thinking since we were in that forest yesterday and well," Sakura said with a small look of hurt that he still didn't address her as Sakura-chan anymore but still forged ahead. "Out with it already. I'd like to get home sometime this century," Naruto said as he looked at Sakura with an indifferent expression that was bordering on annoyance at being held up like this. "I wonder if you could help me get stronger than I am now," Sakura asked in one breath without stopping, and if it were anyone else they would ask her to repeat what she said. But Naruto, for being around her for so long growing up, he learned to read in between of her speech patterns when she was like this. "Let me understand this. You want me to help you get stronger? Do I look like the shinobi section of the library?" Naruto asked, getting skeptical at this sudden change of heart in his rosette-haired teammate. "No, and I know I wasn't exactly the friendliest person to you when we were growing up." Sakura started only to get a look from her teammate that said she'd better skip to the point real quick. "But you're my teammate. If you don't help me, then who can I turn to? Kakashi-sensei ran off before I could ask him, and Sasuke is in the hospital recovering. So will you help me out?" Sakura replied, close to tears, as her teammate turned his back to her. She took that as her answer and went to leave, only to stop a moment later after hearing what was said next. "Haruno, honestly I can't stand you or the Uchiha and would rather end you both to save the world the trouble of dealing with you." This statement caused Sakura to take an unconscious step back as if he was going to attack her. "However, seeing as I can't do anything about my choice of team for the time being, I offer 2 small steps in the right direction. First, get rid of your obsession with the Uchiha. It will only bring trouble in trying to make yourself look good for him at the cost of your career as a kunoichi or your life." "And the second?" Sakura asked while wiping the tears that sat on the edge of her eyes. "Study that scroll for chakra exercises tonight and we will try something. Meet me tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock in Training Field 7 with your gear. However, this is a one-time thing, seeing as your predicament was of your own making, therefore you'll fix your own shortcomings as a kunoichi," Naruto replied as he tossed a small scroll over his shoulder at the girl before walking off. Sakura caught the thrown scroll and looked at the retreating back of her blonde-haired teammate with a small smile on her face. Before he was completely gone, she whispered her thanks before taking off for her home. Naruto just continued on as if he didn't hear her at all. Flashback, Kai. Naruto reached his rundown apartment in the slummy part of Konoha and just looked at the building in renewed disgust. The outer walls were an unsightly brown with the paint chipped or eroded badly in certain places. Most of the windows had holes in them where rocks and bricks were thrown by the villagers who thought themselves better than the demon they claimed to live here. Naruto had to mentally shake his head at the irony of that one. A demon did reside here now, just not one of the kitsune variety. Wasting no more time, he climbed the stairs that lead to his apartment on the 2nd floor and wasn't surprised at what he found as he approached his door. Die Demon scrawled in red and black paint was written on his door. Go back to hell where you belong was on the opposite wall in what he could smell to be feces. With a practice speed of hand signs, a low-powered Suetun, Tepidama, water release, water bullet, was shot to remove the offensive message before he stood in front of his door. Having taken up Fuinjutsu, art of sealing, from a young age Naruto was able to keep people from entering his small sanctuary and destroying his stuff on a regular basis ever again. Not unless they wanted to lose their hand like one poor slob did when he thought he could pry open Naruto's bedroom window to leave a nasty surprise when he found the door not budging despite how hard he kicked at it. After getting inside and locking his door in place with the seal, Naruto grabbed a shower only to find out that the landlord turned off his hot water again despite the fact that he paid the greedy bitch the night he came home from the first exam. Nevertheless, he washed quickly and got dressed for bed, and just before he laid down to sleep, he looked out his window at the village. Just 7 more months and I can be free of this accursed place, Naruto thought as he laid down on his pillow and drifted off to sleep. I bet you're all wondering about that statement. It will be revealed later in the next chapter. Next morning, Training Field 7. Sakura walked up to Training Field 7 with sleep still in her eyes, to find Naruto waiting for her while sitting crossed leg on the ground meditating. She was about to call out to him when his voice rang out. You're late. I said 7 o'clock, not 7:15. Naruto said without opening his eyes. Sorry, my alarm clock didn't wake me up, Sakura said with a blush of embarrassment while looking at Sesshōmaru's sitting form. Rule 1 of the shinobi world. Never make excuses for your actions. They waste valuable time. Did you look over the scroll I gave you last night? Naruto replied with a sagely voice as he finally opened his eyes to gaze at his teammate. Sakura could only nod weakly in silence at how Naruto was taking this entire training seriously. That's why after getting home in a daze last night, she made a silent promise to get stronger no matter how difficult and to earn her blonde teammates' respect back. Then I want you to start by practice the leaf balancing exercise while running suicides from the lake in groups of 10 until you reach 100. Then you're going to do squats in groups of 20 until you reach 100 again. You are going to build endurance and leg strength by performing these exercises, Naruto said as he got up and pointed out where Sakura would start her training regimen. When she started to walk off, he stopped her beforehand. Just a minute, you're also going to wear these 5-pound weights on your arms and legs. By doing this, you add muscle resistance, which will strengthen your existing muscles while forming new ones from the training, Naruto added as he unsealed a set of 4 weights for her to wear. Wordlessly, Sakura strapped the weights on, which felt weird, and proceeded to run the suicides. As Naruto walked over to the lake with a bunch of leaves and stepped out, he found his chakra control unstable and surmised that it was in part to that extra seal on his body. Once he got to the middle, Naruto slapped the leaves on his arms and forehead and began katas for a taijutsu/kenjutsu style that was based around multiple, fast, and unchained strikes that moved together to inflict massive amounts of damage while making use of his speed to keep his opponent off balance. Punch, weave, kick, spin, elbow. These motions went on for about 3 hours until Sakura's voice brought him out of his stupor. What is it, Haruno? Naruto asked as he tuned down his katas to a crawl but never stopped practicing while addressing Sakura. I said, I've finished the exercises, what's next? Sakura asked with what little breath left in her aching lungs as she attempted to drag in more air. Naruto stopped his movements altogether as he stared at his pink-haired teammate standing on the water's edge. Sakura was covered head to toe in sweat and dirt. Her hair was matted to her head slightly and her breathing was shallow but regular, the normal symptoms of training. Her eyes, however, showed determination to keep going. Looking at the morning sky, Sesshōmaru could guess that it's been about 3 hours since they started, so he suggested she stretch her muscles as a cool-down method. When she was done with her stretches, Sakura could feel the protest they put up but was pleased with the results so far. She walked over to Naruto and sat near him and pulled out a bottle of water to drink as she soaked in her small progress. Looking over, she saw her teammate once again meditating and wanted to try for herself, so she did the only plausible thing. Hey Naruto, how do I go about meditating? I know what it does, but I don't know how to go about doing it, Sakura asked hesitantly as she looked at her teammate. When he didn't answer right away, she assumed he didn't want to answer her at all, but he surprised her after about 2 minutes. Relax your body and let go of your thoughts while concentrating on one simple thing to keep focus. If you've done it right, then everything else will click into place. Naruto replied while still focusing on his meditation. Sakura sat down and followed his instructions to the letter and soon found her mind pulled away from her body in a detached sense. Then she felt someone shake her shoulder and she came back into her senses and looked up to see Naruto standing over her. "What is it? I just got down to meditating," Sakura asked after finding her voice. "Take some time to eat lunch, then you can go find Kakashi-sensei to get more help," Naruto said as he turned on his heel and headed for the village. "But I don't have a lunch packed," Sakura called out with sheepish embarrassment as she scratched the back of her head. "Then perhaps it's time you learned self-preservation, Haruno. I'll see you later," Naruto threw over his shoulder as he continued towards the village to eat, not caring how she got lunch. In Konoha Jounin Lounge. All the Jounin of the Rookie 9 were seated at large booth table with Anko, Guy, Genma, and Marino. Ibiki from the INT department. Anko was currently in the middle of describing how the prelims went to Ibiki and Genma when a shadow was cast over the table. "Hey everyone, what did I miss?" the female voice asked, causing everyone to look up to see who it was. They recognized who it was right away. Not that she was hard to miss with her waist-length purple hair, slightly pale, unblemished skin, bright chocolate eyes, and warm smile. This was Yuzuki Yugugo, one of Konoha's elite ANBU force, and right now she was off duty and in her civvies as she sat down with her friends who all give greetings in their own way, except Anko, who wrapped an arm around Yugugo. "You missed one of the craziest prelims we ever had for the Chunin exams. You should have been there. The greenhorns actually managed to prove me wrong that they all didn't suck," Anko said with a smile as she started from the beginning for Yugugo's benefit, and then caught up to where she was stopped and finished the story. When Anko was done, Yugugo and Gunma had looks of disbelief on their faces. Ibiki, on the other hand, had a scowl of irritation on his face. "Who knew your brat was capable of that? I gotta say, Kakashi, he's really got a pair to top his performance from the first exam," Ibiki muttered as he downed his saucer of sake. "What do you mean?" Kurenai asked with curiosity, as the Jounin senseis weren't informed of how their students did even when that portion of the test was over, just whether or not they passed. "What Ibiki means is that it's Uzumaki's fault there was so many of them for my exam and the prelim matches. Although I should find him and thank him for the show he brought with him and the one he put on himself when he stuck it to that Otogenin's head like that. Oh man, I have to say he's got style." Anko butted in as she gulped down 2/3 of her 4th bottle of sake, while still hanging off Yugugo, who was busy pouring a saucer of her own. "Personally, I think you should talk to him about the fact he made his first kill, Kakashi. We don't need another incident like with Itachi happening," Asuma warned as the mood at the table became tense for a moment. "I know, and after I talk with Hokage-sama, I'll see to my student. Speaking of which, I'm late as it is for my own meeting," Kakashi replied as he stood while flipping his book and vanished in a poof of smoke while causing everyone else at the to groan at his habits. "I swear. Anyone want to place a bet on him being late to his own funeral?" Anko asked, and immediately she got a show of hands from everyone at the table except Guy, who ranted about youth as usual. At the Hokage Tower, Kakashi appeared right in front of the desk of the Hokage's secretary. She was a woman in her early 30s with brunette hair in a stylish yet proper bun, and a little makeup to highlight her features. All in all, she was a beautiful woman. However, Kakashi knew he wasn't here to ogle a civilian. "Excuse me, I'm here to see Hokage-sama, is he in?" Kakashi asked as he put away his Ika while talking to her. "Yes, you can go on," she replied as she filed papers with a practiced ease. Kakashi gave his thanks and walked past her to the double doors of the Hokage's office, which were guarded by a pair of umbu that were like statues on either side of the doors. He knocked twice and waited to be let in. A muffled enter had Kakashi stepping into his leader's office to see the veteran shinobi swamped with paperwork as usual. "Ah, Kakashi, I'm surprised to see you. You're only an hour late instead of your usual 3. Sarutobi said with a kind smile as he looked up from his work to see who it was. "Well, I felt it prudent to be here. earlier than normal so I can get all the info I need," Kakashi replied as he walked to the center of the room, and no further knowing full well of the 4 stationed inside the office that acted as a last line of defense against an attacker and their Hokage. "Certainly, what did you want to know? I'll try to answer as much as I can," Sarutobi said as he pulled out his pipe, packed and lit it before motioning for Kakashi to continue. "Well, sir, it's about Naruto. I was wondering if you could tell me anything about the skills he displayed in the forest 2 days ago," Kakashi said while looking directly at his leader for the answer. "I'm going to be frank with you, Kakashi. I could tell you, but those are Naruto's secrets to share at his discretion. So all I can say is you'll have to make do without it," Sarutobi replied as he took a long pull on his pipe and breathed the scent of cherry tobacco into the air. "I understand, but if I'm going to help him, I will need all the info I can on Naruto to do that," Kakashi said as he tried to get the venerable Hokage to see his side of reasoning. Suddenly the entire room was flooded with killer intent so dense and potent, it took all of Kakashi's willpower not to buckle under its pressure. Eyes widening, Kakashi began to subconsciously sweat in fear a bit, for Sarutobi ceased looking like a frail old man and more like the kami no shinobi that he was known for in his prime. As his eyes hardened, yet he never changed his position or anything. "Are you questioning my judgment and disobeying a direct order from your commander, Jounin Hatake?" Sarutobi asked with an edge in his voice that spoke of nothing but trouble for Kakashi if he didn't salvage his blunder right this instant. "Forgive me, Hokage-sama. I was completely out of line and it will not happen again," Kakashi said as he instantly dropped to a knee and bowed his head in submission. After what felt like eternity, the overwhelming Ki was slowly pulled back into the fire shadow until it was easy to breathe again. Kakashi risked a glance at his leader only to see the man calming his fury that was almost unleashed. "Rise, Kakashi," Sarutobi said tiredly as he just took another pull of his pipe. "Hokage-sama, Kakashi started before the Hokage held up a hand for silence, which Kakashi did instantly. "It's quite all right, Kakashi. I know you only have but the best intentions for the boy, but I'm wondering, does Sasuke or Sakura tell you every facet of their lives?" Sarutobi asked with his knowing gaze that seemed to look right through Kakashi. "No, Hokage-sama. Then how can you expect Naruto to reveal what's his if you aren't holding the entire team to the same standard? Basically what I'm saying is that everyone is entitled to privacy where their lives are concerned. If Naruto is willing to share his secrets, then fine, but I don't want you trying to coerce them out of the boy and claim you did it in an effort to help him. Do you understand this, Kakashi?" Sarutobi asked as he set his hardened gaze back on the Kapinin. "Hi, Hokage-sama," Kakashi replied as he bowed briefly before standing straight up again. "Well, if that's all, you're dismissed," Sarutobi said while waving off the silver-haired Jounin with his hand before putting his nose back to the grindstone. Kakashi got all the way to the door before he remembered his second question. "Hokage-sama, I have but one more question. What do you intend to do about Orochimaru? I hear your concern, and to be frank, I haven't figured out what I'm going to do just yet. However, that's why I've sent for Jiraiya. When he gets here in the next few days, we'll begin coming up with a plan to deal with whatever my old student has planned for the leaf," Sarutobi replied as he looked up to answer Kakashi, who just nodded in return before leaving. All across Konoha, the finalists were preparing to start training in different ways or even just getting the lay of the land just to pass time before getting down to work. In Izuka compound, Kiba was laying underneath a tree near the house, relaxing with Akamaru laying next to him. Ever since winning a spot into the exam finals and then coming home, Kiba has done nothing but lounge about as if he didn't have a care in the world. "I heard about the exams and I must say that I'm proud of you, pup," his mother Tsume said as she stood over him with a grin on her face. "Thanks, Ka-san," Kiba said with a grin of his own before he closed his eyes to doze off. "Since you'll be going up against some very skilled genin, we are going to get you as ready as can be for this exam," Tsume said, dropping a backpack on Kiba's lap. "What's this for?" Kiba asked, picking up the pack and looking inside to find tools and food provisions. "Training. We're going deep into the forests surrounding the village to get you ready for the next 3 days. Sum replied with a deep growl at the word training, which didn't bode well for Kiba, who gulped in fear at what his Kasan had in store. Kasan, don't you think this is a bit extreme? Kiba asked while pulling out a pair of harnesses before looking up at his mother, whose smile grew even more feral while looking at her son. I call it incentive. Now then, get ready to go unless you'd rather tend to the pups for the next 3 days instead. Sum asked with a sickly sweet voice as she hoisted Kiba to his feet, and he took off like a madman with Akamaru in his arms, only to come back and grab the bag before taking off again. His Kasan followed at a much more sedate pace while sporting a feral grin all the way. The Nara compound. Shikamaru sat across from his Jounin sensei Asuma, as they played an intense round of shogi while relaxing. Asuma knew that preparation was the key and decided to ask his student for his thoughts. So you have a month to prepare for the finals. Asuma started. Yeah. Shikamaru replied with a heavy sigh as his rook took Asuma's pawn. Do you have a training plan yet? No, besides it's too troublesome to think about. Kasan's been trying to get me motivated about training, but why waste precious cloud watching time for that? Shikamaru replied with a scowl as Asuma took his rook with a knight. Asuma just laughed at his student's typical response as they continued to play shogi for the rest of the afternoon. In the hotel room of the Suna siblings. All 3 genin were in the main sitting area in different spots. Tamari sat stretched across a love seat with a book in hand that she was reading. Kankuro sat in a recliner with one of his puppets across his lap as he was performing maintenance to keep the joints in working order. Gaara was standing still as a statue in front of the window when their sensei walked in the room. Good morning, you 3. Baki said as he sat in the last available recliner as Tamari and Kankuro gave a greeting before returning to what they were doing. Gaara just looked at Baki in the reflection of the window glass before deeming what he had to say as unimportant. In all the excitement the other night, I wanted to congratulate you all on advancing to the finals. Now then, we have a whole month to wait before the invasion. I don't want any of you bringing unwanted attention to us until then. Baki said this while subtly looking Gaara's way, hoping the boy could control his bloodlust for a while before deciding to indulge the demon within. After getting a yes from both Tamari and Kankuro, Baki got up and left the hotel in search of something to preoccupy his time, leaving the 3 siblings alone. When Baki go out of earshot, Gaara decided to move away from the window, which of course startled his brother and sister, who looked warily towards their little brother as he walked right past them towards the bedrooms. He's becoming increasingly unstable. I wish there was something that we could do, Tamari whispered as she watched Gaara retreat into the hall, despite the fear she had of her Amuto little brother. She wanted to do all she could to keep him safe and whole. Never mind that for right now. What are we going to do about this invasion? I don't want to risk my life on whatever that Orochimaru promised our father in return for his help. Kankuro said, looking up from his puppet to answer his sister, who had a complete look of worry on her face. And you think I do? The best we can do is hope that we can find a way out of this without losing our lives or our brother. Tamari said, jumping to her feet to pace while Kankuro watched. With Samui and Yujito. Both the Ni sisters were walking the main street of Konoha, getting looks from its citizens, looks of want and lust from the men and looks of jealousy from the woman. There was also a combined look of distrust among the elder populace, as they watched the 2 kunoichi walk around freely. Both girls ignored this, having grown accustomed to being viewed in such a way. Who could ignore the obvious beauty both girls had or the past transgressions of their village? First, there was Samui, who was the older sister by a year, making her 16. Wore a kunoichi-style bodysuit which hugged her curves and showed off her generous bust, which was a borderline D-cup. Her hair was cut short to the nape of her neck and allowed people to see her face, which was, in a word, perfect, and she had eyes as blue as a certain yokai's, but her entire demeanor screamed business. Meaning she was more likely to slid a kunai in between your ribs than flirt with you. Yujito, on the other hand, had her blonde hair pulled back in a single ponytail that reached the small of her back. She wore the standard attire for a genin of Kumo black shinobi pants with a black short-sleeved shirt. On top of the shirt she wore, Yujito has a small black breastplate for added protection. Her face, like her sister's, was beautiful and was exotic. She had sea-foam green eyes that were slanted in resemblance to a cat's. What many outside of Kumo didn't know that she was the Jinchuriki of the Nakomata no Nibi. They got along fine most of the time, but now wasn't one of those times, as she was having an inner rant with her tenant about the same old subject. Yujito's lack of a love life. All I'm saying, kitten, is that it wouldn't hurt to find some love to fill your life, the Biju said as she laid on her paws behind the cage of Yujito's mindscape. Nibi, we've been over this. I don't want nor need a relationship to be happy. Yujito threw back as her face gained a scowl on the outside as she walked along. All right, kitten, I'll drop the subject for now. But it wouldn't hurt to remember what I said, Ni. Nibi replied as her voice slowly faded into the back of Yujito's mind as the connection was muted. Yujito let out a small sigh which didn't go unnoticed by her sister as she looked at Yujito out the corner of her eye. Nibi, hassling you again? Samui asked with a quiet voice as they kept walking. Not really, it's just the usual with her. So what do you want to do until B-sensei comes back to help train us for the finals? Yujito replied as they stopped near a shop that sold weapons. To be honest, I'm going to the famous hot springs that are here. I need to soak my aching back. Samui replied as she reached up to rub her shoulders. You do that. I'm going to find something to eat. That hotel food wasn't enough, Yujito said as she started heading off towards the restaurants. One day I gotta figure out where you put it all, Yugi, Samui said as she walked off towards the hot springs. Yujito waved at her sister without a backward glance as her stomach was in the mood for food. To be more specific, ramen. Back in Kumo, she ate the noodles on a daily basis, and now she wanted some, so here she was following her nose, which put her right outside a quaint little place called Ichiraku's. Wanting to fill her raging belly, Yujito walked into the small restaurant and sat down as Ayam came over to take her order. Welcome to Ichiraku's. What can I get for you today? Ayam asked as she pulled out a notepad and pencil, then looked to Yujito expectantly as she looked over the menu. I'll have 5 large orders of shrimp to start, please, Yujito said with a bit of drool rolling out the side of her lips at the delicious smell that made her want to purr. Coming right up, Ayam said with a look that said red, oh great, not another Naruto, as she went to give the order to her father in the kitchen. As Yujito waited for her food, she was unaware that she would come face to face with her third Jinchuriki after setting foot in Konoha. Naruto had left Sakura to her own devices as he headed into town to get some food. While walking, he didn't miss the discreet glares or the outright hatred that the villagers thought were hidden very well. Knowing full well that he wouldn't put up with the villagers' shit anymore, Naruto headed to Ichiraku's to get his fill of lunch before going to do his own personal training. Some things never changed, he thought, like his taste preference to ramen. Naruto walked into Ichiraku's with a sharp eye as he spotted a few other patrons enjoying ramen. One that particularly caught his attention was Ni Yujito from Team Kumo, if he remembered correctly. Hey Naruto, I haven't seen you all morning. Ayam greeted with a bright smile as she wiped the counter clean. I've been training is all. The finals are practically around the corner and I aim to be prepared for them, Naruto replied with a shrug and a small smile to her as he sat at the counter. Well, I hope you do great. So what will it be today? Ayam said with a small laugh as she got ready to take his order. 1 large miso, Naruto said, which caused Ayam to drop the bowl she was getting after writing down his order. Only 1 bowl? Who are you and what have you done with Naruto? Ayam asked, looking at the blonde with pure shock on her face. It's me, Ayam. I just want a large miso ramen, that's all. Sure, Ayam said, going off to place his order in a daze. Yujito had gotten her 5 bowls of ramen and began to dig in, after testing the noodles and found them to be absolutely delicious. She was halfway through her 2nd bowl when Nibi began to stir. Hey kitten, feeding your ramen addiction, huh? Nibi joked as she stretched from her nap. I don't have an addiction to ramen. I just happen to enjoy it very much, Yujito replied as she gulped down her 2nd bowl and started on her 3rd. I think that Chunnin back in Kumo would disagree, Nibi said with a yawn. He had it coming. So what woke you from you infamous cat naps? Yujito asked as she could feel her tenant stretch out again as if to get comfortable before answering. I felt the presence of a second Jinchuriki nearby. Nibi said in the most lazy of tones, like she was talking about the weather. What? Who is it and are they nearby? Yujito all but shouted in her head while outwardly looking around with a calm expression. Why, it's the young Tom sitting at the counter, of course. Yujito whipped her head around to the counter so fast, she may have snapped her neck doing so. Her gaze came upon one of the 5 other blondes in the exam sitting at the counter eating a bowl of ramen. Uzumaki Naruto was his name from what she recalled. Quickly she questioned why anyone would name their child Fishcake, but shrugged it off to focus. Him? Why didn't you say anything in the forest? Yujito asked as she returned her head towards her own table but kept a sideways glance every now and again. Maybe it had to do with Shikaku in that Suna kid, leaking his bloodlust everywhere. Damned if he wasn't the craziest of us all, but there were times when he made the most sense. Anyway, because of that, I didn't pick up on the Jinchuriki over there until I had this moment to feel the familiar sensation of one of my kin. Nibi said as she took a brief trip down memory lane before getting back to the matter at hand. So which Biju does he have? Don't know, perhaps you can get him alone to ask. And from the looks of things you might just get that he's leaving kitten. Nibi pointed out as she looked through Yujito's eyes to see the boy getting up to leave the building. Naruto sat at the counter eating his ramen, when he felt a pair of eyes lock onto him or a long minute only to move elsewhere. After ordering 3 more bowls of ramen to placate Ayam and digging in, he could feel the eyes on his back at random times as if to see if he was still there. Getting fed up and deciding to confront this person, he got ready to leave. Ayam, thanks for the lunch. I've got to get going, money's on the counter. Naruto called out to the brunette waitress who went into the back to help her father. After getting a brief goodbye, Naruto casually walked out the restaurant and out into the street, knowing that whoever was tailing him wasn't too far behind. Walking out the village gates and into the forest, he headed for the completely hidden away training ground that he used to hone his skills during his academy days. Taking off at a leisure pace, Naruto headed towards a waterfall that was near Training Ground 17. When he got there, he walked across the water's surface to the base of the waterfall itself, channeling chakra through his body to keep from being plunged beneath the water. He walked through knowing that his pursuer was still there. Yujito was starting to get fed up with chasing Uzumaki just to speak with him. She tailed him for what seemed like hours as he walked as if he had all the time in the world. Of course he knew she was following him, but this was ridiculous as they came upon a waterfall. Yujito couldn't help but marvel the beauty of what she was seeing. Making a note to come back here, she watched her target walk across the water and disappear behind the falls. Wasting no time, she followed his example and found herself in a hidden cavern which she walked to keep up with Naruto. Light soon appeared at the end of the tunnel and Yujito found herself on a small hill overlooked what appeared to be a hidden training ground. A stream ran from the left and fed into a lake that looked very inviting. Surround a moderate-sized clearing, the brush was at the perfect height to provide cover, while still giving a line of sight to attack from. Trees dotted the area well enough to provide more training and tactic options. All in all, Yujito was awed by what she discovered. So much that she didn't register the kunai at her neck or the tip of a claw on her back before it was too late. How did he get behind me without Nibi or I detecting him? Yujito thought to herself as Nibi was eerily quiet as well. Why have you been following me, Kumanin? The soft voice came from behind Yujito, making her skin tingle from the warm breath that touched her neck. I only came to speak with you. I know of your secret. Yujito said quickly, knowing that no matter what she tried, all it would take is a twitch of Naruto's muscles to kill her. What secret of mine could you possibly know, ni Yujito? Naruto asked as he walked around to look Yujito in the eyes while never lowering his weapon from her neck. That you are a Jinchuriki, like I am, Yujito said without fear. Why should she lie? And to further prove her statement, she channeled a bit of Nibi's chakra into her eyes, causing them to become purple and glow dimly. So which do you hold? He asked, removing the kunai but not putting it away as he accepted her answer before asking another question. Nibi, what about you? Kyubi. That caused Nibi to sit up completely within her seal. She couldn't believe the strongest of them was imprisoned. All this time she, like the rest of their kin, thought that Kyubi had gone off on one of her little vacation sprees that lasted for 100 years, give or take. She usually used that time to cause some real underhanded mischief in the world. Then again, all the Biju only came together on anything when they had disputes to settle with each other over territory, talk about the affairs of Makai in general, or a serious threat to the delicate balance, such as that Jubi chimera that thought to call itself the ruler of all Makai. Bastard ain't such hot shit now that he's rotting in the afterlife. Although they did lose the original Yanbi during the battle, Yami bless his soul. Kitten asked if he's made contact with Kyubi-sama yet. Nibi all but yelled, causing her container to wince at the volume before asking the question. Nibi wants to know if you've made contact with your tenant yet? Yujito managed to ask after getting the Nico Yukai to stop raving in her head. No, and I don't intend to, Naruto said as he was starting to get annoyed with the line of questioning as he turned and walked towards the middle of the clearing to practice his taijutsu. His answer brought Yujito up short. What Jinchuriki didn't want to contact their tenant in an effort to harness their chakra? Well, the blonde Kunoichi decided to find out as she followed her target to the clearing and just watched him move in a simple pattern, knowing her wouldn't knowingly show his skills to a potential opponent and a foreign shinobi at that. Why don't you want to harness the power of your Biju? Something like that could be a useful trump card in the future. I will make it in this world relying on my power alone and no one else's. I would only contact the Kyubi in an effort of finding a way to be rid of it. Is that all, Yujito-san? Naruto asked as he continued his simple taijutsu training. Yujito could only nod after hearing his answer, not really trusting her voice. She went to leave the training ground only to decide that it was big enough for both of them to practice and not have to really look at each other. She went off to the other side of the clearing near the dense tree line was to train. Of course, over the next few hours Yujito would find herself always gazing to where Naruto was working on an exercise in an effort to practice. He never let on that he knew she was watching, but Yujito had a feeling that he did. Nibi, as usual, was teasing her constantly about this. Taking an interest in Kyubi-sama's container kitten? I approve. In a couple of years he's gonna be a real looker. Nibi purred as Yujito was looking back at Naruto's position as he continued to train. It's not like that. I'm merely observing his habits so I can effectively fight him in the up-and-coming finals. Yujito replied with a soft snort. So when the Tom took of his jacket, your eyes roving over his corded muscles with a glazed look was observing his abilities? Nibi asked as Yujito became silent, which caused Nibi to get a shit-eating grin knowing she had her container. A flustered shut-up reached Nibi, who laughed at her container's expense as the poor girl gained a blush that thankfully no one else was around to see. Soon enough, as the sun began to set, Sesshōmaru got ready to leave and looked directly at Yujito's training spot. When you leave, make sure that no one sees you do. I want to keep this a secret, Naruto said to the girl as she was throwing kunai. Yujito stopped mid-throw to give a reply and turned around to find her fellow blonde already leaving through the cave exit. You are a puzzle I aim to solve, Uzumaki, Yujito thought as she continued to practice a bit more before going back to the hotel. Over the next few days, Naruto continued to help Sakura when he could, knowing full well that this was Kakashi's job in the first place. When he tried to find him the day after he started training, the sensei of Team 10 Sarutobi Asuma stopped by to let them know that Kakashi had left on a mission and would be back as soon as possible. This info of course got the young Yukai annoyed his sensei if he could even call the silver-haired jounin that was out on a mission when he had students that needed his help growing stronger. The blonde genin decided to confront the man the next time he seen him, so imagine Naruto's surprise when he spotted a group of jounin for the rookie teams, Guy, and a few others heading his way with his sensei at the head of the group. As usual, his face was buried in his orange book. Well, he was in for a rude awakening as Naruto stepped in front of the jounins. Kakashi-sensei, do you have a second? I want to talk with you. The blonde asked loud enough that he got the entire group's attention as they stopped and looked at the orange-wearing genin. I wish I could be. I've got something to do. I wanted to speak with you about your first kill, but these things happen, Kakashi said, glancing out the side of his book to look at his student. The others looked at Kakashi with disbelief as he basically brushed aside one of his genin that was formally asking for his help. As a sensei, he had an obligation to his students. Naruto merely narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Kakashi. So you won't take a moment to listen? I know what this is about, but I just don't have the time to train you for the finals. However, I've set you up with a substitute sensei to help you in my place, Kakashi said as he returned completely to his book. Let me guess. Someone that won't adequately train me properly while you run off to cater to the Uchiha's training? Stop me if I'm wrong, Naruto said, looking dead at his sensei, who didn't even have the moral courage to face the person he's turning away directly. Now don't get all worked up like that. Sasuke needs the help considering who he's facing in the finals. You seem to be doing well on your own, especially since your battles in the Forest of Death. Kakashi tried to deflect as the others looked on with increasingly disappointed glances at their fellow jounin. That's besides the point. What if I wasn't adjusted like I was when I killed that Odanin? Would you have done what you did and brushed me off, or would you have done the sensible thing and talked to me about it? Naruto threw out, making Kakashi give another sideways glance that was, from what he could guess, was a glare. You're overstepping the chain of command, genin. I will not tolerate being spoken to by one of my own students like that. Like I care, Hatake. Did you know that while you were failing at the main aspect of your position so poorly that I've been helping Haruno bring her skills up to snuff? I'm supposed to be using this month to hone my skills for the finals of the Chunin exam. Not doing your job, Naruto replied as he ignored the heated glare Kakashi was trying to intimidate him with while leaking killing intent his way. What's wrong? I hit a sore spot. Don't know why you're surprised, Hatake. After all, you're lower than trash, seeing as you can't even follow your own motto. I'd stand here and point out your obvious lackings as an instructor, but I have to go see Hokage-sama, Sesshōmaru said as he stepped back and proceeded to walk around the group of jounins. Before he got too far, he stopped and called back to Kakashi. One more thing, Hatake. Leak any more killing intent at me and I will make you a Cyclops permanently, Sesshōmaru said as he hit Kakashi directly with a large amount of killing intent laced with a bit of his Yukai chakra to get his point across before disappearing around the corner. Kakashi watched his student walk off with a slow anger rising in his chest at how he was just talked to. He looked to his fellow jounin only to find them either shaking their heads in disappointment or disgust at how he lead his team. You guys don't believe what he said, right? Kakashi asked, trying to save face by appealing to his fellow jounin for support. Unfortunately, they had some negative responses to share with the Kopinin. Kakashi, I'm disappointed in you, my friend. Asuma. You shame yourself too greatly right now. Karina. Most unyouthful, my rival. This came from guy who was unusually serious at the moment. I outa-feed you to my snakes, but I don't want them to taste such failure from one such as you. Anko growled as a snake peeked out from her coat sleeve. With their piece said, the other jounins left Kakashi standing in the street feeling like a real jackass, before he walked off towards his destination. However, one of them noticed a figure sitting on the wall which overlooked the hot springs that Sesshōmaru and Kakashi had their confrontation in front of. Not even home 5 minutes and I get a front row seat for 2 great shows at once. Maybe I can see how Gigi is doing. After collecting my research, of course. Ho ho ho, that's it, splash each other with more gusto. Man, I love this place, a voice said in a jovial tone before becoming filled with perverted giggles. That's right, we all know who this is. More of him up ahead. The Hokage's tower 15 minutes later. Naruto entered the tower with a purpose as he headed for the Hokage's office. As he reached the top floor, he spotted one of the top people on his most hated list. The Hokage's secretary. This bitch made it her life's goal to make his very existence miserable. So it came as no surprise that she had a glare on her face that could rival the Shinigami's. What do you want, boy? The secretary sneered as Naruto reached her desk. It's obviously not to see a miserable hag like you, Naruto threw back as he walked past the woman. Where do you think you're going, demo dash? The secretary started to yell in a red haze of anger, only to stop as she felt the cold chill of a kunai next to her neck. Finish that sentence and it will be the last you ever do. I don't know why the Aji-san, old man. Let's this carry on in the worst way. If it were up to me, you'd all have been hanging a long time ago, Naruto warned while watching as the woman nearly had a heart attack right there on the spot. When she didn't say another word, he let up, knowing that killing this Ningen isn't what he came here for. Leaving the terrified secretary at her desk, the blonde continued onto the Hokage's office. Not even sparing a glance at the two Umbu guarding the door, he knocked twice and walked in after hearing an enter. Naturally, the Hokage found himself swimming in paperwork as he struggled to not be consumed by the great beast. "Ah, Naruto-kun, what can I do for you today?" Sarutobi asked with a kind smile as he noticed it was his surrogate grandson that came to see him. "I need to speak with you about something important," Naruto said as he walked towards the desk at a leisure pace. "Certainly, why don't you tell me all about it?" Sarutobi said, sitting up straighter, knowing that whatever Naruto had to say was important, especially with his change as of late. "It's something for your ears alone," Naruto replied as he pulled a chair in front of the desk, indicating the Umbu stationed in the room. Sarutobi motioned to the 4 Umbu that they were to disperse from the room. However, one Umbu leapt from their position and came to rest in a kneeling position in front of the village leader. Naruto took a side glance at this masked shinobi. From what he could see, the build was obviously of a male that wore the standard attire of the Umbu. That is where the similarities ended, as he took in the immaculate black cloak that hid majority of his features, including the color of his hair. On his face was the pale white mask of what appeared to be a dragon. "By your leave, Hokage-sama," the masked nin said with a bow before fading out of the room. "Of course, Ryu," Sarutobi says with a kind smile after watching the effective display by one of his shinobi, as he lifted his hands and was about to do seals for a jutsu when Naruto spoke up. "Before you activate that jutsu, tell the idiot outside the window to reveal himself, then you can send him away." Instead of answering, Sarutobi decided to sit in silence as he knew who was sitting outside his window. It was one of his students. He wanted to see how he would react to such a comment. Luckily, he didn't have long to wait as smoke filled the room behind the sitting blonde. "Idiot? Sensei, you should enlighten this kid that he stands in the presence of the great, powerful lady killer. The Densetsu Gamma Sennin no Jiraiya, legendary Toad Sage Jiraiya," the voice said, identifying itself as Jiraiya. Naruto turned around to look at the male whose scent he noticed from the moment he started to tear into Hitaki near the hot springs. Jiraiya was dressed in brown shinobi pants with a green net shirt covered by a red vest and wooden geta rather than sandals. His white hair is long, spiky, and hung low against the large scroll strapped to his back. He wore a large headband with small horns on the side with a kanji in the middle that said oil instead of the leaf insignia. He had 2 vertical red stripes running down both his cheeks. All this was topped off by an extremely dramatic pose, complete with him standing on top of a gamma. "Look, Naruto, I know you wanted this to be just between us, but if there is one person I can trust not to say anything, it's Jiraiya over there. Will you let him in on your secret as well? If it makes you feel better, he knows of the QB in your belly, as he was the one to help the yondaime complete the array for the seal," Sarutobi said in an effort to ease the blonde's mind as he activated the security seals for the entire office, making this the most secure place in all the village at the moment. "Very well, Aji-san," Naruto said after a small period of silence. With that out the way, Naruto dropped the henge he cast in the forest as he told of his run-in with the disguised Orochimaru. Jiraiya stopped the story at this point to reveal his ex-teammate to Naruto, and how something was done to the seal causing his connection to the Kyuubi's chakra to halt. Then he told the Gamma Sennin and the Venerable Hokage about his meeting of his ancestor and the awakening of his demonic heritage as an Uzumaki. Needless to say, both men soon found they needed sake to help digest all that they learned until we came to the current moment. "Let me see if I understand. Your ancestor appeared before you while you lay unconscious in the forest of death?" Sarutobi asked as he had just lit his pipe while listening to the end of Naruto's tale. "That's pretty much the gist of what I've told you," Naruto said, looking at his commanding officer. "Well, if you're truly adamant about making the world know your strength, then I say be a maelstrom of change like I've seen from you so far," Sarutobi said, knowing his surrogate grandson was turning over his words in his head. "You make a valid point, Aji-san. If I'm to be recognized, then I will do so with my own hand. However, I want you to add the name of Inu Teisho to my file," Naruto said as he looked at Sarutobi with a slight change in expression as he gave Sarutobi a very small smile, letting the old man know that he still was important to Naruto. Done, and if you will, allow an old man to correct another foolish error on his end, Sarutobi said, getting up and walking over to one of the few pictures in his office of the 3 previous Hokages and his own picture. Stepping up to the picture of the Yondaime, Sarutobi waved a chakra-infused hand over the photo, causing 2 small scrolls to fall into his waiting hands. He then handed them to Naruto before returning to his seat. Before you open those scrolls, know that they will answer the question you asked me all those years ago regarding your parents, Sarutobi said solemnly as he sat back to wait for the inevitable blow-up. Naruto opened the first of the 2 scrolls without hesitation to find it addressed to him from the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato aka Konoha no Kiroi Senku, Yellow Flash of Konoha. To my most cherished son Naruto. As Naruto sat there reading the scrolls, Sarutobi looked to his face for any signs of resentment or anger towards the man now revealed to be his father. Instead he saw a mostly stone face that didn't register anything, only to take a side glance at Jiraiya, who began to squirm under the blonde's gaze as the boy found out that Jiraiya was to be his designated Kofu, godfather, through the letter. After that one, he opened the second one to find the name of his mother, Uzumaki Kushina, also known as Konoha no Shinkyo, Crimson Death of Konoha. Once he was finished and put both letters down, he merely looked at the Hokage for confirmation. Is what's in this letter true? Naruto asked with a tone of indifference. Yes, it is, and I would understand if you are upset with your father. Sarutobi started, only to be interrupted by the blonde. Why would I be mad? He did what he had to, as is expected of a leader. However, his method leaves me questioning his competency as a parent, Naruto said while rolling up the 2 scrolls. Of course this didn't sit well with Jiraiya. How could you say that his actions are what saved this village? Besides, it's not like he had another choice. The Kyuubi would have destroyed us all, Jiraiya said, looking at his godson with anger rising in his eyes. His actions are also what condemned his entire family to ruin. However, I care not what my 2 sans choices were. From what my cousin wrote in hers, I was going to become the Jinchuriki regardless. So your anger is unneeded. If you want, I could yell at you for not doing your job if you'd like, Kofu, Naruto said, pointing out that he knew about Jiraiya's position in his life. Naruto, listen. I know that Jiraiya said, realizing what Naruto was talking about, and tried to justify his actions only to be stopped by his godson. Save your apologies, they aren't needed. What's done is done. Besides, I survived alone, as you can see. Now then, it's been a long afternoon. I want the keys to my family home, Hokage-sama, Naruto said with maturity as he made Jiraiya realize that he didn't need to waste time arguing about what can't be taken back anyway. They are in the scroll left by your father. Are you going to reveal your heritage just yet to Konoha? Sarutobi replied, seeing Naruto take this all in stride. Not just yet, save that for the day of the Chunin exam finals. I want to train in peace before the damned council tries sticking their nose where it doesn't belong. Speaking of the council, it's time you shaped up, old man, Naruto said, looking dead at the old Hokage with 2 shards of sapphire that seemed to pierce Sarutobi to the core. I'm not following, Sarutobi replied as he tried to follow what his surrogate grandson was getting at. Are you not the Hokage? The man that was chosen to protect and lead Konoha and all her citizens, including the council? It's time you realize that this village is a dictatorship with you at its helm, not a democracy that entitles them to undermine your authority. You are to answer to none in this entire country save for the daimyo himself. Be a real man, Sarutobi, Naruto said as he got to his feet and leaned over the desk to look Sarutobi directly in the eyes while flaring his yukai to get his point across. Stepping back, both Naruto and Jiraiya watched Sarutobi have an affinity about how he's been running this village ever since he took office again after Minato's death. They caught the fire in his eyes go from a flicker to a full-on blaze as he sat up straighter at remembering that his was the de facto boss inside these walls, and what he said goes. For too long have I let this beautiful village decline into the cesspool that it's become. My senseis must be rolling in their graves at their hard work and dreams being tarnished. It's time everyone learned just why they chose me to be the Hokage of this village. Thank you, Naruto, for rekindling the fire in this old man. Things will be different in the future. If there is anything I can do for you, let me know. Sarutobi said with a newfound sense of purpose as he undid the security seals. No problem. I'll just hold on to that favor until I need it down the road. Oyasumi-nasai, good night to both of you. One more thing. Until these exams are over, I would stick close to Hokage Jiraiya. From what you've told me, then something might happen between now and the end of the exams with Orochimaru, who definitely has plans for Konoha. Naruto replied before he turned around and walked out the office carrying his parents' scrolls, leaving Sarutobi and his student behind. Sensei, just what kind of person has my godson become? Jiraiya said with a look of pure shock on his face. Someone destined for great things, Jiraiya. Sarutobi replied with a genuine smile as he leaned back in his chair smoking his pipe while enjoying the silence. Of course, before Jiraiya shattered it with a giggle so perverted that women all over the village were up in arms to search out the pervert and beat them within an inch of their lives, while the males shivered or silently weep in fear of the mob of vengeful estrogen sweeping throughout the village. What is so funny, Jiraiya? Sarutobi asked, looking to his longtime student as he puffed out his chest with a proud gleam in his eyes. Since Naruto has unlocked his Uzumaki bloodline, meaning that he falls under the CRA, which means he's going to get a harem of bodacious honeys to help revive both his clans, Jiraiya said with a running nosebleed at the lucky future his godson is going to get. You think I could take that boy on as an apprentice? This, of course, caused Sarutobi to burst out laughing at his student's expense as he swiveled his chair around to look at the sun setting over the village wall. That's for your nephew to decide, Jiraiya, but whatever happens from this point on will be a sight to see. I hope I'm around to see it with my own eyes. Sarutobi mused quietly as he watched the sun give way to night with a smile on his face. Chapter 4, Weapons and Training Part 2. Namikaze's Compound. Naruto awoke in a very comfortable and clean, king-sized bed as the sun filtered through the curtains signaling a new day to train. After sifting through his memories of the conversation he had with Sarutobi last night, Naruto just stared at the ceiling of his family compound home in thought. And while not as large as the ghost town known as the Uchiha district, or as traditional as the Hyuga compound, it was an upgrade from the shit nest he was forced to live in for the past 12 years. Naruto could mentally say that this home was a much-needed improvement as he got out of bed and pulled on a pair of nondescript shinobi pants and a mesh shirt for the time being until he could reach Sesshōmaru's resting spot to retrieve Tokujin and Tenseiga, then come back and begin his real training. As he made his way downstairs to the kitchen, Naruto could definitely see the difference of a clean house would make without a huge layer of dust covering everything. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, he summoned 30 clones using the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. They all poofed into existence looking exactly like their creator, right on down to the small scowl on each of their faces. 5 of you are to clean the living room, 5 of you are to clean the kitchen, another 5 are to take care of the upstairs, 5 of you are to go food shopping to replace what has gone rotten, and the last 5 of you are to look in the library for anything useful. Don't bother with the hierarchy, we will make do without it. Dispel yourselves when your tasks are done. Naruto instructed to the clones as he applied his henge for the time being. This technique is more useful than I originally thought. I should work on increasing my skill with that jutsu. It could become invaluable in combat. Naruto thought as he felt the 5 clones going shopping brush past him while heading into the village ahead of him after taking a bag of money he found in the master bedroom. As Naruto walked towards the Hokage Tower, he wasn't oblivious to the usual glares and looks of disgust aimed at him, like his existence mattered any less than a civilian villager. If he still wore that mask of an idiot, he would have just smiled back before going on his way. Not anymore though, as he glared back with an expression that said, "Try anything and you will be dealt with." And to prove his point, Naruto let some killing intent leak from his body in a very brief spike that caused more than one civilian to shit themselves in fear at what they were feeling. Upon reaching the tower, Naruto walked right past the secretary he was always at odds with, without so much as a word, seeing as she wasn't at her desk for the moment. Knocking on the Hokage's door and hearing an enter, Naruto walked in to see a frustrated Sarutobi still up to his armpits in paper. And while there wasn't as much as yesterday, the young Uzumaki could see that his leader was grateful for any reprieve he could get from his mortal enemy. "Ah, Naruto-kun, what brings you by so early this morning?" Sarutobi asked with a kind smile as he silently thanked Kami for his surrogate grandson as he lit his pipe and took a pull. "I've come to see how you've made out since our talk last night," Naruto said as he took a seat in front of the elder Sarutobi clan head. "To be honest, I felt better than I have in years, and you are to thank for that, my boy," Sarutobi replied with a tip of his head in Naruto's direction. "So what's the real reason you've come this morning, Naruto?" "Well, Naruto started before a presence near the window, had both men looking to a surprisingly cheerful Gamasenin as he climbed through the open space. "Ohio, Gigi. I've come by to give you a preview of my next book. And what are you doing here?" Jiraiya said with a smile before he realized his godson was sitting across from his old sensei. "If you must know, Jiraiya, Naruto-kun here was just going to tell me what he's doing here when you should up," Sarutobi said as he looked at the white-haired Nin as he had the decency to look embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. "Anyway, as I was saying, I was thinking about what I told you last night when I went home and I decided, I want you to give me traveling rights to leave the village for a month to locate my ancestors' resting place," Naruto said as he looked directly at Sarutobi with eyes that wouldn't take no for an answer. "Are you sure that's what you want to use the favor for?" Sarutobi replied with his face slacking a bit at what Naruto just asked. "Yes, I'm positive. Or do I need to remind you of the details of our agreement?" Naruto asked with a slightly raised eyebrow to his commanding officer as Sarutobi's pipe hung from his lips loosely at what he was hearing. Jiraiya was faring no better as he looked at his godson put his mentor behind the 8-ball with what he just said. Taking one look at his sensei, Jiraiya could see Sarutobi knew this as well as he straightened his posture before speaking again as he fixed his pipe and, "Ahem. There's no need for that, Naruto, but are you sure you wish to keep the contract open? You've made a bunch of friends in your genin class." Sarutobi tried in hopes of dissuading Naruto with his goal. "Don't insult my intelligence. They all still think of me as the idiot I made myself out to be. I will admit that was my fault for taking things too far, but even then no one tried to see the real me regardless of whatever I did. Be honest with yourself, do you think that they will respect me as a person cause I don't? So I will make them all respect my strength and sword arm," Naruto asked while looking at Sarutobi and Jiraiya, who was subtly flinching under the young boy's gaze as he pointed out the truth to them. "Very well, Naruto, this pass will allow you to leave the village for the entire month, but I hope it won't come to that. Do you know where to look exactly?" Sarutobi said as he shook himself out of his stupor to write out the pass and hand it over to his surrogate grandson. "I do. I'm to locate the heart of the Western lands where the sands of time shirt endlessly to protect the resting place of the Western Lord. So it's safe to assume that riddle means that I'm headed for Kaze no Kuni, Wind Country," Naruto said, grabbing the paper and turned at hearing snickering from Jiraiya, who looked about ready to explode with laughter. "What's wrong with you?" Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow at Jiraiya, who just shook his head negatively as he calmed down from his laughing fit to speak. "Nothing about you going to Kaze no Kuni. Even with your change and new motivation, that still doesn't change the fact that you've never been outside the village. So I'll be going with you to help find this place," Jiraiya said with a smile as he pointed a thumb at his chest, as he basically volunteered himself for this trip. "That is agreeable. Your knowledge of the land will be beneficial. I'll accept your company on this trip," Naruto said with a nod of his head after thinking over the facts laid in front of him. "Great, and on the way I can help you prepare for the finals by teaching you some," Jiraiya started to tack on until his godson interrupted him. "You gonna actively train me for real? Or are you gonna leave me on my own to struggle while you go off and do whatever? Because if you are, then I will have to pass on your offer," Naruto asked with an arm's length of suspicion at his godfather's intentions. "What makes you think I would do something like that?" Jiraiya asked with a pang of hurt at the obvious distrust from his godson, but then the rational side of his brain kicked, telling him that Naruto didn't know anything about him regardless of being named his godfather by his deceased parents. "I've already had a bad start to my career by being given to that favoritism-giving, chronically late Hatake that I'm forced to call sensei. I don't want a repeat performance from anyone. So if you aren't going to be genuine in training me, I will reach my goal on my own. This revelation, of course, had Sarutobi's temper flaring along with his chakra, which caused people around the tower to become very hesitant to screw up after finding out their leader was displeased for whatever the reason was. What? Of all the dash, are you sure of the allegations you place upon Kakashi, Naruto? Sarutobi bellowed at the blonde, who didn't even flinch under the old Hokage's questioning. Of course I'm sure. Hataki's been doing this since the day we became a team. He would let Sasuke shirk his part on D-rank missions, and then would allow the client to undermine my payment even though I was the one doing the most work. Naruto said as he watched Sarutobi pace the floor after getting up. It's a very good thing I put Kakashi in his place where your heritage is concerned, and to think he said he had your best interest at heart. The Hokage muttered as he looked up with a restrained fury in his eyes. Don't waste your time doing something foolish such as trying to punish him right now. Naruto replied while Sarutobi's killer intent died down, but his displeasure was still no. So you would let him get away with what he's done? Sarutobi asked with no small amount of shock in his voice, while looking at Naruto. Sensei, I don't think that's what Naruto-kun is getting at. What he means is that now isn't the time to go directly punishing our forces with the finals around the corner, and with the daimyos and important clients coming to view the exams we need to have our best appearance that includes Kakashi, who was a lot of fame among the elemental countries. Jiraiya said, trying to placate his sensei before the situation got out of hand. Is this true? Sarutobi asked, looking from his student to Naruto, who just nodded. Yes, you can wait until after the exams to punish him. Besides, I could care less about what befalls him for his transgression. Will you honestly help me become stronger, or do I cut you loose right now? Naruto said before turning his attention to Jiraiya, who stood up on his behalf just now. Jiraiya thought over his answer before speaking. Right now he was being given a rare chance to make up for not being there for his godson. He knew that Naruto was extending a trust branch of sorts to help him train for the finals, and making the wrong mistake could lead to his godson shutting him out of his life for good. So Jiraiya knew that he could start to build a relationship with the blonde by being as honest as he could with him. Kid, not only will I train you for the finals, but I'm making you my final apprentice. You'll become one of the most famous in the elemental countries when I get through with you. Jiraiya said as he put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and gave him an honest smile, which Naruto accepted with a brief nod of his head before getting to his feet. I want to leave as soon as possible, so we will leave out the main gate in 10 minutes, Naruto said as he started to walk off. Wait a minute. Don't you want to get some gear for the trip? Sarutobi called out to Naruto. No, I'm already packed with a storage scroll, Naruto replied before disappearing from the room, leaving a stunned Jiraiya and a smiling Sarutobi. You should hurry and catch up to him before he leaves you in his dust, Jiraiya-kun, Sarutobi said with a chuckle at watching his student nod once, place a small book on his desk, and then jump out the window he came in. Kids these days. Sarutobi laughed as he put the book away, picked up his PE, and began his day of battling paperwork. Yujito sat in Ichiraku's downing her 4th bowl of the morning, while her older sister Samui watched on with an impassive face at how much ramen her Amudo could put away, while she ate her own bowl of miso ramen. As Yujito finished her last bowl, she let out a content sigh at having a full belly and just leaned back in her chair. Not that I don't like to see you stuff your face full with ramen, Yujito. We have to go meet up with Karabi-sensei and the rest of the team for training, Samui said as she got up from the table while pulling out her wallet to pay for their meal. Yeah, let's go, Yujito said with a brief smile before her expression changed to a business-like one as she got up as well. She's different. Not as isolated as she was a few days ago, Samui analyzed about her sister as they walked out the shop. Yujito walked out into the morning air as villagers were already starting their day. As she looked to her left, she spotted Uzumaki Naruto walking in her direction. She gave a nod in his direction as he got close enough for them to speak. So we meet again, Naruto-san, Yujito said as he stopped right in front of them with a nod of his own. It would appear so, Yujito-san, and you are? Naruto replied as he looked from Yujito to her sister. This is my older sister Samui. You witnessed her fight in the Forest of Death as well, Yujito answered before her sister could. Nice to meet you, Uzumaki-san, Samui said with a truly cold demeanor as she waited for his eyes to travel southward to her breast like other men that gazed at her with lust in their eyes. Likewise, Samui-san. Gomen, but I must be on my way. I hope you both won't disappoint by not showing up to the finals, Naruto said while he sidestepped both women and continued on to the gate. You better show up yourself, Uzumaki. I want a chance to fight you myself. Yujito called to his back as he kept walking, but she knew that he heard her. Yujito watched until he disappeared into the crowd before turning to meet the analytical eyes of her sister. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Yujito questioned her sister as they walked off to meet their sensei. Uzumaki-san. He's the reason you've been so much more chipper. I have no idea what you're talking about, we just happened to train in the same area after we talked, Yujito said as she stopped to look at Samui. Well, it's nice to see you like this, even if it's only temporary, Samui said as she left a stunned Yujito standing in the street until she snapped out of her daze to catch up with her sister. As Naruto neared the main gates, he found Jiraiya waiting for him with a smile on his face and a travel pack on his back. So, you ready to be off? Jiraiya asked with his smile growing wider with each passing second. Of course, Naruto replied as they set off for Kaze no Kuni. Once they got clear of the village and any unsuspecting ears, Jiraiya decided to have a bit of fun at his godson's expense. So what was that I witnessed on my way to the gate between you and those two Kumo hotties? Jiraiya asked with a grin that was turning very lecherous as they walked along the road. Nothing really. I had a run-in with the one named Yujito a couple days ago, and she was just introducing me to her sister, as you felt so compelled to listen in on. Naruto replied with a glance at the expression that his godfather had as they walked up the dirt road. Nothing, huh? Well, I have to congratulate you on snagging such visions of beauty, especially the one with the short hair. She reminds me of my teammate with those luscious breasts of hers. That could be a work for my next book. A young man of a mysterious origin is befriended by two lovely sisters that want to explore a relationship to heal his broken soul. Jiraiya giggled as his brain started going off on a tangent while he scribbled away on a notepad. Am I going to have to deal with this regularly? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow at the unrestrained perversion his godfather displayed. Of course, as my apprentice you shall be taught the way of the perv, and then we can take over the world, Jiraiya said with such a serious passion that it was ruined by the lecherous grin he got at the end. A little while later, as he walked the dirt road ever closer to Kaze no Kuni, Naruto could see a group of people near the side of the road. As he got close enough, he could see that a group of about 7 chunins and 1 jounin had one person in the middle surrounded. Naruto could see the Haite for Odo wore proudly on their balaclava mask. Even as he moved closer, the conversation became apparent. Look, girl, there's no way you can beat any of us. We're all of higher rank and more powerful than you are. So just accept the fact that your life as a whore begins now. Orochimaru-sama handed you over to us and now we are going to break you in, the jounin said to what can now be identified as a female. On the outside, Naruto was indifferent, but inside was another matter. He detested rape in any shape or form. It reminded him of what he witnessed and suffered at the hands of the more vicious and immoral villagers that would actively hunt him at night and force him to watch as they raped young girls, or the women in the group would rape him. All the while they would jeer and say it was because a demon like him drove them to do such things. That's why each and every one of those bastards got theirs when he systematically hunted down and killed each and everyone in that group and then made it look like an accident claimed their tainted lives. Now hearing about the name Orochimaru come out their mouths was a bonus as to who they were fighting under. Hey, look at some Konohagaki, one of the chunins pointed out when he sensed and spotted Naruto out the corner of his eye before most of his group turned to look at Naruto's approach. I'll take care of this. What's a genin doing so far away from his village and without any higher-ranked officers with him? One of the chunnin said with an arrogant gait as he strolled up to the head of the group and posed to look intimidating. This didn't deter Naruto, who just stopped a few feet in front of the jounin and looked at their potential sex slave. It was a girl around his age with long black hair in a loose ponytail with an Odo Haite. She wore blue camo on her arms and legs with a simple black shirt and shinobi pants and black sandals. He knew who this was. It was Tsuchi-kin, the girl from that Odo team that lost to Shikamaru during the preliminaries. "Move," Naruto said without even flinching at the weakling in front of him. "Look who thinks he's tough. What do you care for anyway? She's a girl whose fate is sealed by becoming our fuck toy," the Chunin said with a laugh at Kin, who shook slightly in both rage and fear at what the man said. "Move or I can just kill you all to get past." "Ha, and what makes you think a genin like you has the ability to take on someone like me must less my comrades behind me? Beat it, kid, before I decide to get angry and kill you," the Chunin boasted as he stepped forward and grabbed Naruto by the front of his shirt. All the other Odonin just laughed at what they thought was a weak genin. However, all that was cut short when a loud gurgling sound reached their ears. Looking to where the sound came from, the Odonins watched as their comrade fell backwards and collapsed in a heap on the ground. What had everyone, including Kin, looking in disbelief was the fact that Naruto held the man's still beating heart in his hands while blood gushed from the organ. "Fucking brat, Shirani," a second Chunin cried out as he charged in head-on at a speed. He, though, could overpower the genin and allow him to be killed that easily. Naruto watched the man's approach, which, to his eyes, was slowing than paint drying as he brandished a kunai. He dodged all of the man's attacks, then caught his wrist on a backswing and held the wrist in a vice grip. Without a second, though, he ripped the arm from the Chunin's body in one pull. The sound of bone and muscle tearing reached everyone's ears. The Chunin who lost the arm looked down to see blood gushing from the wound in waves. Before he could even scream from the pain, a Dakaso ended his life in an instant. Naruto tossed the heart away as he looked at the rest of the Odonins in challenge. "Three of you, take him," the Jounin ordered as he got over the shock of seeing a genin take down a Chunin so easily. The Chunins ran at Naruto in a triangle formation and would switch places every often in order to confuse him. It didn't work, of course, seeing as Naruto was prepared for them. Chunin 1 attacked with a simple downward stab, which Naruto sidestepped before crushing the man's hand with his foot when Chunin 1's kunai hit the dirt. His scream was also cut short, but this time it was a foot that snapped his neck when he was kicked in the jaw with a devastating kick. Chunin 2 sacrificed himself as he took a Dakaso to the face as his back was used as a platform by Chunin 3, who thought Naruto couldn't dodge due to his hand being lodged in the Dean Chunin's head. "Got you, you damned gaki." Chunin 3 laughed with a bloodthirsty grin as he fell towards the blonde Yukai. Naruto silently cursed the stupidity of the shinobi in front of him as he raised 2 fingers above his head and brought them down in a whipping motion. The Odonin tried and failed to alter his flight path and felt the attack slice through him like a kunai through flesh. Naruto stared impassively at the remaining 3 Odonins as the 2 halves of the falling nin splat on either side of him. "You last 2 attack," the Jounin ordered. "No way, you saw what that kid just did." "Same as us," cried one of the 2 remaining Chunins. "I'm with Chinjuro. I ain't about to fight that gaki," the second one said in agreement with the first. "Fine, but you both get to inform Orochimaru-sama that you were frightened off by a genin and see how he takes the news," the Jonin said as his words painted the picture of the situation the 2 Chunin would find themselves in at the hands of the Hibisanin. Without a word, they both pulled out a kunai and rushed Naruto with an urgency to not end up as one of Orochimaru's experiments or worse. Naruto decided that letting these clowns living any second longer was not needed as he moved with blinding speed and cut the 2 Chunin to ribbons with his Hikari no Muchi, whip of light. Neither felt any pain as they instantly became little bits of flesh, blood, and organs on the ground. Kin wanted to throw up at the sight, however. Any thought of doing so was put on hold as the Odo Jounin put her in a chokehold and brandished a kunai over her jugular. "Stop right where you are unless you want me to slit this little bitch's throat," the Jounin threatened with a manic look as he pressed the kunai a bit to get his point across. Kin thought her rescuer would heed her captor's command and stop. Instead, he picked up speed as he literally vanished from sight. The Jounin got twitchy and decided to make good on his promise. Kin shut her eyes in acceptance of her fate until a squelching sound traveled to both the Jounin and Kin's ears. When the Jounin unconsciously let Kin go, she didn't waste a minute as she danced out of his reach, and while keeping a kunai trained on him in case she needed to fight for her life again. The man shook severely as he took a couple of agonizing steps forward and then turned to gaze at his attacker. As he fell backwards, the last thing he witnessed with his eyes was Naruto with a bloody hand clutching his heart. As he weakly reached for his life-giving organ, the Jounin fell over dead just as Naruto tossed the heart away. Without missing a beat, Naruto gathered all the bodies of his enemies together and warned Kin to step back as he flashed through hand signs. With a well-powered Keton, Ryuka no Jutsu, Naruto and Kin watched in silent satisfaction as those 8 blights on the world were no more. That was when Jiraiya decided to rear his head. "Some fine work there. A little too messy for my tastes, but you got the job done," Jiraiya commented with a chuckle as he landed a few feet away from the 2 teens. "Why are you just now showing yourself? I know you sensed them at the same time I did," Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow as he glared his godfather down while waiting for a reasonable answer. "Well, I knew you could handle it from what Sarutobi-sensei said. Besides, if things got too out of hand, I would have stepped in. Also, I felt you could use this as a combat experience against multiple opponents," Jiraiya answered nervously as Naruto mulled over his words in a quiet fashion. Seeing Naruto turn around as if he accepted his answer brought relief to Jiraiya. After seeing what his godson could do with that whip of light, Jiraiya really didn't want to be on the receiving end if he could help it. Now he watched as Naruto approached the shaking form of Tsuchikin, who gazed up at his godson in real fear after her legs gave out on her. "Are you injured, Tsuchikin?" Naruto asked after a period of silence to the brunette as she looked at him with wide eyes. All she could do was shake her head negatively as she didn't trust her voice any in front of this powerful boy. "No, man." "Then you should be fine on your own. Jiraiya-sensei, let's be on our way," Naruto called to his godfather with the proper respect as he didn't want that tidbit of info known yet. As both males walked by Kin's downed form, her eyes were ready to pop out of her skull at what she just heard. The legendary Jiraiya was the mentor to this powerhouse who she remembered was Uzumaki Naruto from the preliminary matches. Maybe if she pleaded to their sense of mercy, she could escape Orochimaru's slimy clutches for good. She reasoned that if not Naruto, then surely someone like Jiraiya could keep the Hibi team, snake bastard, from capturing her and using her in some twisted experiment. Finding her strength and courage, Kin rose to her feet and chased after the duo. "Matt? Wait. Chato Matt, just a minute," Kin called out as she caught up to Jiraiya and Naruto, who just turned to look at her. In Jiraiya's case, with a perverted grin as she was bent over on her knees, trying to get her breath back as her breast heaved. "Nanny?" Naruto asked while looking out the corner of his eye at the brunette. "Would you two allow me to travel with you? I have nowhere to go really, and I refuse to return to Odo. Not when I know what's waiting for me there. Please, Naruto-san. I'll do anything to keep away from Odo. I'll even become your slave if you wish." Kin tried as a bargain to get safety. "I have no need for a slave," Naruto commented before he resumed walking, only for Kin to rush to his side and clutch his arm. "Let me serve as your vassal then. I owe you my life, and I can think to repay you properly this way by serving you for the rest of my days," Kin pleaded as she looked to the blonde for some type of hopeful answer. "If that's what you want, then fine, but I will not tolerate a weak vassal under my clan's banner," Naruto said as he broke free of Kin's grip and continued towards Kaze no Kuni. Jiraiya gave her a brief glance before looking at his godson's retreating back, happy that his humanity wasn't completely destroyed. Kin herself looked upon her new lord with grateful tears of happiness at having a new chance at life. Drying her eyes, she figured out a way to truly aid her new lord. Divulge information pertaining to Orochimaru's plans for Konoha. Back in Konoha 3 hours later, Yujito and the rest of her team were laying about in a training field that was given to them so they could train for the finals. Even Omoi and Karui, who didn't make it, participated in the training. So far their sensei had run them ragged with a spar against him. They were dirty and catching their breaths while he stood nearby looking at them. Yo, what's with the halt to the show?" Their sensei rapped in an offbeat fashion that he thought was the epitome of cool. "Karabi-sensei, can we please take a brief break? We've been sparring for 2 hours straight." Kaori tried to reason with their powerhouse sensei as he mulled over the idea in his head. "Yo, I'm a kind guy that would like to say, you my team have earned a nice long break today. Karabi sung in rhyme style to his team, which had looks of gratefulness at getting some time to rest from their hellish training this morning. Thanks, Karabi-sensei. Omoi managed to mumble out as he, Samui and Kaori got to their feet and headed for the onsen as fast as their aching bodies could take them. Don't forget to chow on some food, so we can finish our training in a great mood, Karabi called out as he walked over to a nearby tree for a sit. Yujito was gazing to where her white-haired sensei sat with a small book in his hands as he thought up new rhymes to sing to whoever or in general. Deciding she would risk the horrible rap, Yujito made her way over and sat before her sensei. Karabi-sensei, I have a question for you. Do you have a moment? Yujito, don't cha know who I be. I've always got time for my favorite blonde Jinchuriki. Now don't beat around the bush or tiptoe the line. Tell ol' Karabi what's on your mind. Karabi rapped with a smile as he put down his book to actively listen to what his student wanted to ask. Have you ever heard of a Jinchuriki not wanting to contact their biju? The moment she finished her question, Yujito felt all the playfulness leave Karabi's body as he got totally serious about this topic. Can't say that I have. Why? I met another Jinchuriki besides Sabaku no Gara. His name is Uzumaki Naruto and he holds the Kyubi. We talked and he said the only way he'd communicate with Kyubi is to find a way to rid himself of it. Well, I don't know. Then again, not every one of us Jinchuriki wants anything to do with our tenants, even if we don't have a choice in the matter. Was that helpful, Yujito? Yeah, it was, thanks B. Yujito said with a small smile at his insightful wisdom. Not a problem for me, 'cause I'm the great and talented Karabi. Karabi said, flipping back to rap mode, which caused Yujito to face fall at his antics. A hidden bunker base somewhere in Hai no Kuni, Fire Country. Kabuto was making his way to his master's small throne room with some good news. Not that he would ever like to deliver bad news, but hey, someone has to. He knocked on the door twice and awaited to enter. Once inside, the lighting of the room grew darker save for 2 candles that glowed brightly on either side of the throne on which Orochimaru himself sat with a small grin. Kabuto, what news do you have to report? Something good, I hope. Orochimaru asked sweetly, but none could ignore the underlying threat in his voice that promised cruel pain. Of course, Orochimaru-sama. I have come to inform you that we are nearly ready for your invasion of Konoha. Kabuto replied with a smirk as he bowed in greeting to his lord. Excellent. I trust no one is suspicious of your activities. No, my lord. Shall I proceed with my mission to obtain Uchiha Sasuke? Yes, and make sure that you are not caught. Could throw a wrench in my plans. Am I clear, Kabuto? Orochimaru asked with the same sickly sweet voice. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. I will not fail you. Kabuto replied with another bow as he fought off the urge to shiver at his master's snake-like eyes burrowing into his head as he backed out of the room. Soon, Sarutobi-sensei, you along with your will of fire shall vanish into the pages of history. Orochimaru thought to himself as the 2 candles burned out, leaving him in darkness. Border of Kaze no Kuni. A day later. They had finally passed into Kaze no Kuni just a half an hour ago. The trio had reached here after encountering a couple more bands of bandits who fell to Naruto and Kin as they gained more combat experience, while Jiraiya taught them a few different training exercises and helping Kin expand her abilities as a kunoichi. Now they were entering the desert after stocking up on water for their exploration of the desert for Sesshōmaru's resting spot. And since Kin had become Naruto's vassal, he felt it prudent that she at least know about his ancestry as a Inu Yukai from his mother's clan. Needless to say, she promised to work even harder not to fail her lord. They had been started searching for the resting place near Sunagakure no Sato, Suna, hidden sand village. Jiraiya suggested looking with a scouting gamma but was discouraged by Naruto, who deduced that the desert would dry the summons out, not to mention that it couldn't be found by just looking around aimlessly. When Naruto tried to call Sesshōmaru from the afterlife, he found out a unique ability to the Inu Yukai. They could summon the spirits of the clan heads from each generation of Inu Yokai ancestor to aid them, only in their beast forms. When the spirit appeared, Naruto discovered that this was a recent clan head from about 350 years ago, before the founding of the shinobi villages. Her name was Uzumaki Inutesho Akai. She explained that varying amounts of Yuki could summon the different clan heads, with Inutesho himself as the boss summon for the ability. Naruto asked if she could lead him to Sesshōmaru's resting place, which she was more than happy to do. When the small group ended up in front of a large rock formation, they didn't think much of it, until Akane told Naruto to add a bit of his blood and Yuki to a hand indent on the rock face. After cutting his palm and smearing the indent, then passing some Yuki through it, a large boulder doorway slid down to reveal a stair leading downward. Naruto led the way down the stairs into the darkness, with Jiraiya bringing up the rear as he carried a torch he lit with a low-rank Keton Jutsu. Soon they could see a light at the bottom of the stairway and found themselves in a beautiful underground chamber with trees and a lake so pristine that it couldn't be done justice. Sesshōmaru's actual resting place in the middle of the lake on that small island. Only you will be able to go across, Naruto-kun, Akane said as she got the young Uzumaki's attention as he took in the surroundings. Why is it that only he can go further? Jiraiya yelled as he looked at the spirit, feeling as if he was being disrespected. Because the amount of Yuki around the lake alone would be enough to cause your heart to explode inside your chest, Naruto replied as he stepped forward, causing Jiraiya to perk up in horror. On second thought, Kinchan and I will wait here for you, Naruto. Right, Kinchan? Jiraiya said with an expression of fear to the brunette, who paid him no mind as she looked at her lord. Naruto-sama, I shall wait here for your return, Kin said with devotion shining in her eyes as she sat down on the ground to wait while practicing channeling her chakra through her body faster for an easier flow of battle. Naruto gave a nod as he approached the lake with a look of determination to receive Tenseiga and Tokujin. Pillars slowly rose from the water to reveal their position, before they started to submerge and emerge at random intervals of insane speed. Not one to be deterred, Naruto began his jump across the lake. As he moved, Naruto could feel the pressure of the Yuki, and the speed of the pillars increased the closer he got towards the island. Wanting to get this over with, he timed his next 3 jumps so quickly that on the last pillar, which got him more than 2/3 of the way across, he leaped with a graceful jump. As he soared, Naruto could feel himself getting lost on the sensation of moving through the air with ease. Seeing his landing target coming closer, Naruto landed with a small thump on the soft ground. Looking back, Naruto saw the pillars recede into the water and decided to move on. He soon found himself in front of a tomb shrine with various chests and urns around the staircase. Without giving those items any thought, Naruto climbed the steps with a purpose in mind. Those 2 swords. As he reached the top, he found himself in front of 2 ornate doors which opened of their own accord to allow him entrance. Naruto walked through and came out on a cliffside to an expansive valley of death. The sky was purple with black clouds, and instead of spike made from earth, a large and dense forest surrounded the land, and standing out against this all was Sesshomaru's beast-formed dog body. Think of Inutesho's tomb with Sesshomaru's smaller skeleton in place of the dog general's. Just as he was trying to figure out a way across, Naruto watched as a winged skeleton landed right in front of him with a regal bow of submission. You are to take me across to Sesshomaru's body? Naruto asked the creature that he knew could understand him, so it came as no real surprise when the creature nodded its head before growing to a size large enough to carry a human passenger. Naruto stepped onto the winged creature's back and found himself flying towards Sesshomaru's skeletal form. Once they got close enough, Naruto could still feel the lingering aura of Sesshomaru's Yuki wrapped in the very bones, and wondered how potent Sesshomaru's father's would have been if it was the Inutesho's grave he was visiting. Looking upon the great form, Naruto could feel the objective awaiting him in the skull and directed his transport towards it. As he came eye level with the skull, Naruto could sense 2 opposing forces within each eye socket. Getting closer, he could feel Tokujin and Tenseiga calling to him respectively. Leaping into the eye socket, Naruto could see each blade resting on a pedestal, while Tenseiga Tokujin was just stabbed into the base of its pedestal. Deciding to deal with the more difficult sword first, Naruto walked over to Tokujin, which was making no attempts to halt the pure malice-filled Yuki in the air. Naruto gripped the hilt of the weapon and was instantly hit with the full force of the sword as he felt a new presence in his mind when he pulled the sword out. Well, it seems another Uzumaki has come to attempt and claim me. Do you think you have what it takes, boy? You may have the blood of a Yukai, but do you have the will to be one? Fall before my might. Tokujin asked with a gruff and cruel voice as it tried to impose its will upon Naruto, who gripped the sword tightly. Slowly Naruto could feel the influence of the Tokujin invading every corner of his mind in an attempt to take over. This brought a certain level of fury to his veins, even a sword is trying to force him into submission for its own gains. He remembered that he promised to never lose again as long as he could physically help it as his Yuki flooded his body and pushed Tokujin's presence out. Once he felt no trace of the sword's sentience in his mind. You will come to understand one simple truth, Tokujin. I'm willingly choosing you as a weapon. I could easily leave you here to sit and rust and age. That is if you believe yourself too priceless to spill the blood of my enemies. Naruto communicated with the Tokujin as he made to put the sword back in its spot. Without a word of protest, Naruto's Yuki overwhelmed Tokujin's and caused its malice-filled one to dissipate entirely. Raising the sword to eye level, Naruto gave the blade a few test swings to get a feel for its weight before being satisfied with what he discovered and slipped Tokujin into the length of his belt for the time being. With that done, the blonde turned his attention to Tenseiga, which hummed a beautiful shade of blue, as if to say it was waiting patiently for its new master. Walking over and grasping Tenseiga's hilt, Naruto experienced the same sensation of a presence entering his body, but this was different than Tokujin. It felt more soothing and inviting like the sun. Greetings to you, my new master. I must say that other than yourself, there was only two others that made Tokujin submit so quickly to their will. Uzumaki Akane and my original master Sesshōmaru-sama. You are indeed something special, and I look forward to working with such a master such as you. Naruto listened to the gentle voice as he drew Tenseiga from her saya, sheath, and brought the sword to eye level like he did Tokujin. He had to say that he was impressed with the quality and condition of this blade. It had no nicks whatsoever and still gleamed with bright intensity comparable to a pearl. Naruto-sama, please you'll make this old maiden blush with your praise. Tenseiga giggled softly in his head, confirming his unanswered question of whether the sword could hear him or not. Performing the same action as he did with the other sword, Naruto placed Tenseiga above Tokujin in his belt until he obtained more adequate clothing to wear. Turning around, the blonde Yukai could see his skeleton transportation still waiting where he left it. So without a second thought, he leapt aboard and held on as the winged creature fly back towards the door. After emerging from the tomb itself and stopping off to seal away some of the armor and clothing at Tenseiga's encouragement, Naruto was finally moving back across the lake to see Jiraiya, who looked positively bored out of his skull, and Kin, who sat patiently awaiting his return. The moment his feet touched solid ground, Kin was already moving to his side when she found herself staring at his hand. Save the pleasantries for later, Kin. I want to get back to Konoha as soon as possible, Naruto said as he began to walk as she fell in step with a short hi. Let's go, Jiraiya-sensei. I'm finished here, Naruto said as he passed his godfather who had managed to fall asleep. Anani? Jiraiya said with a startled expression as he woke up to Kin kicking him in the side after he didn't respond to his gentle shake. Jiraiya-sama, it's time to go, Kin said with huff as she tapped her foot impatiently at the Sannin, who just rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Konoha Hokage Tower 1 day and a half later. Sarutobi sat in his chair with a gobsmacked expression as he finished listening to the account of Naruto's trip to Kaze no Kuni, Wind Country. And he had to say that Naruto was going to be something in the future. So this young lady, Tsuchi-kin, was it, my dear? Sarutobi asked as he finally found his voice to speak. Looked to Kin. Hi, Hokage-sama, Kin said with a small nod of her head at being addressed directly. Yes, Tsuchi-kin has sworn a life of servitude to you as your vassal. Am I right, Naruto? That is correct, Hokage-sama, Naruto replied as he looked at his grandfather with a neutral expression. All right, Naruto-kun, I'll take your word for it. However, are you willing to prove your loyalty to Konoha Tsuchi-kin? Sarutobi sighed as he took a puff of his pipe before becoming steely-eyed as he looked at the ex-Oto Kunoichi. Yes, I am, Hokage-sama. If you like, I can even give you information pertaining to Orochimaru's plan to invade the very walls of Konoha. Kin replied with a bow while her face was full of so much conviction that Sarutobi had to admire her sincerity. Very well, I'll allow you to go with Naruto for tonight, but be prepared for an interrogation to prove the validity of your claims, Is this understandable to you? Hi, Hokage-sama. Then you both are dismissed, Sarutobi said with a wave of his hand as he turned his chair around to look out his window. You can take tonight to get her settled in, and we can begin training tomorrow, Naruto, Jiraiya said as he watched his godson and kin leave the office after nodding in his direction. Do you think we can trust her, Jiraiya? Sarutobi asked once he was sure no one else was in earshot. To be honest, Sensei, Naruto would have left that girl out there to die if he didn't think he could trust her. I could see that much, so I say yes, she can, Jiraiya replied as he sat on the windowsill. If what that young girl has to say is true, I'm going to need you here, Jiraiya, Sarutobi said as he closed his eyes tiredly. You can count on Jiraiya to not let you down, Sensei. Now if you'll excuse me, the ladies Jade Tenshi Hot Springs are calling me with their bodies, Jiraiya said with a puffed-out chest before his entire focus shifted into the perverted zone, which of course made Sarutobi chuckle at his students' antics. Once they got out to the street below, Naruto turned to Kin and looked at her with a critical eye. She had rid herself of the Oto Haite that she was given, and Jiraiya had been kind enough to buy her some new clothes to further distance herself from her like in Oto. Now Kin sported a simple mesh shirt with a button vest over top of it, and a pair of shinobi pants that ended just above her shins. What would you like to do, Kin? We can go home and eat something there, or we can go out to find something to eat, Naruto asked as they walked up the main street where a lot of the hustle and bustle was. I'm happy with whatever you pick, Naruto-sama, Kin said as she walked a few steps behind him, only to run into her lord when he stopped and turned to glance at her over his shoulder. Let me clear one thing up right now, Kin. You may be my vassal now, but you are not without your own opinion. When I meant that I will not tolerate a weak vassal, that means that you are able to speak your mind somewhat freely. I am not without fairness, do you understand, Kin? Naruto said as he looked at the kunoichi under his banner. Yes, Naruto-sama, and thank you. I'd like to actually go and see where I shall be living, Kin said with a few tears in her eye, knowing that she made the right choice to follow Naruto as his vassal. Let us be off then, Naruto said as he took to the roofs and led the way to his home with Kin right behind him. As they traveled, Kin took in the many beautiful sights Konoha had to offer that Oto was severely lacking in, such as many parks that people walked in and the cafes and restaurants where all the delicious food smells were coming from. Soon Kin found herself in front of her lord's home, and the only word that stuck out in her mind was beautiful. It was a truly crafted piece of art that spoke of a humble living rather than extravagant arrogance. There are wards in place to keep unwanted people out. I'll have to key you into them another time, but for now come, Naruto pointed out as the gates opened at his approach, with Kin looking in wonder at the lush beauty of the front yard with its assortment of flowers. Naruto opened the door and led Kin inside as he gave a brief overview of where everything was, such as the kitchen, the bathroom, the library, the dojo, the onsen, which Kin made a mental note to use tonight among other things. When they got upstairs, Naruto pointed out where everything important was kept up there. Pick any room aside from the master bedroom and the nursery and that will be yours. There is clothing and sleepwear in each room, so it won't matter. I'm leaving you to your own devices as I'm going downstairs to the dojo, Naruto said as he headed back downstairs, leaving Kin to her own devices. Kin didn't waste any time as she chose a room that was 2 doors down from the master bedroom and opened the door. She almost died of happiness right then at seeing the lush bed with a softness that looked unmatched. Kin dashed over and fell across the bed with a sigh. She just rolled over and thanked her good fortune that Naruto came when he did, because she didn't want to think about the alternative. After getting a bath in the onsen like she wanted, Kin walked around the house in an effort to find her master. Sounds from near the backyard had Kin walking through the living room and down a small hall before she found herself standing outside the dojo. Peeking through a slit in the door, Kin watched as Naruto wasted no time practicing with his newly acquired swords. As she watched, she couldn't help but become entranced by the movements, as there was no complexity or over-the-top steps that had to be remembered. Yet Naruto made it seem like he was performing a dance as he moved with the natural grace and skill of a master swordsman. Kin's eyes stayed transfixed on her lord's form as he swung his sword Tokujin in arcs that made the most of every movement. She could honestly say that he wasted not a single drop of energy. What is it, kin? Naruto's voice drifted out to her, causing the girl to unconsciously eep in response before gathering herself. She was so lost in her thoughts that she didn't realize that Naruto had finished his one-sided dance of death. Oh well, I was exploring the house when I heard noise in here and decided to check it out, Kin said after finding her voice. I see, well, it was just me practicing. You should eat and get ready for your meeting with the Hokage tomorrow, Naruto said as he put Tokujin at his waist before walking over to her. I will after I cook dinner, Kin said as she stepped back to let him into the hallway as she started for the kitchen. That won't be necessary, Kin, Naruto tried to say to her as she continued to her destination. Nonsense, I don't mind cooking for you since I learned how back in Odo. It was that or starve, Kin revealed as she walked into the kitchen only to stop at what she was seeing. Naruto at the stove tending to a pot of rice. I said that because I was already cooking dinner. And yes, I know what you pledged, you are my vassal, not my slave. I can do things for myself, but that doesn't mean I won't ask you to do them on occasion as well, Naruto said as he watched her shoulders slump a bit before she turned to look at him from his last remark. Of course, Naruto-sama. I see, thank you for explaining it to me, Kin said with a hug to the Uzumaki heir before he could stop her. Gasp. I'm sorry, Naruto-sama. I don't know what came over me. It won't happen again, Kin said as she jumped back in realization as if she had been burned. It's all right, Kin. Now let us eat some food, Naruto said as he stopped the girl before went on a rant that would last the whole night as they sat to the kitchen table and had a delicious meal. The following morning at Training Ground 14. Naruto had just unleashed another Kanatsu, sword pressure, from Tokujin and watched as it pierced the waterfall like a storm of senbon. Good, but let's try it one more time before calling it quits on this, Jiraiya called out from underneath the shade of a oak on the shoreline as he watched his godson train. After seeing Kin off to the Hokage at around 9 this morning, Naruto had run into Jiraiya, who said that his training began today and that they would be working at the secluded training ground of 14. When they arrived, Jiraiya had Naruto give a run through the basics to get a baseline of his skills. His godson managed to perform all the basics, even the 2 basic chakra exercises. He was surprised to hear Naruto say that he could have done better if there wasn't a seal on his stomach messing up his chakra flow. At hearing this, Jiraiya asked if his grandson could show him. Seeing what his godson said as truth, Jiraiya immediately performed the counter seal. After that, Naruto ran through the basics again and Jiraiya could see the improvement that fixing Naruto's coils had done for his performance. So Jiraiya decided to teach Naruto the art of summoning. His godson said that he would pass on it, but Jiraiya managed to convince him that it was good to have some backup skills in case there was a time when his Yukai abilities were dampened or negated altogether. So in order to shut his godfather up, Naruto signed the Toad contract begrudgingly while stating that he would only use such a jutsu if he saw no other recourse. Then when Naruto godson explained that he wanted to explore his 2 swords abilities and become familiar with them, who was Jiraiya to say no as they worked to discover the attack known as Kanatsu locked away in the sword. From then on they practiced using the move to see how many times it could be done with repeated uses. So far Tokujin was holding strong. Naruto reared back and swung Tokujin for what seemed like the 100th time today and launched a Kanatsu at the waterfall only for the same level of attack to hit the water, a moderately strong wave of energy needles. Good. Now let's move on to something else. Follow me, Jiraiya said as he got up and waved Naruto before leaping away in a burst of chakra with his godson right behind. The Gamma Sennin burst out of the trees and landed on the ground and walked forward a little ways before stopping. Soon Naruto had joined him at his side. What are we doing here? Naruto asked as he glanced over into the chasm while taking a guess but wanted to hear his godfather's response. Simple, you're gonna learn to control the Kyuubi's chakra by summoning the toads like I showed you, Jiraiya said with a smirk that Naruto didn't catch. Before Naruto could answer his godfather, he was pushed over the edge and began to plummet into the chasm. He managed to turn and see the smile on Jiraiya's face before he was out of sight. Naruto decided to see if this method could lead to anywhere, seeing as instead of sleeping the night before he practiced his Yukai abilities and found out that he could fly with enough concentration, As he fell, Naruto felt something pull in the back of his mind like call and decided to answer it. Everything went black. Inside Naruto's mindscape, Naruto opened his eyes to find himself in front of an enormous pair of bronze gates that seemed to stretch into the endless ceiling. In the middle was a small sutra paper with the word seal written in kanji. Walking closer, Naruto watched as a giant red paw reached out from the cage and attempted to crush him. Moving to the side, he only felt the intense wind the action produced, followed by the deep shake. "Kyuubi," Naruto said as he watched with a neutral expression as the claw was dragged back inside the cage. "Gaki, do you know how long have I waited for the day I meet my jailer in the flesh, so to speak? So tell me, Ningen, how would you like to be devoured by me?" Kyuubi bellowed as it grinned, showing off its rows of teeth as large as a grown man's leg. "Ningen? I think not. As for you, Vixen, you can cut the act and transform now. I don't feel like looking up 60 stories. Naruto commanded with unmovable authority as he looked at his tenant with a look that said he wouldn't be trifled with. This of course baffled the Kyuubi, although it didn't show it outwardly. How did such a lowly Ningen figure out that she was indeed a female, and what did he mean by she thought not? Intrigued by these turn of events, Kyuubi decided to humor her warden by switching forms. In a burst of light, the Kyuubi began to shrink until in its place as what could be described as a goddess given human form. Kyuubi had an aristocratic face that was very lovely, with her button nose and large slanted crimson orbs, completely with the tips of her fangs poking at her lips, which were of the richest reds. She had an hourglass body with curves in all the right places to make the prettiest of women insane with jealousy, as she was still lithe with subtle muscle to belay the amazing strength she possessed. Her fingers and toes were tapered equally with sharpened claws on the end of all 20 appendages that were reminiscent of the Inuzuka clan. She had hair that was as bright as blood that fell from her head in waves as the skimmed over her generous bust that could match someone like Samui easily without looking out of place on her body. Her hair ended at the curve of her ample, but to top off her look, however, she was completely naked. "Like what you see, Ningen?" Kyuubi purred as she crossed her arms under her bust and bent forward to tease her jailer into a perverted moment. "Enough, Kyuubi. I wish to speak with you and set the record straight before I leave," Naruto said as he conjured a throne for him to sit in and looked at the demoness behind the bars. "I suppose you want me to lend you my potent chakra in order to survive, huh, Ningen? Well, I think not, unless you beg me, the queen of all demons, and grovel at my feet," Kyuubi said as she started gloating and, to emphasize her point, held up her perfect foot. "I have no need for you or your chakra. I'm just letting you know that I will be finding a way to be rid of you without killing myself." Naruto scoffed at her gloating, of course without paying any attention to her statement. "You dare? You, a weak Ningen, dare to try and write off the most powerful demoness in existence as some insignificant fly? That's just like a human to think themselves beyond their position in life." Kyuubi roared as her appearance changed to include kitsune ears and 9 long tails that swished with a life all their own, adding to the look of fury as she unleashed her killing intent and Yuki in an attempt to cow her jailer into submission. Kyuubi wasn't prepared for the potent killing intent that rose above hers or the Yuki that managed to rival hers. No, it was even more refined and powerful than her own. Looking around for the source, she looked out the cage to see a silver-haired demon where her jailer was just at a moment ago. Feeling the Yuki surrounding this newcomer had Kyuubi's eyes as wide as dinner plates. There was no mistaking that powerful and ancient aura. It was the Yuki of the infamous Inu clan that was sired by the greatest of them, Inu no Teisho, a being that far outranked even the Kyuubi herself. And fate would have it that her jailer was a direct descendant. "Let's get one thing straight right now, Kyuubi. I'm no longer a human. I am Uzumaki Inu Teisho Naruto, and I will not tolerate you delusions of grandeur mucking them up. So you can either comply with my simple request, or I will remove you from me and break you into pieces so small that not even the Shinigami will be able to properly put them together in order to drag you ass back to hell. Understand?" Naruto all but growled as his Yuki surged unrestrained. Kyuubi could only nod in her shaken stupor as she looked at her container. After getting his response, Naruto pulled his Yuki back within himself, but didn't change back as he vanished from the mindscape. Kyuubi could only stare at where her container just stood with a shocked expression. As she slumped to her knees, Kyubi felt wetness running down her inner thighs, and she wiped some up with her fingers. I think I may have finally found a mate more than worthy of giving me a litter of kits. Kyubi said to no one in particular as she cleaned her fingers of her arousal with a sensual smile growing on her lips as the connection to her host's senses kicked in and she looked through his eyes. In the real world, in the chasm, Naruto had awoken to himself still falling at an incredible rate and decided to get out of here. Gathering a good amount of Yuki in his body, Naruto slowly became a ball of light as his descent came to a halt. With but a thought, the ball of light rocketed up towards the chasm opening. At the top of the chasm, Jiraiya was having a mini freakout. Why? Because he didn't feel any chakra building up, indicating that a jutsu was being used. After 10 minutes had passed, Jiraiya began to fear the worst for his godson, and was resigned to inform his sensei of his actions. Just as he was about to take off, Jiraiya heard the sound of humming coming from the chasm and getting louder. Rushing back to the edge, he managed to see a large ball of energy fly out of the chasm and land a few feet away from him. After a minute or so, the ball started to take shape, and soon Naruto stood before Jiraiya without a single scratch on him. "And Naruto, you're alive? How did you become that ball of light just now?" Jiraiya stuttered as he looked at his godson in disbelief. "Jiraiya-sensei, I want to have a word with you. What made it a good idea to push me off a cliff into a bottomless chasm?" Naruto's voice asked with veiled fury underneath his neutral demeanor as he drew Tokujin from his belt. "And now, Naruto, let's not do anything hasty. I am your godfather after all." Jiraiya tried in an effort to diffuse his godson's anger. Sadly, this did nothing to pacify Naruto, who unleashed a Kanatsu at the Gamma Sennin. Jiraiya began to dance around as he struggled to stay ahead of his apprentice's attacks as they become closer with each passing moment. While all this was going on in the seal, Kyubi was going over her decision concerning her container status and her need for a mate. On one hand, he was human before his Yukai form kicked in, and on the other, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with, not to mention he's very attractive. So the downside to not offering myself as a mate leaves me with possibly being his enemy. On the upside, though, I can be the mate to one of the strongest demon clans in existence. Plus, I don't think I would mind carrying a human clan name in addition to a demonic one. Kyubi said to herself as she weighted her options while her giant tails swished on their own as her mind wandered. Okay, I will present myself to Naruto as a potential mate, but first I must get out of here, and I know how. It's going to hurt like hell, and he may hate me for it, but I'm sure when he hears my reason for doing so, he'll get over it. Kyubi said with finality as she tested out her future mate's name before gathering her Yuki to attempt leaving the seal. On the outside of the seal, Naruto had managed to hit Jiraiya square in the ass with a Kanatsu and was about to finish beating him senseless, when a pain like no other erupted from his stomach, forcing him to take a knee as the pain became overwhelming. Jiraiya was at his side in an instant when Naruto fell completely to the ground, turning him over on his back, and knew that whatever was affecting his godson had Kyubi written all over it. Lifting Naruto's shirt to expose his seal, Jiraiya could see that Kyubi was pushing against the seal as if it was trying to break free. Grabbing an ink brush and some ink, Jiraiya quickly wrote out a sutra for suppression and slapped it on Naruto's stomach. Slowly, the Biju's chakra dissipated back into the seal until Jiraiya couldn't feel anything. Sighing, he sat back in relief that he wasn't too late to stop what the Kyubi had planned. Suddenly, the Kyubi's chakra burst forth and overran the sutra that Jiraiya placed on the seal, and when he tried to contain it, the chakra exploded with such intensity that Jiraiya himself was knocked back into a row of trees. As Jiraiya lay against a fallen tree with a huge bump on his head, the only thing he could think was that he hoped his godson survived whatever happened. About an hour later, Jiraiya slowly regained conscious as he heard two voices nearby. Blinking away the dull throb of pain in his skull, he say up slowly, "Look, Naruto-kun, he's coming to," a silky voice said as Jiraiya sat up fully and looked around. What he saw had his jaw nearly hitting the floor. The entire landscape looked as if a war happened around him while he was out cold. Trees were uprooted. There was rubble and large craters everywhere, and sitting across from where he sat, Naruto was sitting comfortably against a log with a drop-dead gorgeous and naked red head situated in his godson's lap. Needless to say, Jiraiya passed out again, this time due to a massive nosebleed that caused him to hit his head on the ground from the force of the gush of blood. "Ah, I think I broke the poor ninjen. Guess my beauty was too much for him." Kyubi giggled with a full-blown grin as she looped her arms around Naruto's neck. "Kyubi, put on these clothes. We won't be able to explain anything to him if he dies from blood loss," Naruto said as he unsealed a pair of pants and a simple black shirt for her to wear. "Humph, it would serve the pervert right. Besides, I don't see you complaining about me showing off my form. By the way, my real name is Sakaki. Kyubi is just my title among the Biju." Kyubi pouted as she crossed her arms under her breast, pushing them up. The sight alone would put Jiraiya into shock at seeing such a generous bust. Without much protest, she grabbed the offered clothes and put them on. Sakaki had just pulled the shirt down when Jiraiya regained conscious for the second time and sat up. When he looked at the young woman in his grandson's lap again, she was dressed. Suddenly the memory of Naruto's seal going haywire came back, and he looked around widely before addressing Naruto. "What happened with your seal? And where's the Kyubi for that matter?" Jiraiya asked with a panicked look on his face as he expected to look and see the 60-story Kitsune marching on Konoha in vengeance. "Yo!" was all Sakaki could say as she tried not to bust up laughing at Jiraiya's antics. You're the Kyubi? There's no way you are Kyubi," Jiraiya said with a laugh while Sakaki and Naruto looked on as he slapped his thigh in amusement. "No, seriously, what happened with the Kyubi, Naruto?" Jiraiya asked as he calmed down enough to speak. "It's as she says, she's Kyubi," Naruto said as if it was the most simple thing in the world. "You obviously don't take our word for it, so how about a demonstration? I'll show you something only the Kyubi could know or do," Sakaki proposed as she looked at Jiraiya with narrowed eyes. "All right, prove you are who you say you are," Jiraiya said as he crossed his arms and looked at the busty red head in his godson's lap. "Uzumaki Mito, wife to Senju Harashima, wasn't as noble and upstanding like you all thought. She was a huge closet pervert if I've ever met one, and she made you look like a saint. She enjoyed everything from bondage to food sex, and you precious Shodame indulged her sexual appetite every step of the way." Sakaki started with a mischievous grin that spoke of great trouble as Jiraiya's jaw dropped once again at what he heard, but the best was yet to come. Uzumaki Kushina was a bit of a pervert herself, just not to the same extent as Mito. "If none of that is proof, then how about this?" Sakaki said as she watched Jiraiya's expression become even funnier before she took her hybrid form and her tails and ears sprouted. Jiraiya passed out for a third time during the day. After he recovered yet again, Sakaki and Naruto explained about how she had emerged from the seal and told Naruto that she wanted to become his mate. Then she went on to explain her motives for doing so, and Naruto agreed before they had a vicious physical battle that lasts all of 10 minutes before both were covered in bleeding cuts. Naruto in the end chose to take Sakaki as one of the many mates he would need to have. Jiraiya almost had another nosebleed when she replied to his question of her sharing Naruto with the idea of having a bisexual relationship with harem sisters intriguing. "So what do I tell the Hokage about you two?" Jiraiya asked as he let all the information sink in. "We will speak with Hokage Jiji a couple of days before the finals start. For now, I'm going to train in the Forest of Death with Sakaki after we buy her a weapon to use. You should speak with the Hokage as he will need your help planning for the invasion," Naruto said as they all got up from the ground and went towards the village. Once they walked onto the main street, Jiraiya parted ways with them, mumbling something about research, with a perverted smile on his face. Naruto and Sakaki walked around and spotted a shop with the name Higurashi Emporium written on a sai across the top. Walking in with a jingle of the bell over the door, the demonic duo looked at rows upon rows of various weapons and clothes categorized by type and price all over the store. Without a word between them, they began to browse the shelves and racks for a suitable sword. Tenten was having an off day. First, her sensei was given an A-rank mission outside the village. Niji had things to do with his clan, so he was unavailable. And with Lee still hospitalized, Tenten had no one to train with. To top off her day, Tenten was stuck helping her father man their shop while he worked on forge orders put in by different shinobi. Hearing the bell to the shop ring signaling customers, Tenten put on a cheerful sales face as she moved around the counter. "Hi, is there anything I can help you both with?" Tenten asked as she looked at the two customers only for her eyes to widen in surprise. First, she was gazing at a woman whose beauty could make many a woman insanely jealous with her perfect figure and alluring features. No straight male in their right mind would pass up a chance with her. Next was a boy her age that she recognized by his hair color instantly. After all, there weren't many blonde living in a village like Konoha. "Naruto? I almost didn't recognize you if it wasn't for your blonde hair." "Hey Tenten, I didn't know you ran this shop," Naruto said as he turned to look at Tenten. "This is my family shop, as you could have guessed from the sign outside. So what are you looking for?" Tenten said as she gestured to the weapons they were browsing. "I'm looking for a sturdy and practical sword for Sakaki here," Naruto said as he pointed to the red head who turned at the mention of her name. "Hold on, I have something that might suit her." After studying Sakaki for a moment, Tenten walked into the back behind the counter and came back out with a sword in a case. Naruto and Sakaki walked over to see a magnificent katana waiting for them. Picking up the blade, Sakaki gave it a few test swings before deeming it usable until she recovered her personal weapons, of course. Tenten took the sword back and offered a sword repair kit for half price, which they took as she rang up the total. "That will be 12,500 yen. Hey Naruto, that sword, where did you get it?" Tenten all but shouted as she gazed at Tensiga sitting against his hip. "This? It's a family heirloom that belonged to the Uzumaki clan," Naruto said as he pulled out Tensiga for her to see. "Do you mind if I hold it?" Tenten said with a trance-like awe as her eyes were fixed upon the blade. Naruto, not really seeing any harm in letting the girl hold Tensiga, held it out to her, and Tenten took hold of the blade with such a careful reverence that she nearly let out a shudder at the subtle hum of power that the sword exuded between her fingers. "This blade is way above anything we have ever forged. Its quality workmanship can be seen throughout. This was obviously done by a true master of weapon forging. Tusan, can you come up here?" Tenten mused as she studied the sword with a critical eye before calling out to her father. He came up to the front to see what all the noise was. Higurashi Kenji was a man that loved his job and everything about it, so it was no surprise that he enjoyed looking at an interesting weapon even if it was only in a textbook. So the look on his face when he spotted Tensiga in his daughter's hands was like one of a man that has found drinkable water in the desert. "That sword is absolutely exquisite. Where did you get that, Tenten?" Kenji asked as he walked over and leaned over the blade with marvel. "It's Naruto's dad. It's a family heirloom," Tenten said, pointing to Naruto, who just watched them both with a critical eye. "Uzumaki Naruto, right? You mind if I?" Kenji said as he looked up to nod at Naruto. "Yes, I am, and I don't mind," Naruto said as he watched Tensiga change hands and looked on as Kenji studied his sword with a master eye. "This sword of yours is truly a masterpiece. Only a master forger could put this much detail and dedication into a blade such as this one. I would be honored that if on the off chance it needs heavy repairs that you bring it to me and I will do it for free," Kenji told Naruto as he gave the blade back over. Neither male saw the look that Tenten was unconsciously giving the blonde boy, but Sakaki did. A potential harem sister already? Naruto-kun, you work quickly without even having to," Sakaki thought with a smile as she watched a bit of drool collect in the corner of Tenten's mouth before she licked her lips like predator that found some amazing prey. "I don't think my sword will break anytime soon, however. If it does come to that, I might take you up on your offer. In return, I will frequent your shop for whatever needs I have shinobi-related," Naruto said as he sheathed Tensiga at his waist. "We have a deal then," Kenji said with a smile at possibly working on that sword in the future. "So we do. Sakaki, let's go," Naruto said to the kitsune in disguise as she cradled her newly purchased sword to her chest while she followed her maid out the store. Kenji looked at his daughter only to find her still gazing at the spot where Naruto stood not even a second ago. Tapping her on the shoulder, he was rewarded for his efforts with a shriek from Tenten as she jumped from being awoken from her catatonic state, with a small blush on her face that she wasn't aware of. Ten mumbled something that sounded like going to sweep the walk outside. So she felt the power of that sword. Well, it's not surprising considering she was just holding the legendary blade of the Inu Yukai clan. Tensiga. I wonder how Naruto would accept the marriage proposal to Ten that his mother and my wife set up before his birth between our clans. No doubt we are in for some interesting times with the new Uzumaki clan head. Kenji, though, to himself with a chuckle at both his daughter and the possibilities going through his head about Naruto. After stopping off at home to introduce Sakaki to Kin and explaining everything to the young girl, she took Sakaki's true status as easy as she did his own status as a Yukai, with a bit of hysterics before calming down about it and saying that this didn't change her mind in the slightest about being his vassal. So as they were leaving, Kin promised to have a delicious meal ready for her lord and lady when they returned. With a short goodbye to Kin, the demonic duo of Naruto and Sakaki made their way out of the village itself and over to Training Ground 44, or the Forest of Death. As they hopped the tall gate separating them from the forest, both of them noticed a presence following them. Anko was on her way to her playground to work off some pent-up steam from a very frustrating interrogations today. As she approached the forest, she watched two figures hop the fence without hesitation and take off into the darkness of the trees. Looks like I get to blow off a lot of steam today with my new playthings, Anko said with a sadistic smirk as she hopped the gate herself in pursuit of the trespassers in her sanctuary from the village. Little did Anko know that unlike when she encountered her ex-mentor in this forest, her life was about to change all for the better after the meeting she was about to have. Chapter 5, The Finals Part 1. Hokage Tower, day of the finals. A month later. People from both Konoha and the rest of the elemental countries were flooding into the stadium with whispers of eagerness. Some for the competition itself, others for the money to be made off such an event. Saraboy sat in his office looking at the village itself below with a torn expression. Joy at the up and coming genin taking part like Naruto. Then there was the lingering thoughts of his former student Orochimaru, planning to destroy a place he once called home. Thanks to Kin's info about the invasion, Sarutobi was able to plan accordingly. He just hoped it would be enough to keep his village from being overtaken. As he puffed his pipe, Sarutobi thought back to the conversation he had just the other day. Flashback, Fuin. Sarutobi sat behind his desk with Naruto, Kin and Jiraiya as they sat over a map of Konoha and all her surrounding land. They were discussing their countermeasures to the invasion set to happen the day of the finals. So that it then? With those preparations, we will have Kurenai launch the Genjutsu to blanket the entire stadium before they can, which gives us a few seconds to organize before Orochimaru makes his moves. Sarutobi said as he leaned back in his chair. Sensei, you know that he's going to try and corner you alone so that he can kill you, not to mention the other Kages if he could. Jiraiya pointed out as his sensei just lit his pipe in silence. I am well aware of that, but if I can keep him from using Edo Tensei, I might have a good chance. As for the other elemental shadows, they can handle themselves, Sarutobi said after letting out a puff of cherry smoke. Well, what about Gaara? If he unleashes the power of his Biju, then we can kiss our asses goodbye, Jiraiya asked just as Naruto got up and started heading for the door with Kin in tow. I will handle Sabaku no Gaara, Naruto said as he got to the door. How are you going to do that? Jiraiya asked, looking at his godson as he gazed at Jiraiya over his shoulder. I will handle Gaara, simple as that, Naruto replied as he walked out the office without missing a beat. Sarutobi just swiveled his chair around to look out his window. I hope that you do, Naruto. I know it sounds selfish of this old man to ask more of you when you've already given so much, but I need your strength to see us through the days ahead, Sarutobi thought as he took another pull of his pipe. Flashback, Kai. Sarutobi was brought out of his musing by a small spike of chakra behind him. Turning around, he saw one of his Umbu captains kneeling before him. Yes, Usagi? He asked with a raised eyebrow at the masked shinobi. I'm sorry for interrupting, Hokage-sama, but the finals are about to begin and the other Kages shall be arriving soon enough, Usagi replied as he looked up at his leader. I see. Thank you, I will be along shortly. Please tell the other teams to prepare accordingly. Sarutobi said as he gestured for the Umbu captain to rise. Hi, Hokage-sama, Usagi said with a crisp salute before disappearing in a burst of chakra. So now we wait, Sarutobi said as he grabbed his Hokage hat before walking out the office. Konoha Stadium. As civilians and shinobi alike were getting seats or standing in line at the betting window, the senseis and teams of the remaining Rookie 9 that didn't make the finals were all sitting together with 10-10 of Team Guy as they waited for the finals to start. This year's matchups are going to be something to remember. What do you think, Kurinai? Asuma asked right before he lit a cigarette and took a drag of it. They have been interesting so far, that's for sure, Kurinai said as she waved the smoke away from her nose. Kurinai-sensei, have you heard from Kakashi-sensei in a while? Yeah, and what about Sasuke-kun? Sakura and Ino in the row below the woman asked respectively as they both turned around to hear her response. Before Kurinai could answer, a woman's voice cut her off. Turning to look at the owner of the voice, everyone saw two women standing there. The first woman was a bit wild-looking with brown shaggy hair and a feral expression on her face. She had a hint of fanged canines poking out her mouth and eyes like a predator's. What really stood out about her was the two red triangles on each of her cheeks. The second woman was a bit younger and looked like a carbon copy of the first woman, with the exception that her hair was a bit more tamed and pulled back into a ponytail. They were the Inuzuka clan matriarch head Inuzuka Tsume and Inuzuka Hana, Kiba's mother and older sister. "Oh, oheo, Tsume-sama," Asuma said in greeting as he quickly put out his cigarette, knowing how the Inuzuka matriarch was. While Kurinai would threaten him with a beat-down, Tsume would follow through on her promise with extreme prejudice, something he didn't look forward to in any given situation. "Oheo Minna, you mind if we sit with you guys?" Tsume replied after everyone else gave respectable greetings to her. "Not at all, please join us. You both are here to cheer for Kiba, I take it," Kurinai said as her row stood up and moved over to allow them seats. "Of course, the pup worked hard to get here, and I'll be damned if I didn't come and watch my Sochi compete," Tsume said with a feral smile that held pride in it. "So this is where the rookie teams are seated, right next to the action. Kin, Sakaki, we're sitting here. Fine with me, sounds good." At hearing the familiar voice of Anko along with two unknown ones, the rookie teams, Asuma, Kurinai, Tsume, and Hana all turned to see an interesting sight. There stood Anko with a partial net shirt that hugged her assets nicely. In place of her once orange miniskirt was a pair of hip-hugging pants that were just above her shins, and over the shirt she wore a darker version of her usual jacket. The young girl next to her was instantly recognized as Tsuchi-kin from the preliminaries. She changed her look though. Now she wore a pair of baggy pants that left her calves exposed with a bodice, and a small cape that covered where her cleavage was exposed. No one could miss the wicked-looking pair of blades that lay strapped to her hips or the Konoha headband that she wore on her waist as a belt. The last woman is what caught everyone's eye the most. Sakaki wore a pair of deep crimson leather pants with laces where the seams were supposed to be. Her top was even more provocative than Anko's mesh shirt. She wore a mesh bikini top that were keeping her breast held in place by the sheer luck of Kami, and over top of the bikini she wore a black and gold haori with a large spiral amongst golden leaf all over the jacket. In her hand was the beautiful katana that Naruto had brought for her. "Anko, you made it. Who are these friends of yours and what's with the new look?" Kurinai asked as she was the first one to break out of her stupor to question her longtime friend. "You could say that, Nai-chan. You all know Tsuchi-kin from the prelims, and this is Sakaki, she is new to the village. As for me, well, I decided on a new look. Gotta keep him guessing, right?" Anko said as she used the cover story that Sakaki herself came up with and explained her change as if it was an everyday occurrence. "Hey, you were with that team from Odo that attacked Sasuke-kun and me," Sakura said as she got into the conversation with her outburst. "Yeah, so now I serve under Konoha's military banner," Kin replied as if it wasn't a big deal as she took a seat next to Anko. "But you were with Oto," Sakura tried to explain as if it was the most obvious thing in the world, causing Anko, Tsume, and Sakaki to laugh their asses off. "Oh man, here's a little tip and I think all you ickle greenhorns should hear," Anko replied as she got her laughter under control enough to speak as she had all the rookies looking at her. Today's enemy might be tomorrow's ally. Keep it in mind and you might live long enough to reach the age of 21, which is a godsend in our profession. And if you reach old age, then damned if you ain't lucky. Anko said with a sadistic grin that was shared by Tsume and Sakaki. As the three mega hotties shared a laugh, Tsume's Ninken, ninja dog, partner Kuramaru took a whiff of Sakaki as she moved to sit down. Thinking that his skills might be dulling a bit, Kuramaru took another sniff just to be sure. Listening as Anko introduced Sakaki and Kin to everyone, he spoke up when she was finished. Tsume the redhead. She smells like a kitsune. Kuramaru growled a bit in warning. Why thank you, I am a vixen aren't I? Tsume-san, your Ninken's got more manners than most males. Sakaki replied at the double meaning with one of her own as she laughed uncontrollably in her head. If only they knew that she was the QB that nearly laid waste to their asses 12 years ago. So, Sakaki, what brings you to Konoha? Asuma asked as he tried to change topics, and everyone looked at Sakaki for an answer which she was more than happy to give. I came to see my mate compete, Sakaki said with a smile that spoke of many secrets. Mate? Don't you mean boyfriend, and besides aren't the guys competing a little too young for you? Kurenai asked with a confused expression while Tsume and Hana knew what she meant as they themselves would use the term to describe a lover. Nope, she actually means mate like our clan would when talking about a lover, meaning that age wouldn't really matter to her as well. So which one of them is it? Tsume explained before turning to Sakaki with a questioning grin. That is my little secret for the time being. Sakaki replied with a wag of her fingers and the secretive smile. Well, could you at least describe him, give us clues? Hana asked as her curiosity was getting the better of her about a mysterious boyfriend. He's powerful like you wouldn't believe. After only 10 minutes of fighting, he forced me into submission. His eyes are cold and empty at first glance, but when you look deeper you can see the true resolve and determination there. My mate is merciless to his enemies as he is fair to his allies and is without a doubt the perfect mate to give me a litter of children. Not to mention, he's a... Whatever else Sakaki was going to say was cut off by a nosy Chunin that decided his opinion mattered to their conversation. You must be talking about Uchiha-sama. I have to say you must feel honored that he chose such a vision of beauty to help him re-dash. The poor man didn't get to finish as killer intent like he wouldn't believe was aimed directly at him, causing him to lose his bowels from its force. Even the people around them that were just sitting down had to shiver in fear at the excess killer intent that seemed to hang in the air. Finish that sentence and you will be eating your foods through an IV bag for the rest of your days. 'Cause I'll rip your mouth from your skull and choke you with it. Okay? Sakaki said in an utterly sweet voice that somehow promised nothing but truth of her deceleration when she turned around to look at the man who could only squeak softly and nod hurriedly in reply. Good, now get out of my sight. The fact of you losing control of your bowels alone is enough for me to want to hurt you. Sakaki ordered with a growl as the man nearly broke his neck to get away from the demoness in disguise. I feel better now, don't you all? Sakaki asked with a grin as if she didn't just threaten a Konoha shinobi. Of course this had Anko and some cracking up at her nonchalance while everyone else looked at her with a bit of fear and confusion. Sakaki-san, was that even necessary, and what do you have against the Uchiha clan anyway? Kurenai asked after prying Anko off her shoulder and looking at the redhead. I'll put it like this. I have deeply repressed anger issues where that clan of hairless chimps are concerned, and if that one living shit stain that is aligned with the leaf ever comes near me, I disembowel him with my sword. Oh, Cammy, never mind what I just said, because then I would have to throw away a perfectly good sword, Sakaki said before she clutched her blade tightly to her. Needless to say, Anko and Tsume were near tears from laughing so hard at her answer. Kage booth. Sarutobi sat with his pipe comfortably in his mouth, as he was flanked by two of his trusted jounins when the other Kages began to arrive. First was E, pronounced A for those that don't know, the yondaime Reikage of Kumo. He wasn't a hard man to miss considering his form was massive with muscles that he proudly displayed through his open yellow robes as he wore no shirt. He had a dark complexion that was complemented by his white braids and goatee. To show off his love of strength above all else, he wore a large golden belt with a lion's head as the buckle and large thick arm bracers which he used with mastery in combat. Next was the Godame Mizukage, surprisingly the first female Kage in the history of the shinobi villages. Her name was Terumi Mei. Saying she was pretty was an understatement. With the face of a goddess and the body of temptress Sarutobi, could honestly say that Terumi Mei was a true beauty of the shinobi world. Taking a look at what she wore, Sarutobi had to fight down a nosebleed with all his willpower. Instead of the traditional robes of a Kage, she wore a blue bodysuit in the form of a kimono that hugged her every curve and reached just above her knees. It didn't help that the suit showed a lot of cleavage. Even with all these enhancing physical features, Sarutobi knew better. You don't become a Kage on just looks alone, so she had to have the power to go with that title. Lastly was the Yondaime Kazekage. He wore the sea green robes that covered everything from head to toe, even his face. Sarutobi knew that it was his ex-student underneath those robes, but knew that he had to play his part of the charismatic host for right now. Greetings Reikage Dano, Mizukage Dano, and Kazekage Dano. I trust your trip here went well? Sarutobi said as he took a pull of his pipe before sending all them a warm smile. It was uneventful. Hopefully these genin can show me a good fight. He replied as he sat down with his 2 jounin escorts behind him. It was peaceful. Thank you for asking Hokage Dano. Mei said as her 2 escorts Ao and Chujuru took their places behind her, talking the entire time in hushed whispers. Listen Chujuru. Just calm down and act like you were the right man chosen for this mission. Ao tried to offer to the young shinobi, and Mei's ears picked up on the conversation, but she heard all the wrong things. Man, the right man, to choose for marriage. Mei's thoughts were going a mile a minute as Ao kept talking to Chujuru. Why in my day, a man needed to have a sense of duty and professional know-how. Ao continued in a hushed whisper. A man? I need a man. Ao, a word please. Mei thought before deciding to speak with her subordinate. Yes, Mizukage-sama? Ao asked as he leaned down to lend Mei his ear. Shut up or I'll kill you. Mei whispered sweetly in his ear, causing Ao to stand at the ready, while wondering what it was that he said exactly to anger her. Figuring that it was best to keep quiet for the time being was what Ao did. I take it that the Tsuchikage will not be joining us? The Kazekage inquired as he sat down in the last remaining chair. I guess not, and it's a shame considering one of his genin are competing in the finals. Sarutobi said with a small sigh when a voice interrupted their conversation. Now that's just utter rude manners to talk about a man when he's standing right nearby, Sarutobi. A voice said from the... Well, forgive me then, Inoki. It was an honest mistake. We didn't think you were going to show given our past history against each other. Sarutobi said with a humble smile as a chair was brought out for the Tsuchikage, as the elder of the 2 sat down with his granddaughter and another jounin behind him. To be honest, I would rather be anywhere but Konoha. However, I realize that this event is just as important to my village as it is to my country. So begrudgingly here I sit. Inoki replied as he looked over at Sarutobi from underneath his thick eyebrows. Okay, that's enough out of you 2 old men. Can we please get on with these exams already? He asked with impatience as he tapped his foot. Yes, of course, Sarutobi said as he signaled for the gong to be sounded. All over the stadium, the sound of those large gongs rang out, causing all other side conversations to cease immediately. Every spectator's eyes turned their heads towards the Kage booth, where there was truly a sight for the ages. All 5 of the elemental shadows sitting together as one to view this year's Chunin exams, which had everyone anxious to see a mind-blowing finals. Using a chakra to enhance the power of his vocal cords, Sarutobi stepped up to address the entire stadium. It's time once again for the biannual Chunin exams, and we the spectators are sure in for an experience like no other, as all 5 shinobi villages have potential genin competing this year. So without much further ado, I now turn over control to the proctor of the finals. Sarutobi said with practiced ease, which had everyone applauding his charismatic speech. Stadium floor. Shiranui Gunma jumped down to the stadium floor to see that all but 2 of the competitors had shown up to fight. Chewing on a senbon, he stepped forward to the center where everyone could see him. All fighters front and center. Now then face the stands. Every single pair of eyes up there have come from all over to watch you 13 genin take part in these finals today, so try to give as good a show as possible. To make sure you all understand, these finals will be completed via a tournament bracket. All the matches are permanent and will not be subject to change unless said otherwise, Genma explained while all the genin looked on in silence. All the rules of the preliminaries still apply. Now then, would the other competitors clear the arena floor except Uzumaki Inu, Teisho, Naruto, and Ryuga? Genma called out as he added the change to Naruto's full name to include his Yukai clan's heritage. As the other genin wordlessly walked off the field, Ryuga stood patiently with his arms crossed. Genma looked around and didn't see Naruto anywhere. This of course had the crowd murmuring about the first match not even being a match, as Naruto, or the demon by most of Konoha's citizens, wouldn't even show up to such a major event. Uzumaki Naruto, if you are not in the stadium, then you will be disqualified, Genma called out as his voice carried over the area. After he said that, right on cue, a ball of light flew into the open stadium, which immediately caught everyone's attention as it hovered a few inches off the ground. Slowly it took shape to reveal Naruto sporting a new look, both in honor of his Yukai ancestors and his Uzumaki heritage. He wore a pair of pants that looked to be made of the finest silk yet looked to be made for combat. He wore a yukata top of the same make and quality as the pants, and over his chest was a black and gold trimmed do-maru cuirass that looked battle fit as well. Along Naruto's arms were a pair of kote arm guards. On his shoulders, Naruto had a pair of large spiked pauldrons not unlike Inutesho's and black boots instead of sandals. All the armor pieces had the symbol for the Uzumaki clan embossed right into the metal, and his silver hair with blonde highlights was pulled into a high-top ponytail in honor of Inutesho himself for the occasion. So, with a face covered in the markings of his clan, the cold look in his eyes, and the two swords strapped to his waist, Naruto looked pretty formidable to say the least. "I'm ready to compete. Start the match," Naruto said as he just stared down his opponent, who stared right back. Genma silently looked to the Kage's booth, directly at Sarutobi with a questioning stare of, "Is this really him?" To which Sarutobi just nodded in return, once indicating that it was indeed Naruto and that he, Genma, should start the match quickly before people got restless. Round 1, Match 1. All right, the first match of the first round. Uzumaki Inu Teisho Naruto of Konohagakure no Sato versus Ryuga of Iwagakure no Sato Hajime, Genma said as he got the entire stadium's attention before jumping back away from the field. For a full minute neither genin made a move, as they sized the other one up to find an opening to attack. Finally, tired of waiting, Ryuga launched a barrage of shuriken at Naruto, who quickly unsheathed Tokujin and batted most of them away and dodged the rest. Then he turned around to block a kunai strike to the heart from Ryuga. Naruto knocked his opponent's weapon arm away before delivering a vicious left that sent Ryuga spinning before he righted himself and landed in a crouch. The moment his legs tensed enough, Ryuga rocketed towards Naruto and threw another barrage of shuriken and the kunai in his hands. As Naruto dealt with the shurikens, Ryuga went through hand signs and brought his hands to his mouth. Dokujiri, poison mist. Ryuga inhaled a bit before spewing out a purple fog of poison in front of him. As he listened for signs of his opponent dropping in the cloud of toxins, he was unprepared for the whip of light that shot out the fog. Moving quickly, Ryuga dodged as the whip came down and literally cut into the ground before disappearing as Naruto burst from the fog with Tokujin poised for a diagonal slash that Ryuga barely managed to block with another kunai. Back and forth they began a dance of death as Naruto wielded Tokujin with precision against Ryuga, who was keeping the sword from making a direct hit. As Naruto threw a punch and Ryuga threw a knee strike, both boys jumped back to avoid the hits and reassess the fight. Neither looked winded as they stared each other down. Ryuga took a glance at his kunai to find deep cuts along its surface. One more well-placed attack and the kunai would buckle and be cut through, leaving him wide open. So without much preemptive, Ryuga threw the kunai and flew through hand signs. Naruto sidestepped the thrown knife and rushed in a high speeds as Ryuga finished prepping his jutsu and slammed his hands on the ground. Doton, Doryusu, Earth Release, Earthen Rising Spears. As Naruto neared Ryuga, Spears of earth erupted from the ground, causing Naruto to jump away 3 different times, and then leapt into the air as the spears attempted to skewer him at an angle from all sides. As Ryuga was going through hand signs for another attack, Naruto had reared his arm back and fired a Kanatsu at the IWA Genin. Seeing the wave of needles racing at him, Ryuga changed tactics and performed Kawarimi on the fly and watched as the needles turned the log into a pincushion in a matter of seconds. The moment Naruto landed on the ground, he ran at Ryuga at insane speeds. Quickly biting his thumb and running his blood along his forearm, Ryuga unsealed a pair of kama, which he gripped firmly as he ran at Naruto. The moment they clashed, both of the boys took off in a burst of speed. To the non-shinobi civilians, academy students, and the genins with less experience, it seemed they vanished, but to those with jujitsu such as the Hyuga and the seasoned shinobi and kunoichi, Naruto and Ryuga were at it without restraint as explosions and the sounds of metal clashing rocked the field every so often. Naruto attacked Ryuga with a horizontal slash, which he ducked before using one of his kama to hook Naruto's ankle and pull it to throw him off balance. Naruto used the momentum to kick Ryuga in the chest as he flipped and swung Tokujin and unleashing another Kanatsu, which Ryuga dodged but not fully as he got hit in his leg with a couple of needles. Ryuga fell to a knee in pain after the needles shot cleanly through his leg with ferocity. Naruto capitalized on this by jumping forward and swung Tokujin on a path to cut the IWA Genin in half. Ryuga crossed his kama just as Tokujin would have reached him. He felt the shock wave of the power behind the strike as he held his weapon steady even as his arms felt ready to fall off. "You're good Uzumaki for a Konohinin. Too bad I gotta end this," Ryuga said with a smirk as he tugged and twisted, which caused Naruto's sword to fly from his hand and land a few feet away. "You managed to remove my sword from my grasp. However, that doesn't mean I'm without weapons," Naruto uttered, which caused Ryuga to curse as a whip of light sprang from his fingertips and shredded Ryuga's kama to pieces in a blur of motion before he kicked the boy in the chest so hard that he went flying. Ryuga sailed through the air and slammed into the wall of the stadium as he felt 2 of his lower ribs snap in his chest. Grunting in pain from the impact and his new injury, Ryuga pried himself from his place in the wall and fell on his hands and knees. As he coughed up a bit of blood from his broken ribs, Genma leaped down to his side of the arena floor. "Can you continue, or do you forfeit?" Genma asked, knowing that the kid still had a bit of fight in him but would stop the fight if Ryuga's condition worsened. "It's all right, I can still fight," Ryuga replied with a shaky breath as he got to his feet and looked at his opponent as he wiped the trail of blood from the corner of his mouth. Accepting his answer, Genma jumped back from the floor. Ryuga brought his hand up and created 5 Tsuchi Bunshins that appeared in a large poof of smoke. Each clone pulled out a kunai as they awaited orders from their creator. "Stall him as long as you can, go. Damn, that jutsu took a good chunk of my chakra. I've got to end this match with my next 2 jutsu or else I'm finished." Ryuga ordered and watched as the clones ran forward to engage Naruto as he pulled out a med kit and took a soldier pill and a blood-replenishing pill before setting to work on his injured leg. Kage Booth. All 5 Kages watched with rapt attention as Ryuga and Naruto exploded from the gate, with a ferocity and determination that reminded them all of when they each took part in their own exams. As the match gained intensity, each elemental shadow had varying degrees of expression. Sarutobi had a thoughtful expression that spoke many things and at the same time hid everything as he watched his surrogate grandson fight with such vigor. He was becoming increasingly pleased in the power and skill the 2 genin were showing as both boys held nothing back and made each other pay for mistakes in their techniques. Anoki was stone-faced, but if anyone was to look close enough, they could see the look of pride at Ryuga doing so well despite and one of a begrudgingly sense of approval at Naruto's overall skill in combat against one of his above-average genin. The Yondaime Kazakage's expression couldn't be seen due to his veil covering his facial features. On the inside, however, Orochimaru was starting to second-guess his decision to so callously toss Naruto away after seeing this level of skill and abilities from him. Mei's expression was the most complex of all. On the surface, she projected an aura of calm and serenity. Underneath, she was becoming increasingly curious about Uzumaki Naruto, who for some reason caught her attention since she learned of his name from the proctor. Uzumaki Naruto, why is that last name so familiar? Wait, could he be from the lost Uzumaki clan? Of course, there's no mistaking it with the clan name of Inu Taisho tacked on there. Why didn't I realize this before? If so, then perhaps a military alliance to Konoha is in order, especially if they have one of the Uzumaki clan walking around on their side. Mei mused as she leaned forward slightly with an expression of surprised realization before leaning back with a more reserved look and a small smile at her planning as her attention turned back to the battle below. Spectator seating. All over the stadium, people were on the edge of their seats with excitement, grudges, and hatred against Naruto long forgotten, right now in the face of his blatant success at battling a shinobi from IWA. Those who traveled from all over the elemental countries to be here were cheering with gusto at such an entertaining match, while those from within Konoha's walls were completely slack-jawed at what they were seeing, the supposed dead last faring quite well against his opponent. In the section with the Rookie 9 teams, Anko, a few of the Genin, Sakaki, Kin, Guy, and Lee, the latter two who showed up sometime early in the match, were cheering at how the match was going so far. Kin and Sakaki were so into the moment that they called out to Naruto, not caring who heard them. "Go Naruto-kun. Kick his ass. Go Naruto-sama, you can do it." Naturally, this prompted everyone sitting around and next to the two women to look at them with surprised expressions. Well, most except for Guy and Lee, who didn't know what was going on. Sum and Hana, who nodded in understanding, and Anko, whose face was threatening to split from the smile she was sporting as she remembered being told about Sakaki and her relationship to Naruto. Flashback, Fuin. Anko sat in a clearing in one of the deeper parts to the Forest of Death with a shocked, as she looked over at Naruto, who had a look of indifference on his face, and Sakaki, who had a sadistic and cunning smirk like she used on a daily basis to intimidate people. In front of her sat the legendary Kyuubi no Yoko in the flesh, and beside her sat Naruto, the now ex-Jinchuriki for said Kitsune. They had just finished explaining how Sakaki was outside the seal now and her relationship to the blonde. "So you broke out the seal to be his mate, which is the equivalent to a wife, and this is all because you found Naruto here worthy of giving you a litter of kits? Is that right?" Anko asked as she watched Sakaki plant herself in her mate's lap without much protest from Naruto, who just sat there with an arm wrapped around her waist instinctively. "Yup, and before you ask why I haven't rampaged on Konoha for revenge yet, the reason is I'm not going to," Sakaki said as she snuggled against Naruto before looking at Anko. "Why not? I know I would if I had the chance to lay waste to this place," Anko said as she growled a bit at a place once called her home. "Simple, I don't need to destroy a cesspool that's slowly rotting away from the inside. This place will destroy itself in the end. I have more important matters to take care of, like betting my mate," Sakaki said so bluntly as she licked Naruto's cheek provocatively, while Anko watched with a small blush and a smile. The poor woman was unprepared for what Sakaki let fly from her mouth next. Naruto-kun, you think Anko-chan can join us when I ride you into the ground? I like her rack, and from your erection you do too," Sakaki said with a laugh while Anko went rocketing back from the nosebleed that erupted from the images that begun to swim in her head. Flashback, Kai. Anko broke out her thoughts just in time to witness everyone else slowly coming out of their own stupor with a single question. "Naruto's your boyfriend? Or Naruto's your master?" came from the entire group all at once, which made Sakaki laugh at their reactions and for Kin to hold her head up proudly as Sakaki answered. "Yep, and he loves my body as much as I do his as we rut like rabbits in heat," Sakaki replied bluntly and watched as all those that could hear and understand her words to erupt into massive nosebleeds, from both women and men as they passed out from their imagination. For those with enough will to stay awake like Kurenai, just wiped the blood from their nose away before rounding on Sakaki. "That was entirely too blunt, Sakaki-san, and besides there are young genin and children around," Kurenai said with a lecturing tone, to which Sakaki replied. "Like I give a hell. I say let him find out now rather than going through life trying to be prudish or trying to save themselves for that perfect, made only to end up bitter and alone. Go for the one that will be the best suited to protect your offsprings." Sakaki snorted as she once again smashed against Kurenai's reasoning with blunt truth. Of course, having a mate that is well hung doesn't hurt either. This of course caused people to drop from massive nosebleeds again as Sakaki said fuck it and went back to cheering with Anko, Kin, Guy, Lee, Sum and Hana. Arena floor. Naruto could say that Ryuga's plan to have element clones attack him for distraction was very sound, especially since whenever he'd go for one clone the other four would attack him, causing a stalemate. Deciding that he wasted enough time with the clones, Naruto waited until all 5 clones jumped for him, only to raise 2 fingers into the air and begun to spin as the whip erupted from his move, and he lashed each clone until they fell into a puddle of mud. Turning to Ryuga, Naruto was too late to prevent the Iwa Genin from spitting a river of mud from his mouth. Not wanting to really find out what he had in store, Naruto ran at Ryuga so fast that he left an afterimage at his starting point. Ryuga flew through hand signs as quickly as possible and stopped holding the sign for Uma, horse, and a dragon made of mud rose from muck and opened its maw wide and begun firing mud bullets that exploded on impact with whatever they hit. Naruto swatted the attacks away as he got closer each time. Naruto kept running but was unprepared for when the mud dragon started to rush him head-on, but decided not to think of it as he raced to meet it. As the beast opened its jaw to swallow the blonde hole, Naruto attacked with a Hikari no Muchi that spit the jutsu down the middle as he fired another Kanatsu that Ryuga tried to dodge but didn't get a chance to as he was pinned through the wall by the edge of Tokujin, which was impaled through his shoulder near the joint. Ryuga let out a painful scream as blood ran free of the wound, while he looked up the length of the blade to find Naruto looking at him. How? Ryuga managed to crook out through the pain. A shadow clone, and if you're wondering when, back after you tried to beat me with that poison cloud which had no effect at all, Naruto said as he caused Ryuga's eyes to go wide at his deceleration. Ryuga couldn't believe that there was someone out there able to fully resist Dokujiri. That jutsu used a lot of the deadliest toxins known to man, and here before him with their sword in his shoulder as someone able to beat its effects. Genma had moved close to see if this match would continue or not. Proctor, I can't continue. With this injury to my leg and my arm disabled like this, I can't fight further, Ryuga admitted while he and Naruto stared each other down. Shousha, Uzumaki Naruto, Genma called out to the entire stadium after he determined this for himself. All of the stadium erupted into cheers at such an explosive first match. Most of those from Konoha had no choice but to take notice of Naruto's growth as a shinobi. With the exception of the more truly die-hard haters which were set in their ways, everyone else was cheering very loudly. None more so than Sakaki, who was telling everyone off who discouraged her mate during the match. Kage booth. Up in the Kage booth, the 5 shadows could honestly say they were impressed with what they just witnessed from that first match. Even Inoki gave a nod of approval at Naruto's show of strength. Now that was a fight. Hell of a shinobi you got there, Sarutobi Dano. Almost makes me wish he was born in Kumo, he exclaimed with a respectable slam of his fist against the armrest of his chair. Yes, Naruto-kun is one that is truly full of surprises. Looks like we could all take a page from his book of deception. For being labeled the dead last of this year's graduating class, he certain has quite the talent, Sarutobi said with a grin that threatened to split his face, but he keep it under control. Indeed. Is that boy something special to you, Sarutobi? You speak so highly of him, the Kazekage asked as he looked at the elder fire shadow, as did the other Kages sitting there. You could say that Naruto is something of a grandson to me, and I support him however I can, Sarutobi replied with a genuine smile as he looked at Naruto help Ryuga to his feet. Inoki and Mei said nothing but nodded their heads in acknowledgement, but for different reasons, as they each gazed at Naruto. Arena floor. You were a great opponent, Uzumaki. We should have another fight sometime down the road, Ryuga said as he looked at Naruto, who just looked back with an unreadable expression. Perhaps. Who knows, we might face each other out there, Naruto said, indicating the world beyond this village. Yeah, maybe we will, Ryuga replied with a nod as the medics came to escort him off the field as Naruto headed for the fighter box to watch the rest of the matches until his turn again. Round 1, Match 2. This match went canon with Temari and Shikamaru facing off after Naruto none to subtly tossed Shikamaru down below after calling him a lowly coward. Temari started things off with the Kemaitashi no Jutsu, cutting whirlwind technique, which Shikamaru outlasted until he made that plan, which caused a battle of tactical will rather than actual combat. He caught her in his cage main no justu, shadow potion technique, by using all the craters to extend his shadow and ensnare her. The audience was on the edge of their seat thinking that Sesshōmaru was going to do something spectacular for the win only to end up face-faulting at his forfeit. None was more displeased than Ino, who let it be known. Sesshōmaru walked off the field without a care in the world, knowing full well that he recognized his limits but didn't want to seek improvement for them. Besides, he muttered all they really care about was watching Sasuke show off. Round 1, Match 3. As Genma called for Shino and Kankuro down for the third match, Kankuro did just like in canon and forfeited before even stepping into the ring, wanting to save his skills for Go when the invasion started. Not only that, but he was at a disadvantage against Shino, whose Kakechu could eat through his chakra strings, making him vulnerable during the match. Needless to say, the crowd's reaction was less than satisfactory at watching two matches crash and burn out before reaching the same intensity as Naruto and Ryuga's match had done. Of course, the same anger left everyone's minds in anticipation for the next match. That was sure to be a crowd-pleasing event. Round 1, Match 4. The last loyal Uchiha to Konoha versus Sabaku no Gaara, son to the current Kazekage. Many rushed off to place bets on this match, as plenty of people considered this the match of the century. The infamous Sharingan Kekkai Genkai versus the Suna no Tate would be the main reason many came from all over today. Sadly, the Sharingan wouldn't see combat this day. Alright, it's time for the fourth match. Sabaku no Gaara of Sunagakure no Sato and Uchiha Sasuke of Konohagakure no Sato report to the Aryan floor, Genma said as he stepped up once again as the gong sounded the next match. Gaara performed a hand sign and appeared on the Aryan floor in a funnel of sand. He stood waiting for his opponent with a serious scowl. At hearing his name called, the stands erupted into loud cheers as they expected Sasuke to show up at their prompting. When he didn't show, people broke out into murmurs about where he might be. Uchiha Sasuke, this is your last warning. If you do not show now, you will be disqualified. Genma warned as he chewed on his senbon while glancing around to Sasuke. At this deceleration, the crowd started shouting about the unfairness or to give Sasuke more time to get here. Since Uchiha Sasuke has failed to show, he is disqualified. Shousha Sabaku no Gaara, Genma said, holding a hand in the redhead's direction as the crowd flew into a loud uproar. Kage Booth. Sarutobi just sat there shaking his head at the foolishness of the spectators, both civilian and shinobi alike, as they called out for some time to be given to Sasuke. The other Kages had similar looks on their faces except the Kazekage. Orochimaru knew that he needed to salvage the situation and get Sasuke to battle Gaara so the invasion could take place. Hokage Dano, perhaps we can allow some type of extension? After all, the people did come here to primarily see young Sasuke compete against Gaara. The Kazekage tried diplomatically to bend the old Hokage to his favor. That would have worked if the finals were held a month ago. However, the scowl that Sarutobi gained on his face caused many of the Jounin guards standing right there to shift uncomfortably. Even the other Kages became aware of the sudden change in the fire shadow while they looked at the disguised Sannin with a look of suspicion. And Orochimaru was no exception, as he silently cursed the renewed fire that burned hotly in his former sensei. Absolutely not. There will be no such privileges given, and I will be making that clear right now. Sarutobi growled out as he rose to his feet and walked up to the balcony. Enough! Sarutobi bellowed as he channeled chakra through his vocal cords to ensure he was heard by all. Immediately, the entire stadium became silent as a grave when the Hokage stood before them. Many were expecting him to be that same pacifist that was always talking of peace. Instead, they were under the scrutiny of the Kami no Shinobi as he gazed over the stadium with a scowl. As it stands, Uchiha Sasuke doesn't have what it takes to become a Chunin. For to be a Chunin, one must have a sense of punctuality to their villages. Sarutobi started only for people to cry out again about unfairness, which only served to kick themselves in the ass as he killer intent flooded the stadium, affecting those that couldn't handle it. I'm surprised at you all, especially my own people of Konoha. If someone like Uchiha Sasuke can't show up to something as simple as a ranking exam, what's to say that the person will show up in time to prevent the assassination of their village's Kage, or even worse, their country's daimyo? Unless you are all saying that seeing one child from a Dojutsu using clan perform is more important than your daimyo's life. Sarutobi said with a voice trying to hide the contempt of the people's stupidity. The samurai escorts of the visiting daimyos unsheathed their swords, a bit in order to handle any potential usurper to their lord's well-being the moment the word was given. Also, the umbu stationed around also reached for their weapons when they felt that they would be needed in service to not only their lords but their kages as well. That entire stadium was so quiet that you could hear a mouse drop a shit in one of the corners without even trying, as people looked ready to keel over from the amount of killing intent being released. Feeling his point was driven across, Sarutobi went in for the kill. As of this moment, Uchiha Sasuke is disqualified and forbidden to advance in rank until I say otherwise for his failure to heed the call of his Hokage. Now, Proctor, if you please move on to the next match, Sarutobi said before walking back and sitting down with an inner cackle at his blatant deviousness without actually being seen as a deviant. Stadium floor. As Gaara walked off the field, Genma was about to call the two combatants for the next match when the wind began to pick up in the arena. Soon leaves started to appear in a whirlwind-like appearance as Kakashi and Sasuke revealed themselves standing back to back. As Sasuke was sporting a new outfit. You all know the one, so I ain't wasting my time describing it. Yo, we're not too late, are we? Kakashi asked while scratching the back of his head in embarrassment as he looked to Genma. As a matter of fact, Kakashi, you are. Hokage-sama just laid into the crowd's asses for trying to demand more time. I'm sorry to say, but you've been disqualified, kid. Now move off the field so we can move on. Genma explained before looking at Sasuke and pointing to the stairs leading out the arena floor. He can't do that. What about my right to compete? Sasuke shouted with a look of anger on his face. First off, he can and did. Second, you lost the right to compete when you failed to show up on time. And if you try to push this any further, it won't end well for you. Genma said as his demeanor grew darker as he fingered a kunai in his thigh holster as if daring the Uchiha to push things further. Kakashi, sensing that the situation didn't bode well for his protege, steered Sasuke off the grounds with a firm hand. Sarutobi just shook his head in disappointment at Kakashi's behavior rubbing off on such a promising genin. One more thing, Sasuke. You're forbidden from being promoted through the ranks until told otherwise by Hokage-sama. Genma called out before the boy got out of earshot. Sasuke could only grit his teeth and clench his fist tightly at the punishment he was receiving. As Kakashi pushed him along, he thought about how he was being held back from getting stronger, one day kill his older brother Itachi and avenge his clan. Stadium seating. Sakaki leaned back in her chair, all the while laughing as people around her quietly grumbled in disappointment. May I ask what's so funny, Sakaki-san? Tsume asked as she looked at the redhead practically gasping for air. Oh, simple really. I'm enjoying the plight of that Uchiha stain. The fact that your Hokage also stuck it to a stadium full of people was also funny as hell. Sakaki said as she sat up as if she wasn't just choking for air just as Kakashi and Sasuke were coming down the steps. Hey everyone, you mind if we join you? Kakashi asked while reading his book and ignoring the looks of fury from the young women and disdain from heavy supporters of the Uchiha clan. That was foolish, you know, Kakashi. What could possibly make you think that it was okay to be late to such an important event in two of your students' lives? Especially Naruto. Asuma said as he rubbed a thumb on his pack of cigarettes with longing. What about Naruto? Did he lose his match? That's unfortunate. Kakashi said with a bored expression as he flipped a page in his book. Actually, I succeeded with no thanks in part to your weak efforts as a sensei. Naruto's voice carried from above as he walked down the steps. Soon all to the rookie teams present minus Sasuke and Kakashi, who were too stunned by his look to say anything, were trying to surround him with questions. Unfortunately, Sakaki somehow got ahead of all them and draped herself across her mate's shoulders from behind, and many could see that while she was smiling, her eyes told a different story that said, "Fuck with me if you want to lose something by interrupting." Sakaki-chan, did you enjoy my match? Naruto asked his mate as he looked at her out the corner of his eye. Narukuin, you were simply decadent out there. Let me give you a preview of tonight. Sakaki said as Naruto turned his head in time to be on the receiving end of a searing hot kiss that lasted nearly 10 full minutes without either stopping while Sakaki ran her hands over his plated chest. People around them just watched in awe as the couple enjoyed their provocative kiss. Some guys that could see the display passed out from blood loss again, as they finally broke apart and Sakaki had a glazed look in her eyes that said she temporarily fried her brain. People in the rookie group broke their stupor as they witnessed Kakashi moving to interfere with the private moment that was totally public. "Excuse me, miss, but that's quite inappropriate what you're doing with my student." Kakashi tried politely as his colleagues were waving frantically to get his attention. All except Anko, Sum, and Hana, who wanted to see what was about to go down. Guy tried to get his rival's attention but quickly found himself bound with ninja wire and gagged as Anko and Hana Hog tied his ass, all the while looking at Kakashi. "Did you not hear me? I say that you can't dash." Whatever else Kakashi was going to say came out in a pain-filled groan as the hand he used to try touching Sakaki was being held in a bone-crushing grip. "Try touching me again and I will crush this hand to powder. Understand, Cyclops?" Sakaki said with a sweet voice and a kind smile, yet none could mistake the veiled fury in her voice at being touched by anyone else other than Naruto. Kakashi could only nod weakly as he felt the bones in his hands creak in protest and the pressure being applied to them. This was the scene that Sasuke walked up on, not really seeing Naruto, who Sakaki was draped over as she was squeezing the life out of his sensei's hands. "Great, now then, Narukuin, you are coming with me. We have some unfinished business before our kiss was interrupted," Sakaki said as she took Naruto by the arm and led him up the stairs as the others watched. Anko, Sum, and Hana immediately burst into laughter at Kakashi, who was clutching his pain-filled hand, and everyone ignored Guy, who was instantly upon the Kapinin with questions and shouting about youth as the next fight got underway. Stadium floor, Round 1, Match 5. Neji and Akane stood facing each other with an unreadable expression while they waited for the signal to begin their fight. The fifth match of the first round, Hyuga Neji of Kanehagakure no Sato versus Fudo Akane of Kirigakure no Sato. "Hajime," Genma said as he jumped away to give the two newest fighters room. Neji activated his Byakugan as he slipped into his clan's taijutsu stance for the Juken Ryu as Akane wasted no time launching kunai at the Hyuga Prodigy to test the waters. As Neji swatted away the kunai with chakra-encased palm strikes, Akane was flying through hand signs while taking in a breath of air. Suetun, Tepidama, Water Style, Water Bullets. Akane aimed at Neji and spit 3 high-pressured water balls at Neji, who had no choice but to dodge as the attacks slammed into the ground and created small craters to add to the ones from Ryuga and Naruto. Neji knew that he had to get in close before his opponent opened up with more long-range jutsu. So gathering chakra in his legs, he ran at Akane, who fired more water's bullets at him, causing Neji to dodge but not before taking a water bullet to the leg. As his forward progress was halted, Akane was going through hand signs again while he tried to close the gap again after recovering from the hit. Suetun, Mizu Teppo, Water Style, Water Gun. This of course forced Neji to dodge to avoid a now pressurized stream of water. He was able to outmove the first and second sprays of the jutsu, but Akane wouldn't have any of it as she dodged a hail of shuriken from Neji as they broke her concentration. Using that one fleeting moment of distraction, Neji charged forward, and before Akane knew it, her opponent slid into a stance as she landed on the ground. "You're within my field of divination. Hack, and I show," Neji said with practiced ease as he struck with the first toe strikes, and the attack went from there. "Yan Sho, 2 more strikes. Hachi Sho, for more strikes. Rokuju Sho, 8 more strikes. Sanjuni Sho, 16 more strikes. Rokujuyan Sho," Neji called out as he struck 64 of Akane's tenketsu before knocking her back with an open palm strike, while his uncle and head of the Hyuga clan was looking on with a face of slight surprise that a branch member learned of one the main house's techniques. As Neji straight-end and walked away, he deactivated his Byakugan and walked away from his downed foe, confident that he did his job well. "Proctor, you can call the match, she's done," Neji said, expecting Gunma to give him the win. What met his ears, however, was the pop indicating a clone jutsu and the slash that followed told him exactly the kind that she used. Spinning around, Niji only had a few seconds to see a water dragon barreling down at him with its yellow orbs flashing in warning. It was too late for Niji to dodge it, so the only choice was to block it with a move of his own. He gathered a large amount of chakra in his body and begun to spin while expelling the chakra from all his tenketsu. Kaiten, heavenly spin. Niji spun at a high speed, creating a dome of pure chakra, just as the water dragon slammed into jutsu, which caused a huge explosion that rocked the entire stadium as a dust cloud rose, bulking out everything. Everyone watching was on the edge of their seats to see the outcome of that blast, wondering if Niji survived it or not. Chapter 6. The Finals Part 2. Recap. Spinning around, Niji only had a few seconds to see a water dragon barreling down at him with its yellow orbs flashing in warning. It was too late for Niji to dodge it, so the only choice was to block it with a move of his own. He gathered a large amount of chakra in his body and begun to spin while expelling the chakra from all his tenketsu. Kaiten, heavenly spin. Niji spun at a high speed, creating a dome of pure chakra, just as the water dragon slammed into jutsu, which caused a huge explosion that rocked the entire stadium as a dust cloud rose, bulking out everything. Everyone watching was on the edge of their seats to see the outcome of that blast, wondering if Niji survived it or not. Now, arena floor. The entire stadium was quiet as the huge dust dome covered everything visible. Everyone looked on with bated breath as the dust was finally settling over the field. Soon 2 outlines could be seen. One was Fudo Akane, who stood with a kunai held in a reverse grip as she waited to see if her opponent was still up to fighting. Then there was Niji, who was on a knee, breathing very hard as he took a lot of damage, seeing as he was at the epicenter of the blast, but he could still fight. Damn this girl. She forced me to show my 2 trump cards before the finals. No matter, I've got to end this match in my favor, as is my destiny. Niji thought as he slowly rose to his feet despite his body's protests. Grabbing a handful of shurikens, Niji launched them at Akane, who blocked them by going through hand signs and firing another round of water bullets at Niji's weapons and Niji himself. Niji weaved around the water attacks and threw a kunai, which Akane tried to catch but misjudged its speed and ended up with the knife lodged in her hand. As she tried to rip it free quickly, Niji was already upon her in the stance for the hack Rokujion Sho. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. Akane could only recoil in pain from every hit that connected as she did her best to dodge every palm strike she could. With a final open palm strike to the sternum, Akane was pitched across the field but managed to end up on a knee with a bit of blood streaming from the corner of her lip. With your tenketsu closed off, you can't continue. Just forfeit and say yourself the humiliation. There is nothing that the Byakugan can't see through. Niji said with all the superiority he could put into his voice without giving away that he was nearly out of chakra after that second usage of the Rokujion Sho. As Akane gazed up to the stands where her sensei was sitting, she could barely make out the nod that he gave, which was his way of saying that he was very proud of how strong she's become so far. Not wanting to disappoint her sensei, Akane rose to her feet while having her hand in a half-rat sign. Hyuga Niji, you're right, without my chakra flowing I would have to forfeit this match. But that's the problem with your clan. They believe themselves above defeat. Well, I'm going to show everyone that such a prestigious clan of Konoha can be brought to its knees every once in a while. Fuin, Kai! Akane said as chakra seemed to surge from her so strongly that it was visible to everyone in the audience. Niji could only watch on with wincing eyes, as chakra moved from one small spot on her right arm to all over her body, while forcibly opening her tenketsu with fresh chakra. He and the rest of the Hyuga watching that activated their Byakugan could only watch with grim faces as the damage to one of their Ugis, techniques, was being undone in such a manner. I've got enough chakra for maybe 2 big jutsu or a couple of small ones. Time to show everyone that a dojutsu isn't infallible. Kirigakure no Justu. Hidden mist technique, Akane thought as she held the sign for Saru, monkey. Niji got into a juken stance as the mist started to creep across the field and swallow up his field of vision quickly. Many in the audience were on the edge of their seats, leaning forward. Those that faced that particular jutsu, such as Kakashi, found themselves reliving that experience for an instance. Anyone else that has heard of the move were interested in how Akane would use it to her advantage. Niji tried to use his Byakugan to peer through the mist and found it just about impossible with all the chakra in the mist acting as a shield for Akane's actions. Focusing on his ears, he tried listening for her feet. This isn't going to save you from my Jukin. Your jutsu is a double-edged sword. You're as blind as I am in here, Niji said as he tried to goad his opponent into giving away her position so he could attack her. It seems that you're more introverted to the inner workings of the shinobi world than you should be. Why would our village allow any of our shinobi to use such a technique if we didn't use it properly? Akane's voice said, coming from all over as Niji spun around multiple times to try and pinpoint it. Stadium seating. That's the move that Momochi Zabuza used when we fought him in Nami Wave during our first C rank, Sakura said with shock at seeing the technique again for the second time in her life so soon. Many of the jounins in their group looked at Sakura as if she was crazy before they looked at Kakashi, who still had his face glued to his book like nothing was wrong with her statement. Is this true, Kakashi? Your Genin squad went against an A-rank shinobi on their first C rank out of the village, Asuma asked as he looked at the silver-haired Nin. More or less, the mission got bumped up, but I knew my team could handle it, Kakashi said as he glanced up from his book to look at the field once more before looking to the waiting jounins. So you jeopardized the lives of 3 genin because you thought they could handle it? What if you weren't able to protect them? Then what? Kurenai asked with horror marring her features as she looked at Kakashi. I was able to, and everything worked out fine. So it's really neither here nor there anymore, Kakashi said as he put his nose back inside his book. Kurenai was going to say something else, but Asuma put a restraining hand on her shoulder. Looking to the bearded Sarutobi, Kurenai could see him shake his head with a grim expression against pursuing the matter for right now. Everyone in their section gave Kakashi disapproving looks as they all put their attention fully on the field below. Stadium floor. Niji had to find Akane before she struck. He only picked up footsteps every now and again, but knew that if she had truly mastered this jutsu, he would already be dead. Calming down, Niji closed his eyes before he made a fatal mistake that could cost him. Akane, on the other hand, was looking to how she could end this match in one move, considering that Niji could use the Kaiten to block anything she threw at him. However, this mist gave her the advantage for the moment. So she used it to come up with a jutsu to use. Okay, this is the last move I can make before I'm completely out of chakra. I just hope it will be enough, Akane thought as she started doing the hand signs for her last jutsu of the fight. Suetun. Suigaden. Water release. Water Fong bullet. Water from all over the field rose up and rushed forward at Akane's will, becoming a drill of water as the technique prepared to hit Niji full force. Niji himself heard the roar of water heading towards him, but from what direction he couldn't tell due to the mist surrounding him. So he tried forcing his Byakugan to peer through the fog so he could see. What he saw had Niji recoil in surprise. A large drill made of water was right on top of him, leaving no room to dodge. Only one choice left. Kaiten, Niji said as he began spinning rapidly while expelling the rest of his chakra from his tenketsu. As the two jutsu collided, they created an even larger explosion that rocked the field as the mist was expelled from the burst of energy. The entire audience watched as the Hyuga prodigy was thrown backwards from the force of the explosion. He landed hard and rolled a couple times before coming to a stop and struggled to get up only to fall back down and not get back up. Genma had jumped down onto the field right after and made his was over to the fallen Konoha Genin. Proctor, I've lost, I can't move. I'm out of chakra, Niji admitted as he just looked skyward. Hyuga Niji is unable to continue. Shoush dash. Genma didn't get to finish as he looked over to watch Akane fall over from chakra exhaustion as well. I take back my earlier statement. This match ends in a draw, Genma said as he signaled for the medics to move in and collect the two fighters as the crowd burst into applause at such a great match after waiting so long since the very first match. Stadium seating. As they got ready for the next match and were moving Akane and Niji to the infirmary, Sakaki finally came down the steps in a daze that she somehow still managed to function in normally regardless. People couldn't help but notice the hickey bite marks on her collarbone. Yo! Sakaki, you all right? Anko asked, being the brave soul that she was. Yep. Never better. Why? Sakaki replied as she came down off her orgasmic high to see everyone looking at her with her haori open more so than usual. What, you people act as if you've never seen a hickey before, Sakaki said as she fixed her haori so everyone could see that she was taken without revealing anything more than she needed. When just about everyone in that group muttered that they have never seen such a thing, that made Sakaki want to steamroll this place flat on that principle alone. However, she just took a deep breath and looked down at the field. So who's fighting next? I heard the Hyuga got the shit kicked out of his breadbasket, but the match ended in a draw, Sakaki said with a sadistic grin that had everyone laughing for a moment and brought a small smile to one Hyuga Hinata who hit it well. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about her. My Sochi, Kiba, is fighting next. Hopefully he can pull off the win, especially since we put his ass through the ringer to prepare for this, Sum said with pride in her voice as everyone's attention became focused on the field, only for another voice to ring out that no one really wanted to deal with right now. Humph. Kiba was a loser in the academy, and I bet he was still a loser now. How he got into the finals is beyond me. Sasuke scoffed as if he was still the greatest thing since sliced bread. Of course, Sum and Hana didn't take the slight against their family member too well. So just as they were about to tear into the Uchiha physically, Sakaki did it mentally and emotionally. Warning: the bashing you're about to witness should not be attempted by any reader at home. Those that are performing said bashing in this scene are highly trained professionals. This also shouldn't be viewed without an adult for those under the age of 18, or those that are die-hard Uchiha Sasuke fans. For those over 18, we are proud to present you with this very sweet moment of bashing in part by Aerosenin Crunch cereal. For the huge Eki in us all, hail Jiraiya-sama. Hey Uchiha Bozu, how's that inferiority complex working out for you? I heard your brother was a chunin by age 10, and what about you? Oh, you're still a greenhorn genin at the age of 12 and can't even move up for promotion anymore, Sakaki asked while grinning slowly at the anger slowly building in her target by the way his little hands were shaking. Got another question for you, duck butt hair. How is restoring your clan working out for you? 'Cause from what I've heard, you got all these girls throwing themselves at you and you ain't taking anything being offered. Makes me wonder if you're really a fudge packer for the other team. I mean, come on, what kind of plan do you really have for when you meet your kinslaying brother? You gonna fall on his kunai in hopes that he keels over from it? Or how about the fact that you have no one to pick up where you left off if you get axed from this world beforehand? Not that I would cry if you did. Sakaki continued as she could see that Sasuke needed just one more little nudge and his humiliation would be complete. Thinking up what she wanted to say next, Sakaki put the final nail in the coffin. Nah. Could one of you jounin tell me the net worth I would get for cashing in Uchiha Itachi's head bounty? I'm thinking of kicking his ass myself, Sakaki said as she watched Sasuke erupt in anger. Everyone in the group watched as Sasuke's Sharingan flared to life and he moved to start hand signs for his newest jutsu that he was saving for Gaara, but now he tested on this bitch in front of him for her blatant insults against his clan and his ambition. He didn't get to even form the first sign as he found himself staring at the tip of a katana as it was pointed directly at his red eyes. Just give me an excuse to make you permanently blind for the rest of your pathetic life. That is what you Jujutsu users fear most, not being able to see, especially the Uchiha, right? I know you arrogant types are slow to understand things, so I'll speak clearly. If you ever look at me again with anything other than the natural black eyes you were born with, I'll pluck those monkey marbles you call eyes from your skull. Because let's be honest with ourselves here, you yourself aren't really needed. All Konoha would need is the baby batter from your itty-bitty willy and a willing broad to impregnate, so they can make little Uchiha chimplets of their own to fill the gaping void Itachi left when he put his own clan to the sword, Sakaki said in a bored tone as she didn't even bother looking at the person she was threatening. Sasuke looked positively murderous and would have said something, but the katana literally mere centimeters away from his eyes stayed his tongue. Now be a good little monkey and go sit on your organ grinder's shoulder until you're allowed to dance to the music once more, Sakaki intoned lazily as she felt Sasuke deactivate his Kekkei Genkai and storm off in a murderous rage while everyone else looked on with truly shocked expressions. That was completely uncalled for, Sakaki-san. Kakashi said with a small glare that didn't intimidate Sakaki in the least as she brushed him off. Yeah, you now go off and sulk with your chimp. Unless, you want me to pull your monkey marble out through your anus? Sakaki offered with a truly sadistic smile that put even Orochimaru's to shame. As she looked at the copy while Anko just couldn't help herself and whipped out a notepad to take notes. Without a single word of protest, Kakashi took off in search of Sasuke to calm him down. Kurenai was among the first to recover from what she just witnessed and looked over to see Anko scribbling with a fierce passion into a notepad. Anko, what in the world are you doing? Kurenai asked as she raised an eyebrow at her friend's antics like usual. Nai-chan, you heard as well as I just did. That was pure torture gold. Sakaki, what was that last part before he flipped? Doesn't matter, I'll improvise. Anko said as she went back to writing. Sum and Hana were shocked that a person that they just met would go out of their way to defend Kiba indirectly like that. They weren't as big a clan as the Uchiha or Hyuga are, but they were respected as any clan of Konoha was for their strength and proven loyalty to the village. Arigato Sakaki-san. We've never had a complete stranger stick up for our clan like that. As head of the Inuzuka clan, I'm indebted to you. Sum said with the utmost seriousness. Don't sweat it, your clan is way cooler than the chimps ever could be. Besides, pissing him off like that was just too good an opportunity to pass up. Sakaki said as she brushed off Sum's debt. She did, however, watch the Inuzuka matriarch out the corner of her eye as she read Sum's body language. The woman still wanted to repay Sakaki some way regardless of what she just said. Well, the vixen in disguise instantly thought of a way, as a smile slid across her face in the most devious of manners that people around her praying that they weren't the target of her attention. Arena floor. Genma stood surveying the landscape in silence just before he signaled for the gong to sound again as he stepped up to the middle of the field. Seeing as we are very limited on time, this next match shall be a free-for-all. Would Ni Yujito, Inuzuka Kiba and Ni Samui report to the arena floor? In the fighter's box, Kiba instantly shouted in joy at getting to show off his skill, but then realized that he was facing two shinobi from Kumo who would most likely try to double-team him in an effort to get him booted first. A reassuring bark from his Nin-ken Akamaru let Kiba know that he wouldn't be alone when facing them. Gaining that grin again, Kiba raced down the stairs. Yujito was silently looking at her older sister with analyzing eyes, but hidden even deeper was a bit of sorry at fighting her sister. Nibi decided to add her sagely 2 cents to give her container and friend confidence through their link. Don't worry about it, kitten. Your Nei-chan can take care of herself. Besides, didn't you two want to go against each other to see who's gotten better than the other since you became a team? Nibi purred soothingly as Yujito could feel a brushing against her mind like a mother's caress. You're right, Nibi. I shouldn't be focusing on the negative. Look at Samui. She's ready to do this, and so am I, Yujito replied as his demeanor became that of her warrior persona. Yujito and Samui met each other at the stairwell and just stared for a moment, before descending at the same time. The entire walk was held in silence, but the conversation that passed between the two sisters was one of challenge and sisterly love and support no matter what. As they stepped out into the sunlight of the arena ground, cheers for an exciting match greeted their eyes, but neither sister heard any of it really as they stood evenly apart from each other and Kiba, while Genma stood off to one side with a smile of his own. Round 1, Match 6. This match is going to be something special. Now it's time for the last match of the first round, and it's a Dozi Inuzuka Kiba of Konohagakure no Sato versus Ni Samui of Kumogakure no Sato versus Ni Yujito of Kumogakure no Sato. Hajime! Genma muttered to himself with that smile before growing serious and signaling the start of such a history-making match, then jumping away as the crowd roared in approval. Samui and Yujito gripped the hilts of their swords respectively, while Kiba held a kunai in reverse grip and his other hand in his pouch. Wasting no time, both sisters ran at each other with swords drawn, and Kiba tossed a soldier pill at Akamaru while simultaneously throwing the kunai at the two battling girls before flying through hand signs. Sparks were really flying between Yujito and Samui as they clashed as if they were two demons. Samui ducked a beheading cut and thrust her blade towards Yujito's midsection. Yujito parried the strike away, and was about to follow up with a knee to Samui's face when she had to jump back to avoid Kiba's thrown kunai. Looking over to where her second opponent was, Yujito saw the two drilling forms of Kiba and Akamaru flying right at her and Samui. Both sisters jumped away from each other as the twin drills barreled right past them before changing direction and coming back around for a second try. Seeing that she could get two birds with one stone, Samui flew through four hand seals and cupped her hand as lightning began to gather there. Raitun. Raikyu, lightning release. Lightning ball. Samui threw the Rasengan-sized lightning ball towards her sister, and Yujito, seeing what was coming her way, alongside one of the Kibas, decided to block both attacks. Using 7 hand signs, she put both her hands out in front of her. Raitun. Rai no Tate. Lightning release. Lightning shield. A large circular shield of lightning sprang into creation just as Kiba's attack would have slammed into Yujito herself. Kiba's own Tsuga died down as he landed on his feet and jumped away as his body felt jolts of pain from the attack. Luckily, his jutsu dampened most of the shield's effects by aiming the lightning towards the ground and sky at high rotation speeds. Samui just kept dodging the attacking Tsuga until she had enough and lead her Kiba into the stadium wall. The Tsuga came to an end as Kiba shook off the imbalance and leaped back to the other Kiba's side as Samui and Yujito resumed their sword battle. Well, Akamaru, it looks like we have to pull out our trump card early. I know we didn't get to practice it enough, but it should get the job done. Take this and get ready, Kiba said as Akamaru released the henge and caught the food pill to replenish his nutrients and fluids before taking off in a dead run. Stadium seating. Sum and Hana's enhanced hearing heard exactly what Kiba was planning to do. Unfortunately, they weren't the only ones to do so. Sakaki heard every word and looked on anxiously at Kiba's move. Oh dear Kami, please tell me he isn't. He wouldn't. Sum groaned at Kiba's eagerness to pull out the big guns this early. He is, and I've got to say, Tsum-san, your Sochi is a goner. I apologize for my laughter in advance, Sakaki said as she looked on with knowing eyes as everyone around her that wasn't an Inuzuka or animalistic in nature looked at the vixen with confused looks before turning back to the field. Arena floor. All right, Akamaru. Use your Dynamica Mockingu, dynamic marking, Kiba instructed as the Ninken ran at the two blondes and jumped before spinning and unleashing his urine everywhere. Samui and Yujito were currently locked in a fierce fight of importance to them, to prove their strength to each other. Yujito blocked a sword strike to her neck and threw a punch that was swatted away before Samui had to sidestep a vertical cut. She then spun around to cut Yujito's tendons, but her younger sister flipped over the blade and tried cutting Samui in the face when she landed only to receive a kick to the side that knocked her away. Just in time for Samui herself to be completely covered head to toe in a liquid that wasn't water. Yujito had landed in a crouch nearby and had caught when the liquid covered her sister head to toe. Looking over, she saw Akamaru running back to Kiba and filled in the blank very quickly. With wide eyes, she slowly turned her head over to Samui to see the girl with her head tilted downward with her hair shadowing her eyes as the temperature of the entire arena dropped. This is dog piss? He had the nerve to have his Ninken piss on me? Samui thought with a shocked mental expression as her brain shut down all rational process while she turned her head in Kiba's direction with hatred burning just barely beneath the surface. Good job, Akamaru. Now we're ready to wrap this up with our next jutsu, Kiba said enthusiasm as he petted his Ninken on the head while completely oblivious to what was about to happen to him. Suddenly Kiba felt pain explode in his jaw as he rocketed backwards and impacted so hard with the wall that his upper body became stuck there. Trying to shake the ringing and cobwebs from his head to see what the hell just hit him, Kiba looked up to see Samui exactly where he was just standing with her fist outstretched. Holy shit, I didn't even sense her move from where she was, Kiba thought with shock and fear as Samui raised her eyes in his direction with the promise of death fully in them. Yujito could only curse as she raced forward to stop her sister before she beat Kiba to death. Kiba managed to pry himself from the wall only to go slamming back into it full force as all he saw was a mass of blonde and black raining punch after punch down on his body. Samui just pummeled the hell out of Kiba with everything she had in an effort to utterly destroy him for what he did. No one there suspected that she would snap like that, but that's only because they weren't the one just pissed on by a Ninken. And speaking of Nin-ken, Akamaru wanted to help his master, but Samui's killer intent was so strong that the pup just huddled into a ball on the ground and quivered in fear while releasing his bladder all over the ground. Yujito had managed to reach Samui just as the raging girl was reaching for the sword on her back. Pulling her sister off the defenseless Inuzuka heir and hitting her in the neck, Yujito could see that she stopped her sister before things got bloody fast, but Kiba would remember this ass-kicking he got in front of everyone. "Prater, you might as well call this match a draw as well," Yujito said as she carried her unconscious sister off the field over her shoulder. "Right, seeing as none of the fighters are able to continue, this match has been decided as a draw," Genma said as he couldn't tear his eyes away from the KO'd form of Kiba slumped against the wall where Samui beat him senseless. Stadium seats. The entire audience couldn't even give any sort of response as they were all still shocked at what they just witnessed. Sum and Hana didn't know whether to be shocked or disappointed, but settled on embarrassed that Kiba forget a known rule of the shinobi world. Never take your eyes off your opponent even for a second. As the silence almost reached a deafening high, one person's laughter rang out, causing every head in that stadium to find its source. Naturally, it was Sakaki, who was just dying of laughter in her seat. Realizing that she was the center of attention, she spoke up. "What in the hell are you all looking at? I don't give two flying fucks who you are, but if that was me, I would be out to kill the one who even ordered such a thing. No offense to your clan Tsumchan, but getting pissed on is something no person should have to endure no matter what," Sakaki said while laughing the entire time at Kiba's predicament while the medics carried him off-field for treatment. Kage booth. Sarutobi had to cough into his hand to prevent an unwarranted sight such as a Kage laughing at an explanation like that. Recomposing himself, Sarutobi looked to E, who had a stony expression and a death grip on his chair. "Ahem, Reikage Dano. I take it that young Samui isn't always like that?" Sarutobi asked gently as the man looked ready to explode in anger like he was prone to. "No. She's usually the most level-headed out of that team," E replied after calming down enough to speak clearly. "I'm sure. Perhaps we should move on with the matches," Sarutobi said, cutting off any smart-mouth remarks before things got out of hand between the element shadows. As people all over the stadium looked at Sakaki as if she was completely insane, they slowly regained their senses as spectators were calling for the next set of matches, which were down to only 4 people after all that. Genma called for a break in the matches for restroom use and to open the betting window again. In the fighter's box, as the Suna team were conversing, Naruto decided to fill in at least Shikamaru and Shino, seeing as he could trust their judgment of listening before making a decision. Walking over, he motioned for them to stand with their backs facing away from the 2 Kumo Kunoichi and the Suna team before talking. "Listen for the time being and don't make a sound until I'm done speaking, 'cause I don't know how much time we have left. Within the next few matches, an invasion of Konoha is going to take place between Suna, Oto, and us," Naruto said with a quiet voice so as not to be heard by anyone else. "But why would they invade us?" Shikamaru asked with clear shock on his face. "It's all a plan orchestrated by the Sannin Orochimaru. It's his revenge plot against the Leaf for whatever his reasons are, and possibly kill the Sandaime. So keep your eyes open and Shino, take a dive when your turn comes up to fight Gaara. You're not match for his abilities," Naruto said as he turned his gaze to the Aburame heir. "I concur with your assessment. My Kakechu would indeed be no match for him. I shall forfeit my battle with him," Shino said with a nod as he pushed his shades back into place on his nose. "Good, and just to be sure, Kurenai-sensei is going to cast a stadium-wide genjutsu. That's the signal for the invasion to begin, so be on the lookout," Naruto offered before turning around and waiting for the next match to be called. Genma called for Naruto and Temari so they could begin their match, and both opponents entered the arena. When they faced off, the Suna Kunoichi had quickly forgotten Naruto's speed from the first match and was quickly disarmed of her Tensen battle fan as she went to use her Kamaitachi no Jutsu. Without it, Temari was seriously lacking in anything she could use to fight back against the Inu Yukai, so she did the smart thing and gave up. When Shino was called to face Gaara, he did the logical thing and forfeited before even stepping in the ring. Naturally, all the civilians and clients alike weren't too pleased with the limited amount of action between the shinobi today. However, that thought was thrown completely from everyone's mind as the final match was about to take place. People raced to the betting window and to the bathroom as no one wanted to miss this battle. Soon enough, the entire audience was seated and on edge as Genma made his way back down to the field. Up in the Kage booth, even they could feel the tension in the air as Genma got the entire arena's attention. In the section with the rookies, Kurenai suddenly got up and was about to start moving out into the aisle when she felt a tug of her arm. Looking down, she of course found her friend Anko looking at her with a questioning gaze. "Where you going, Nai-chan? The match is just about to start," Anko asked, playing the part of the concerned friend to throw off their tip to Orochimaru's plan in case he had an ear nearby. "I just remembered that I have something to go take care of right quick. I won't be long," Kurenai said with a reassuring smile when everyone else minus Sakaki and Kin looked in her direction. "Well, just don't be too long," Anko said with a smirk, letting the genjutsu using Jounin know that the fun was about to begin soon. With a nod of her head, Kurenai was off to get into position. Stadium floor. Now then, it's time for the final match of the exams. Would Sabaku no Gaara and Uzumaki Naruto report to the arena floor? Genma said as the crowd really got beside themselves at what was about to go down. Neither fighter wasted time getting down to the arena floor, as Gaara made a hand sign and used a Suna Shunshin, sand body flicker, to disappear in a swirl of sand, while Naruto simply became a ball of light and gently floated down to the ground. Both of them appeared at the exact same moment with an unreadable expression and trying to kill the other with a look alone. All right, now it's time for the final match. Uzumaki Inutensho Naruto of Kanehagakure no Sato and Sabaku no Gaara of Sunagakure no Sato. "Hajime!" Genma yelled before jumping away and completely out of the ring, already knowing that he shouldn't get in the way of these two. Naruto and Gaara just stared each other down as everything around them lost focus. Nothing was going to distract them. Not the invasion, not the Kages watching from the booth above, not even the entire stadium that just went quiet to watch these two titans bump heads. Gaara was just looking at this new opponent that he was ready to crush underfoot when his entire psyche started to crack under the influence of his Biju, which was telling him to kill Uzumaki and feed his blood to the sand. "Uzumaki, prepare yourself. Kasan shall have your blood, and then she will be pleased with me," Gaara said in an even deader tone than he did as the cork came loose from his gourd and sand started to spill out and pool at the redhead's feet. "Humph. If you want my blood so badly, then come and take it yourself," Naruto said without hesitation as he pulled Tokujin from his belt and held it pointed at Gaara. "Yes. That's it, Uzumaki, come help me prove my existence," Gaara said as he crossed his hands and his sand went racing for the silver blonde Yukai. Naruto simply sidestepped the wave of sand and wasted no time closing the gap between him and Gaara. Swinging Tokujin, he wasn't surprised to find that the sand blocked the attack. Gaara, on the other hand, was surprised that his Suna no Tate barely managed to stop the blade before it could touch him. With a twist of his wrist, Naruto pulled his blade free and jumped away as the sand tried to trap him. Gaara just stood there impassively as Naruto cut away at each wave of sand with little progress. Everyone watched as Naruto dodged another sand ambush and rushed its wielder with Tokujin again, only for the Suna no Tate to block each strike yet again. On the last one, the sand gripped the blade before tossing it and its owner away. Naruto righted himself and landed on his feet looking at Gaara. "Pathetic. If you can't get close, provide me with the sensation I seek, then your life is forfeit," Gaara said as he commanded the sand to rush forward and end the match as Naruto just started dodging the sand as it attempted to ensnare him. Up in the stands, people were seeing Naruto being pushed onto the defensive by Gaara's sand and were becoming convinced that he would fall like all others that went against the red-haired boy. Soon people started having whispered conversations amongst themselves while watching the fight go on. "Oh man, Uzumaki's good, but he just can't seem to get past that Gaara kid's sand to even attack." One of the Chunin sitting near the rookie squads was as his buddy agreed. Sakaki of course heard this and just snorted at the closed-mindedness of those around her when it came to her mate, so naturally she spoke her piece as usual. "Please, those two wimps know not what they speak of," Sakaki muttered loud enough for those around her to hear. "What do you mean, Sakaki-san?" Kurenai asked with curiosity shining in her wine-colored orbs as she looked at the vixen for an explanation with everyone else. It would be stupid to have spent an entire month preparing for one opponent alone, so Naruto-kun and I spent each day coming up with a strategy to combat all the other 12 finalists. In other words, my mate isn't losing to some pipsqueak with therapy issues, Sakaki said as Kakashi and Sasuke had just made it back in time to see this matchup and watch Naruto lose to Gaara. Humph. Looks like the dobe is finished now, Sasuke said as he got everyone's attention turned to the field to see Naruto jump back to the wall of the stadium with nowhere to go as the sand cut off escape and advanced right on him to become the sand coffin. I guess the dobe was nothing but hot air. Serves him right for taking my rightful place against that Suna kid. I have to agree with Sasuke. Naruto bit off more than he could handle with facing that Suna genin. Sasuke and Kakashi commented as several people looked truly disgusted with how they talked about a teammate/student or in Kin's case absolutely livid for his slight against her lord. Guess again chimp and one-eyed chimp. Now cram it and watch what I mean, Sakaki said smugly as the entire sand wave was blasted away to reveal Naruto looking completely unharmed. This of course baffled everyone, especially Temari and Kankuro, who thought escaping that one move was impossible. Gaara looked upon Naruto with genuine shock as his sand fell to the ground without much flair. The redhead took a half step backwards before his mind was assaulted again and he regained his stony composure. I'm curious. How did you manage to deflect my Sabaku Q? Gaara asked as he looked at Naruto with neutral eyes. To be honest, it's not that hard considering you're as slower than me, Naruto said as he cut the air while putting Tokujin back into a ready position in front of his body, while the entire crowd gaped at him as if he was truly crazy. You amuse me, Uzumaki. You boast, and yet not a single one of your attacks have gotten past my Suna no Tate since we began, Gaara pointed out. That's because I was determining your threat level, and I have to say, you're pathetic, and to prove this I'm going to make you bleed before this entire stadium, Naruto said as he ran at Gaara while leaving an afterimage near the wall. That's it, Uzumaki. Come meet your death, Gaara said as his sand returned to him and began to swirl around his body at a fast rate. Naruto jumped and attacked with a downward slash that was blocked by the sand as it arched to shield Gaara from the attack. Dropping to his feet, Naruto pivoted the moment he touched ground to thrust Tokujin forward in an attempt to skewer the Suna genin. Again Gaara's sand came to his aid, but he couldn't help but look down at the blade a few centimeters away from piercing his stomach. Bringing his line of sight back up, Gaara narrowed his eyes a bit as he commanded the sand to catch Naruto while he was stuck. The sand crashed upon itself while Gaara watched dispassionately from where he stood. Everyone leaned dead forward as if to get a better look at Naruto's fate. As the sand gave way a bit, there was nothing that said Naruto had been encased in sand. Gaara was wide-eyed at this seeing, as even the sword that was stuck firmly in the sand vanished along with its wielder. Slowly, the Sunanin looked around for his target, but didn't see him as Naruto stood back to back with him, holding Tokujin at his side. Realizing that Naruto could only be in one more place, Gaara turned around only to have an elbow smash into his jaw and send him crashing to the ground more than a few feet away. Struggling to his feet, Gaara was questioning why his absolute defense didn't stop the attack as his Suna no Yoroi was cracked very badly, but shook it off as a fluke like when he faced Rock Lee. And speaking of the boy, having remembered him caused Gaara's mind to go even further out of control before it stopped, and he reapplied his Suna no Yoroi while he put his hands into a hand sign, while the sand around him started to cocoon around his body like a dome with his Suna no Tama, sphere of sand. Naruto watched this without a shred of worry in his features as he watched Gaara's Daisan no Mi, third eye, formed above the dome and was watching his every move. Deciding to see how impenetrable this sand sphere was, Naruto ran at the structure and swung against it only to clash with a round of spikes that burst out the side. Not one to be deterred, the young Inu Yukai continued to bat away at the sand shield, and people could see that he was actually getting through with each strike but was stalemated by the face that as fast as he was cutting the sphere it was repairing itself. Just outside Konoha's walls, the large portion of Orochimaru's forces, which were combined with those of Suna, stood by as they waited for the moment to begin their attack of Konoha and level it to the ground. In front of Konoha's large closed gate sat a seal circle with Sunanin preparing to summon something from it. I don't like this, Something about that Orochimaru just doesn't sit right. I don't think Kazekage-sama should have agreed to do business with him. One of two Sunanin said as they patrolled the area for anything suspicious. What do you mean? If Kazekage-sama heard you talking like that, you'd be in some major trouble. The second one warned, as if their leader could hear their conversation this very minute. I mean, haven't you noticed that it's mostly our forces out here? Where's Orochimaru's men at, and how come we've only seen one or two of them at a time? I'm telling you, something around here just doesn't feel right. Yeah, well, we don't get paid to question our leader so openly. That's borderline treason, you know. Let's just get back to patrolling, the second Sunanin said before jumping into the trees with the first one right behind. The Sunajounin was right, however, something was up. For if any of the enemy had the skills of a censor, they would have most likely found Sakaki, who simply sat in the trees right above the summoning circle with a smile on her face. Oh, the fun I'm about to have. These mortals are going to learn why demons had every right to be feared for their immense power, well, only the powerful ones anyway. Sakaki whispered with a bloodthirsty smile as her 9 kitsune tails swung freely without a sound at what was to come soon enough. Back in the Chunin Stadium, everyone was watching as Naruto jumped back from his assault on the Suna no Tama and assumed he was quitting. Up in the stands, Sasuke got a smirk at this and decided to once again voice his unwanted opinion. Humph, it looks like the dobe is quitting. I guess he didn't have what it takes to take on Gaara. Not like I could have. Sasuke boasted while puffing out his chest a bit. By what? Willingly throwing yourself at the sand with some copy taijutsu and then use some piss-poor technique that will rely on you using those monkey marbles because you can't do anything else remotely useful? Now shut it, chimp, and watch true power in action. Sakaki said with a smile as she once again took Sasuke down a peg with her words while never taking her eyes off Naruto. In the fighting arena, Gaara's Daisan no Mi swiveled to look at Naruto, who adopted a brief scowl on his face. Mistaking it for frustration, Gaara continued with his jutsu to unleash his Biju from its prison as Naruto decided to speak up. Once again, your skill is disappointing to even look at. Your Suna no Tama is impressive, but it can be easily beaten, as you and everyone here will see. Soryu Ha, Azure Dragon Stream, Naruto said as he stabbed Tokujin into the ground while looking at Gaara's spot with an expressionless face. When nothing happened right away, everyone thought that he lost his mind for calling out such a jutsu that they had never heard of while stabbing his blade into the dirt. Only a few people truly knew what was happening, and that was the Kages in the booth and those from Kumo, who could feel the air become literally flooded with static electricity that sent jolts racing through their bodies. He looked at Naruto with widening eyes, as he could sense the very power of this attack being on par with something an Umbu-level shinobi could produce, and wondered how come the boy wasn't Oberon within Kumo. Karabi was looking at Naruto with a hidden expression of respect. Yup, you're doing just fine. Now show us all your true strength, Mr. 9. A rumbling started to get louder until everyone was looking at where Gaara was wrapped in his sand. The ground exploded in a shower of earth, as a gigantic pillar of lightning erupted right under Gaara's Suna no Tama, and the sand sphere was enveloped in the bright blue light the attack produced. The pillar then turned into a large serpentine dragon that coiled and twisted towards the sky with a mighty roar before slowly dissipating, leaving behind nothing but a bright flash of light. Everyone aside from Sakaki and anyone wearing shades had to cover their eyes against the light Naruto's attack produced. When the light from Naruto's attack subsided, not a single person wasn't shocked at what they were witnessing. Gaara's Suna no Tama had completely become glass from the lightning's superheated form, which was hotter than the surface of the sun. No one could make out Gaara as the glass sphere was still giving off smoke. Softly at first a slight cracking sound could be heard, and as it got louder the glass collapsed in on itself. Many tried hearing better in order to catch the sound of Gaara being impaled with glass, but the sound never came. What did come out, however, would be stuck in the minds of many people for years to come. Blood! It's my blood! Gaara screamed in absolute hysterics for the first time in his life as a large appendage of sand that was close in similarity to a claw burst out from the sphere in an attempt to grab Naruto, who sidestepped the slow claw and then severed it with Tokujin in one brutal stroke. Up in the stands hidden away, Kurenai listened as Gaara let out a howl of pain at seeing his blood for the first time and took that as her cue to cast the genjutsu that would have been used by the enemy. However, she put her own touch on it by layering a genjutsu that will slow and alter the enemy shinobi's motor functions as the battle wore on. Nien Shuja no Jutsu, Temple of Nirvana Technique. Large feathers appeared and started to fall all over the stadium as civilians and the more inexperienced shinobi fell to its effects. Only those that detected the effects and broke free or weren't caught by the genjutsu because they weren't affected were spared. Just as a huge explosion rocked the main gate and people all over the stadium knew what that signified. The invasion of Konoha had truly begun. Outside the main gate of Konoha moments prior, groups of Odo and Sunanin stood ready to launch the attack on Konoha, as those within the summoning circle were also ready to do their part before joining the rest. "Ready? Let's go," one of the Odo commanders said as they rushed at the great gate of Konoha and threw a kunai wrapped in an explosive tag at it. Soon the rest followed suit and begun pelting the doors with their weapons as the SEAL team was about to begin the summoning, were it not for one of their numbers letting out howls of pain as something protruded from his chest. Looking closer, they could make out it was a tail of some kind. "Hello, Ningen. Lovely day to be flattened into nothing, isn't it?" Sakiki's silken voice asked as she stepped out of the shadows in her hybrid form, with one of her 9 tails holding the Sunanin up before a few more grabbed hold of him and ripped him into pieces before their very eyes. "Try to make this enjoyable for me. I want to watch you all bleed out before I kill you," she said with a truly menacing smile that showed off the fangs in her mouth as her crimson orbs glowed with power as she advanced on her new playmates for the time being as the invasion of Konoha had truly begun.